pedal to the gas, we're watching it all. Cover in the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just fans who care, with popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there, together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night, so hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just flaming with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and writes, we're just here for the case and the vibes. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold, with a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin, where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial of the trial. Yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And welcome to day 5 in the... Why do I want to call it Connecticut? No, it is Connecticut. I want to call it Kentucky. Kentucky is KY, just like the jelly. Stop it. It's too early for that. I blame Sue. It's because of my shirt. Will today be the day where we find out what, if any, happened that night? So far, we have had a lot of eyewitnesses testifying to, well, they pulled up, we were trying to sell them a Bible and give them a lecture in Sunday school, and all of a sudden, someone had holes in them. Us? No, I didn't do anything. Who I was with? I don't. Cora the dog. I think Cora the dog was one of the things I saw that night. Did you see anyone do anything bad from your side? No, didn't see. I had hysterical blindness because I had just done a reenactment of the Second World kerfuffle, and I just momentarily went blind, and then I was bleeding. It happens all the time. I still believe, after following a lot of cases and not trusting jurors, it's a very steep hill to climb for the defendant because they re-engaged the conflict. But so far, anyone seeing him with the stabulator claims it was 5 minutes before it happened. We have one guy who said he did at this motion. Other than that, we really don't have much evidence of anything. Have I slept at all? Yeah, I've slept 4 hours and 20 minutes. Whoop, whoop. So I'm punch drunk. Hey, AJ, how are you doing this fine morning? Well, it just happens, you're standing outside and just close your eyes. Any suggestion on what to add to homemade pancakes? I tried vanilla and brown sugar in my recipe this morning. I like banana in pancakes. Give them a bit of moisture. Especially if it's a little thicker pancake. I would do that. You can always go old school, chuck in some chocolate chips, but you could also just go the healthy route. Take some oatmeal, take some mushed up banana and an egg, and make some small oatmeal flapjacks. Filling, tastes great, and it's not as fattening as a normal pancake because you'll get the natural sugar from the pancake instead of processed sugar. But Baker, you're always saying sugar is sugar. I am. But if you're eating it with oatmeal instead of flour, you'll be more filled, and you will have a longer release of carbohydrates. So you will be more covered. You won't get the highs and lows from a sugar high. So that's a great if you like a little hot stuff in the morning. Who doesn't? Sadly, I'm single. But just whip some eggs, some oatmeal, and some bananas. Perfect for a breakfast pancake. That'll give you some nourishment to go a couple of hours. Normal pancakes, it's kind of like eating at McDonald's. You fart once and you forgot you eaten. Smashed bananas. I don't like pecans. My husband Alan requested I ask you how he can get his whole wheat bread to raise better. Is he using a sourdough or just regular yeast? That has something to do with it, because if he's using a sourdough, it's probably something with his sourdough not being active enough and need a little more love. If he's using yeast, it's probably in the kneading. Make sure that you knead bread enough. A lot of people just knead it till it combines, but you actually need to knead it. You need to knead it more so the gluten structure will form inside of it, and then make sure that you make it rise at, and I don't do yank numbers, but you're Canadian, you might understand real numbers. Keep it at around body temperature. If you are preheating the oven, put it near the oven so it's roughly 37 degrees in the area. Maybe instead of, if he's putting a towel on top of it, put some plastic. I like to use plastic because it'll keep the moisture in there, which makes the crust, it can expand better. A lot of people will make their doughs too dry because they forget that if you add flour in the kneading process, flour takes a little bit to absorb the water, so it'll end up actually being. It's better to run them where you think, oh, it could use a little more flour, than run them where you think, nope, this is perfect, because the flour will keep absorbing the moisture, and you want it a little. Your dough should kind of feel like this when you finished. When you take your dough out and you measure it in the size you want it, put it on the table and put your hand on it, and then kind of do like a squirting motion so you get it nice and firm. If you can't do that, you can. I don't know what regular people do. I just do this motion, and it works. Makes it nice and tight. Should kind of feel like a well done, a medium done steak, and then you'll just let it rest in a hot environment under some plastic. It'll make it raise more, and make sure that you take it, you, you tighten it up, leave it after. Well, actually, you could do the other thing. That's probably easier. Instead of taking it and instantly measuring it out, let it rest for like 15 minutes. Push the air out of it. The air is just CO2, which will kill the yeast. Then you can kind of uh, tighten it up and let it sit for another 30 minutes, because there's more power in the yeast. But the problem is, if you leave the CO2 in there, the yeast is eating all the sugar and then farting out CO2. That's what makes the dough rise. But if there's more sugar in there, but there's too much CO2, you'll kill the yeast. Kind of like if you suck on a tailpipe. So
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
15
You may be
minutes,
seated. Thank you.
pat it down,
Morning.
get the CO2 out, tighten it up, leave it another 30 minutes. It's probably the
So
best
we're
thing,
back
and
here
it'll make more
today
flavor.
Again, to resume evidence in the matter of state of Connecticut versus Royal Valley. Counsel, is there anything that needs to be addressed before we go ahead and bring our jury in this morning?
Well, it depends on how wet your dough is. When you think your dough is done, it has the flour it has. You can kind of take it out, and then you can stretch it. If you take 4 fingers and stretch it a little bit, you should be able to pull it so it's almost see-through without it popping, because that's the gluten structure. Gluten is kind of like an elastic structure. If you have that, just then you can just knead it. And knead it, don't knead it slow, knead it high, and when it starts slapping, it releases from the bottom of the bowl if you're using a mixer, and it starts slapping. It kind of says against the side of the bowl. That's then it's perfect. Take it out, let it rest for like 10-15 minutes, push the air out, measure out the sizes you want, tighten it up, put it somewhere hot under a lid, give it 30 minutes. If it's a bread, it's something like a cake or something you make out of a yeast dough, it's a little bit different, but those are good beginning pointers if you want to make like a white bread.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your
All right, and we can have the witness retake the stand, Attorney Durso.
Congratulations. I am going to see Baby Baker on Sunday.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. We are ready to proceed. Looks like everyone's all set. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Very good. Attorney Durso, you may continue on with your jury.
Again, is it a yeast dough or is it sourdough dough? If it's a sourdough dough, I would at least give it 12 hours in the fridge, because you don't need the same heat. And then I'll take it out and let it rest for a couple of hours and get up to temperature. If it's just a yeast dough, yeah, it's a one-day thing.
Direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Valhalla, think how it sounded
Brian, I think
in
yesterday we
all
left
the
off
barracks you ever been in. That sound.
Just prior to the fight starting, was the group chat still going on?
I can't recall. I don't know.
Do you know whether or not you had indicated that your phone was buzzing in your pocket?
Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not you said anything in the group chat?
I think I mentioned one time just calling them pussies, but
I can't
that's
remember.
it. That's all I
I think
said.
he might have a bond of
And
a
when
million
you-
and a half.
When you came out into the yard to confront the defendant and Mr. De Silva,
Mhm.
were you closer to Mr. De Silva or the defendant?
The defendant.
And at any
Oh, and happy birthday, Fedorowski. Fedorowski is turning 21 today, a monumental day for a young man. Nothing is going to change, because in Norway, you can do whatever you want when you're 18. But if he had been American, he could today have had his first beer. Not these kids were allowed light beers because it's not real beer, but Fedorowski could have been having his first beer today if he was American. He's probably happy that he is Norwegian and he had his first beer when he was 12.
point in time during the night, do you recall fighting anybody other than the defendant?
No.
So
Yeast dough, then it's most likely that he puts too much flour in it and he doesn't let it rest enough. That is my takes. And make sure that you kind of look up videos of how to tighten up bread when you measure it out, so it's in a bowl. It's really good for the gluten.
the fights, I think we played the video yesterday.
I just know what yeast is. I don't know what the difference is. We have these blocks of
when it
active
starts.
yeast.
Is that the beginning of the actual fight, or do you, from what your recollection
No,
is, or did that,
that's
when did
not
the,
the beginning.
when did the fight, with regards
Couple
to the video?
Yeah.
When did the fight happen? Was it,
That video.
Congratulations to Teresa Dirksmeyer's daughter. She, Teresa Dirkmeyer looks like she's 22, so it must be a very, very young daughter. Congratulations.
Is probably 20 seconds into the fight.
okay, and 20 seconds into the fight, you had already fought with the defendant at this point. And at some point in time, what are you doing after you, well, tell us again how you fought with the defendant.
So I kind of was just over top of the defendant, punched him in the face 2 times. And then I just felt a jab in my side, and I looked down and I see the defendant with his right hand clenched up in a ball like this. And
If you're using whole wheat or you want to add some like sunflower seeds or anything, some linseed or whatever you'd like in your bread, just make sure that it needs a little more moisture, because that'll suck a lot of moisture. But you can just, if he has a good white bread recipe, add like 10% of some kind of whole flour in there and just add some more water. It'll be perfect. It'll give it a little more texture. White bread, it's good for birthdays, but for normal days, you need a little more oomph to give you that full stomach feel. Well, we waited for you, Nikki C. I did baking lessons.
he's just poking at my side.
Did you see any weapon on him?
No, I didn't see a weapon or anything. I just seen his fist and just going like this repeatedly over and over again, and just right there on my side.
And when that happened, after that happened, what did you do?
I just like some instinct in me just was like, get off, get away, like just like that. I don't know how to explain it.
And at some point in time, did you lose sight of the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see where he went?
No.
And did you see the defendant after that, before the fight ended? Did you see him after the fight ended?
No.
At some point in time, do you recall watching the fight with Mr. De Silva?
Yes.
And when you were watching that fight with Mr. De Silva, when did it become apparent to you that you were injured?
Like when I heard somebody scream out, "He's got a knife! He's got a knife!"
So when you heard that,
Yeah.
What triggered in your head?
I was just like, he's like, I just heard that and I was like, he's got a knife. Like, who's hurt? Like, is everybody okay? I didn't even realize I was hurt or anything. And then my buddy Ty Wood came up to me and was like, are you okay? Like, you're bleeding. And he pointed down at my side, and I had bled through all my clothing.
And when you realized that you were bleeding, what did you do?
I like lifted up my shirt and I wanted to see like what was wrong with me. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know how many times I had been stabbed or anything like that. And like right at the same time I'm realizing I had gotten stabbed, I hear all the bubbles and like my lung collapsing basically, and like bubbles in my chest. It was a really weird sound. I don't know how to describe it. I never want to hear that sound ever again. It kind of like it like haunts me in a way. But yeah, I just got super scared and I didn't know what was gonna happen.
Were you able to breathe?
Barely.
And when you realized that you were injured, what did you do next?
I went inside and I just wanted to sit down and get a glass of water. That's all I could think of was sit down, get a glass of water.
And did somebody bring you a glass of water?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was? Why don't you recall it?
I just was.
This is the move that he has to make sure that it gets nice and tight. See, so you kind of fold it in under itself so it gets nice and tight on the outside. If you're pro, you do it with 2 hands. I do it the other way. I don't know why he does it wrong. Yeah, that's how I do it. That makes everything tight. So just tell him to go and learn Danish and then find this video. Maybe people do it in Americas too. I don't know. Everything is made on a machine in America.
In such like a fog of like mentally, all I could think of was just like one breath at a time, pretty much.
At some point in time, did somebody come in the house to get you?
Who knows?
Bring you outside?
Yeah.
Do you recall who that was?
No,
And at some point in time, did you exit the house?
Yeah.
Why did you exit the house?
because the ambulances were arriving.
And when the ambulances arrived, did somebody render aid to you?
Yeah.
And what did they do for you when you were on scene?
they just were asking me my injuries and what was wrong, and I just had to explain to the best I could what I felt.
And were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Did he get punched or she get punched?
I'm going to show you. We started doing this yesterday, so State's Exhibit 61. Remember seeing this picture yesterday?
English ladies are nice.
This individual here on the left, you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Ricky Fiola.
He's got the white shirt, the pink shorts on the left side of 61 there. Exhibit 62, do you know who this individual is?
That's the defendant.
Exhibit 63, I'm going to point this kid here to the left. He appears to be a green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim. Who's that?
That's me.
This kid here with the white shirt and black shorts next to you. Who's
Sal Perry.
You can't use that technique on the roast beef. You need to go a couple of inches higher. Still don't like it.
the kid next to him with jeans on with the no shirt on? You know who that is?
Alex.
Alex Bernson?
Yeah.
This guy here with the jeans on, the black shirt and the red hat, you know who that is?
Yeah, Michael St. Perry.
And this guy here on his knees with what appears to be a shirt pulled up with jeans on, you know who that is?
Yeah, Jack DeSilva.
Who's that?
Tyler DeSilva, I mean.
64. This guy right here to the right with the white shirt, black shorts on, do you know who that is?
That's Charlie
Charlie who?
Connery.
Again, 65. Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
66. This guy right here with the white shirt, appears to be tan shorts next to you.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
That's Jake Lobo, sir.
This guy right here with the shirt off, with the camouflage pants on, with the shirt hanging out the back. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, that's Matt Lockovich.
And this individual right here with the navy blue shirt, white pants. Do you know who that is?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
67. This individual who appears to be pushing somebody to the picture. Do you know who that is?
Jake Lobos.
And this individual here with the navy blue shirt, white pants.
Jimmy McGrath.
We know,
Exhibit 68.
we've seen
This
these
individual
pictures a
with
million
jeans,
times.
Appears to be a shirt still pulled up with their back to us. Do you know who that is?
Tyler DeSilva.
And this individual to his left, do you know who that is?
That's the defendant.
Finally, State 69. This individual appears to be near the curve in the street with the light blue jersey on. Do you know who that is?
That's DeSilva.
And this person here with the navy blue shirt on and white pants,
That's Jimmy.
Jimmy McGrath.
Yep.
Now, at some point in time, when paramedics came and rendered aid to you, do you recall whether or not you took your shirt off at the scene?
I think I did take my shirt off. I think I was using it to like cover up my stab wound.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 25, which is the full exhibit. These items that you were wearing the night of May 14th of 2022
Yes.
appears to, the black shirt, does that appear to be inside out?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 26, is that the same shirt but right side in?
Yep.
And obviously the green sweatshirt, is that yours?
I don't know whose shoes those are.
Those are not your shoes.
Those are not my shoes.
Exhibit 27, closer up picture of the shirt that you were wearing that night.
Mhm.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Ryan, you see this defect in the shirt here?
Yeah.
Is that about where your upper stab wound was?
Yes.
And is obviously, is this the front of the t-shirt?
Yes.
And you see this defect here?
Yes, I do.
Is that right about where you received your first stab wound?
Yes.
Your upper chest?
Yep.
Exhibit 28. Closer version of the t-shirt. Again, is this the defect in the shirt? Is this where one of the stab wounds was?
Yes.
Exhibit 29. Is this your sweatshirt with the defect in it from the stab wound?
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Of course. Thank you.
Ryan, I'm showing you what's been marked as Steve.
Oh man, meat lasagna for dinner again. Today I'm having rice and some meat concoction. And maybe some, I think I want a garlic bread today. Yeah, I blame Jamie. I wanted to cover an unaliving case in Florida, but Jamie said, no, there's a lot of 20-year-old young men, and I'm 21, and I'm looking for a handsome fella who can take me away from my driveway. sweep me off my feet. And I said, Jamie, how would you ever get to Connecticut and meet one of these guys? Let me dream. So sadly, we are covering this.
Exhibit 83 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 83?
Yep.
And what is 83?
Me in the hospital.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you look like in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes.
Showing you marked States Exhibit 84 for identification. You recognize States 84?
Yes.
And what is States 84?
Me with a wound to my head.
And does this accurately reflect the wound to your head on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
Start showing you States 85. You recognize States 85?
Yes.
And what is States 85?
The tube that had to be put in my chest.
And does this accurately reflect what the tube looked like in your chest on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you States 86. Do you recognize 86?
Yes.
And what is States 86?
The tube that was coming out of my chest, and then that's where I got stabbed.
And does this picture accurately reflect the upper wound area but covered on May 15th of 2022?
Yeah.
Showing you States 87 for identification purposes. You recognize 87.
Yes.
And what is States 87?
My stab wound to my upper chest.
And does this picture accurately reflect what the wound looked like maybe a day or two after the incident, uncovered by any gauze?
Yes.
Showing you States 88 for identification purposes. Do you recognize States 88?
Yes, I do.
And what is States 88?
They are my stab wounds that I got to my lower hip.
And does this accurately reflect what they look like covered in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes, it does.
Showing you States 89 for identification purposes. Do you recognize States 89?
Yes, I do.
And what is States 89?
My stab wound to my side.
And does this picture accurately reflect what your wound looked like a few days after the incident?
Yes.
Showing you States 90 for identification purposes. Do you recognize States 90?
Yes.
And what is States 90?
My other stab wound to my leg.
And does this picture accurately reflect what the area looked like covered and tended to in the hospital the day after the incident?
Yes, it does.
Showing you States 91 for identification purposes. Do you recognize States 81?
Yes, I do.
And what is States 81?
My stab to my lower thigh.
Sorry,
What?
Council 91?
91.
That's okay, thank you.
And does this accurately reflect what the wound looked like a day or two after the incident?
Yes.
Uncovered?
Yep.
And finally, showing you States 92 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 92?
Yes, I do.
And what is 92?
That's about me 2 weeks after.
And does this accurately reflect what your wounds look like a week or two after?
Yes, it
Now, is
does.
this picture taken reflecting in the mirror?
No.
So it's the right side? Right?
Yeah.
Left side?
Yeah, yeah.
This is right. So is this taken in the mirror?
Yes.
Does this accurately reflect what you look like when you were taking this picture of your wounds in a mirror?
Yeah.
I'll go offer these as full exhibits at this time.
Turns
No
out-
objection.
All right, with no objection, the court will go ahead and accept into evidence as full exhibit states 83 through 92. Thank you.
Let's see how gruesome these pictures are.
It's now been marked as a full exhibit.
I might take it off screen if it's too much.
Again, what is states 83?
Me in the hospital.
Now, these injuries to you, point out, you have, looks like you have injuries to your nose, your face area, in your head. Were those injuries caused during the fight at 43 Laurel Glen?
No, those were at Lazy Brook.
So when you got into the initial fight at Lazy Brook with the defendant and his friends, that's when that happened?
Yeah.
States 84. This injury here to the top of your head, which looks like the left side of your head.
Mhm.
Do you know when that injury occurred?
That's from Lazy Brook as well.
That's also from Lazy Brook, okay. States 85. Can you tell us where States 85 was from?
That's the tube that had to be put in my chest
Do you know why the tube had to be put in your chest at the hospital?
to reinflate my lung.
States 86. What are we looking at in States 86?
So the gauze is where I was stabbed, and then that is part of the tube that was also coming out of my chest.
And this, obviously, this is the left side of your chest,
Yes, sir.
and that is where you got your injuries?
Yeah, on my left side.
States 87.
Hmm.
Can you tell us what States 87 is?
That would be my stab wound to my upper chest.
And this is the stab wound that caused the collapsed lung?
Yes, it is.
States 88. Can you tell us what we're looking at in States 88?
That is
I'll
my
tell you.
stab wound to my hip.
You're around here?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the tube?
Yeah, that's the same tube.
Okay. States 89. Is this the same wound but uncovered?
Yes.
This is what, a few days after?
Yeah.
States 90. What are we looking at here? This is what?
That would be my stab wound to like my lower butt cheek, pretty much.
So like the hip area?
Yeah,
And again, this tube that's running down, where's that coming from?
that's the same tube that was in my chest.
91. Is this the same wound you just mentioned but uncovered?
Yes, it is.
Showing you states 92.
Demonetization.
So it appears to be the right
Yeah,
side of your
let's
body.
not
Are
show
these
that.
injuries on the right side of your body?
No, they're on my left side.
So is this picture being taken in a mirror?
Nuded minor.
This would be your upper left chest area where the first stab wound was.
Mhm.
Second stab wound.
Alan says, thanks so much for the bread making recommendation. I had to get off white bread due to health reasons. Well, start by adding like 10% of something a little more full grain in it. It'll and just add more water. Get away. And always a pleasure to help. Saturday, I might try and make a red velvet cake because baby baker time on Sunday. Talking about a sweet treat. Hey, James there.
How's it going today?
We have watched the same pictures 25 times and you just missed a teenager undressed.
You.
I just bought a lot of white bread and this may be heretical. Some just taste too sweet. My wife is trying to suck the joy out of my life. What's next? Avocado toast, lattes for the dog. The problem with American bread is you put way too much sugar in your bread. I've noticed that. Actually, McDonald's can't call their burger buns. It's factually a cake because it's too sweet. Too sweet. Like at NWO in
Like me.
WCW. Get some more full grain. Try using Italian bread is really good, especially sourdough bread, because it'll fill you up. And if you're making like a toasty of something, it's just good on Italian bread. It gives it a little more flavor. So if the wife acts up again, just tell her you learned how to communicate with women from Sean Connery. You know a lawyer, you'll fix it.
Oh my God. Sourdough bread is amazing.
And Tom, what irons should Brandon buy? Don't buy them from Tom because they'll never arrive. His son steals them.
To your lower abdomen area.
Yep.
And then your third stab wound would be on your left side of your hip.
Yes.
And when were these pictures taken? Do you know?
A couple weeks after.
Now, after you were at the hospital, how long did you stay in the hospital for? You remember?
I was there for 2 nights and 3 days.
And do you recall what you were diagnosed with?
A collapsed lung. I believe I had a fracture in my nose, and some head trauma. And I don't remember everything else.
And what was the treatment that, aside from getting to the hospital and initially getting diagnosed, what treatment did you have to go through?
Well, I couldn't get stitches because they didn't want my wounds to get infected. So it was really cleaning them out multiple times a day, keeping fresh gauze on them at all times, and just a lot of rest.
And what has your recovery been like?
Physically, they healed up, but mentally, I've never been the same person.
What was that?
Well, we are only 165 people here. If we get up to like 500 and 1,000, I wish. I put a little delay in chat as well, but as long as there are like 20 active chatters out of the 160, I can keep up. And if I can keep up, you can keep up because I'm quite thick.
Can't stop thinking about that night. Like every single day, multiple times a day, I just think about that night and things that I could have done different, things that anybody could have done different. And I just didn't think things like this happen. in the world. I don't know. I didn't.
Well, as a streamer, when you try to, again, I could just do the, hey, I don't read anything unless it's a $20 super chat. I could do that because then I don't have to look at chat, but I really like everyone to participate. And if you have like a better row on, or you have a panel of guests, chat will go as fast as shit through a newborn calf.
What?
Well, thank you for watching, Joey G17. Did you know E17 was a band when I grew up? All right, everything's gonna be all right.
What a jam.
Good jam.
No, there was
Good jam.
people like that out there that really wanted to cause harm.
When you were at Laurel Glen that night and those individuals walked on the front lawn and the fight started, did you anticipate the fight being a fist fight?
Yes.
Did you anticipate there ever being
It's not a Bakerism, it's a Danishism. We say that it goes through you like shit through a calf.
any weapons used?
No.
Did you have any weapons at Lazy Brook that night? with
No.
you? Did you have any weapons with you at Laurel Glen that night?
No.
Did Ty Wood have any weapons on him?
No.
Did anybody near you, did you recall anybody near you when you were face to face with the defendant having any weapons?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Smith.
Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Hines.
There you go.
We have never met before, never talked about this case before. Let me go over with you some of your testimony that you've given here. You told us yesterday you thought you'd met with the state's attorney 3 or 4 times prior to this.
Yep.
To discuss your testimony here.
Yes.
You recall that?
I haven't covered it, but I like that he went straight in and kicked him in the nuts. It might be my video for tomorrow because YouTube likes when we do these standalone videos. That's why I also did a video on the same thing I did a stream on yesterday. YouTube is weird.
Mr. Hines, I am going to ask you just to please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And when you're answering, you just have to say either yes or no. The court reporter can't get up on the record, okay?
Well, everyone should be saying it.
Okay. So let's review that evening. You told us that Griffin Marcinzik was a really good friend of yours since childhood, basically, right?
No, I moved to Shelton in the winter of when I was in 8th grade. So right about when COVID started, I moved to Shelton, but Griffin was one of the first kids I met and I became very good friends with him.
Okay, so good friends since you moved to Shelton.
Yes.
You say that was in the 8th grade.
Mhm.
And at this time, May 14th, 2022, you told us that you were ending your sophomore year, so you would have been a rising junior.
Yes.
And you went over to a friend's house. Was that Natalia Ridzik's house?
Yes.
And you hung out there at Natalia's, right?
Yep.
You told us that you were doing some drinking there while you were hanging out,
Yes.
and that was you had no more than 2 beers, right?
No more than 2 beers.
How do you know no more than 2?
Because I know it was no more than 2 beers.
What makes you so certain about that? No more than 2.
Because it was only 2 beers.
And that was only in 30 to 40 minutes of being there that you had those 2 beers?
Yes.
Power drinking that night?
I'm sorry?
Was that power drinking? Was that
I'm
fast
not
for you, or was
sure
that a
what-
fairly regular speed to have 2 beers in a 30 to 40 minute period?
That's pretty normal.
And then
Jamie, have you ever been power drinking? She doesn't want to answer again. Jamie hates me now. What's power drinking? I know what sloppy drinking is. That's Valhalla trying to do a shotgun, but power drinking.
Sorry, I'm on the phone. I was on hold when I was like, power drinking.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean,
Only the O-line wants
pounding beers?
Mackies. Yeah, it's the mega pint all over again. Why say stupid things? Because, yeah.
I know.
Well, wouldn't you just call it a beer bong?
I would think so.
That's what you call it. We have a song about it. Soda bong, soda bong, soda bong, soda bong. It means now there's bong, now there's bong, now there's bong, and then you drink. We have a alcohol-based culture.
you told us that you got invited over to
I
Austin
really
Lightfoot's
do.
house, right?
Yes.
How did you know Austin?
I met him in 8th grade when I moved to Shelton.
Also when you moved to Shelton.
Yes.
Did Austin go to
Power
Shelton
drinking.
High School?
That's just
No, I didn't.
drinking.
Was Austin on the basketball group text chat?
I don't recall.
And
Never heard
Tanner
about it.
Chernowski drove you to Austin's house, right?
Yes.
How did Tanner Chernowski know to take you to Austin Leifer's house?
Me and Griffin asked him.
And who is Tanner Chernowski to you?
Another guy that I met when I first moved to Shelton and became a really good friend of mine. He happens to live not too far from me and hang out.
Did you play football with Tanner?
No.
You played football with Griffin?
Yes.
Did you play any sports with Tanner?
No.
He was a couple years older than you?
Yes.
Did Tanner Chernowski provide you with any of those beers that evening?
No.
And you said that he drove you over to 5 Lazy Brook, and that was somewhere between 7 or 8 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And that you got there to the house while it was still daylight, but by the time you left, you would agree it was no longer daylight, right?
It was like the evening time. Yes.
Because we've seen the video of the fight outside of 5 Lazy Brook, and it appears to be pretty dark then. Are you saying that at that point there was still some daylight?
Yes, there was still some daylight.
And when you showed up, you heard music and noise, and you thought that was a party, so you walked into the garage, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you still only had the 2 beers?
Yes.
But you didn't make it into the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You just got into the garage?
Yeah.
And how many people were in the garage when you got in there?
I don't think anybody was in there.
Nobody in the garage?
No.
So as you're going from the garage to the door into the interior of the house, you see some people coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
And
Anyone else just stand on the counter with your beagle obvious and start practicing your bedsheet knot tying abilities. PS took me like 4 hours to hit 2 ye.
What is he talking?
Is he talking about self-deletion for him and the
Maybe.
beagle? Maybe it's
Give him the
because of the
beagle.
avocado toast. I could actually go into a flying rage. I hate avocados.
Yes, me too.
That's well, it's really trendy. Yeah, and it tastes like nothing, and it's just mush. No, man, you just haven't had it on a sourdough rye. I have this fancy place where everyone plays the bongo and they only wear Jesus sandals. Yeah, exactly. That's why I haven't been at that place. Well, everything's organic, even the toilet paper. You miss me with that.
in fact, you came to learn that the party was being shut down or something of that nature, right?
Not really that. I just found out after the fact that the people that were coming out that I saw were happening to be getting kicked out at the time.
Okay. This wasn't your party, right?
No.
And so you saw some people coming out of the house, but you don't know why they were coming out of the house?
No.
In fact, some people thought you hadn't been invited to the party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you were confronted by some folks who said they didn't know what you were doing there, right?
Yeah,
I don't
but
like
the
lemon.
homeowner invited me and Griffin.
Well, not the homeowner, right? Austin doesn't own
Homeowner's
the
son.
home, does he, right?
But welcome back.
And in fact, Madigan was having a party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, did you see a number of girls there that evening?
Yes.
You caught a ride with some of those girls at the end of the evening?
Yeah.
Did you know that they were all members of the lacrosse team from that school?
No.
Okay. You never saw Austin that night, right?
No.
Because he was outside throwing up and ill from drinking, right?
What I
How
heard.
do you know?
Sustained. So hold on a minute, Attorney Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury court's going to strike the the witness's response to that particular question, and I'm going to ask you to not consider the question, and you'll learn that questions are not evidence, okay? So the stricken response, not evidence, not to be considered. You'll hear more about stricken evidence at the end of the evidence.
I don't
And
like
the question
guacamole.
obviously is not to be considered evidence either. Thank you.
You didn't see Austin that night, right?
No.
And these three folks that come out the door, you say that they confronted you about coming there, prevented you from going inside, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, you claim that they didn't care about that, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said they didn't care that you told them that you had been invited.
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, you told us, didn't say anything to you, right?
No, he was speaking to Griffin.
I've said this a million times. I don't like barbecue sauce in Denmark because it has a lot of fake smoke in it. I tried barbecue in Tennessee this time. We went to a barbecue joint the last day, Pete's Barbecue or Pete something. If Wallstrom gets here, he can tell you. And I tried some of their ribs, and it was amazing. It tasted really, really good, really, really tender. I had mac and cheese for the first time in my life. Really liked it. I had a lot of things I haven't had before. I had a fully loaded waffle, great, with I don't know what was in it. It was great. I found out I like barbecue, but I just don't like barbecue sauce because it just tastes like fake smoke. And I could just buy a packet of cigarettes if I want that taste in my mouth.
Oh my God. That's
It's really bad. I
dramatic.
hate fake smoke because
Really?
when we were deployed, we filled our fire wound treatment pond, which absolutely wasn't a swimming pool. We filled that with fake smoke, so they had to clean it out the day we went home. They got a little mad.
Oh, yeah, that'd be terrible. You're a
It was
rebel.
Mr. Snyder who was having this interaction with you, right?
Yes.
And you saw him on that photo and identified him as wearing that red hoodie that evening.
Well,
correct?
I like lemon. I
And
just
in
don't
fact,
like
you say that
citrus
Mr. Snyder
flavors.
asked you for a beer and you told him, yeah, sure, right?
Mhm.
You gave him a beer.
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle asked you if he could have a beer and you said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And you gave him a beer, right?
Trying to be a peacemaker.
You gave both of them a beer that night, correct?
Yes.
Griffin Marcinzik was right there when that happened.
Yes.
No, because you have a tradition of making real barbecue, and I like that.
Were you blocking his view so that he couldn't see you give the beers to?
I had biscuits and gravy. That was really well. It needed a little salt. I don't know what they make with the gravy, but there's not enough salt. It was the same with the mac and cheese. It needed some salt to beat out. It's very watery, very milky, but then a little salt. Daddy likey. Thank you, Shizzy, for telling me that little trick.
Daddy,
These
like,
two people.
Griffin?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Do you recall where Griffin was?
I believe he was right next to me.
And that wasn't enough for Mr. Snyder, right? He
No.
decided he was going to grab those beers from you.
Yes.
Mr. Valle didn't grab the beers from you.
No.
Mr. De Silva, did you see him?
Yes.
He didn't say anything to you.
No.
He didn't grab the beers from you.
No.
Ultimately, Snyder grabs the beers from you. You said you were trying to be cool and make some friends.
Yes.
And at that point, you got upset with Snyder, right?
Yes.
You said you weren't going to stand for this, right?
Yes.
You were.
Yeah, of course I tried the salt shaker, but I have been raised in a way that most heathens don't understand. You taste the food before you add condiments to it because this is how the chef believed that it should taste. But as soon as I ate it and said, this is a little bland, she said, this is how gravy is. You need to put salt on it. And I thought, if this is how gravy is, hey, Chef Master, you make gravy every day. Put some effing salt in that. Oh, so we can't serve it to anyone. I don't care. I want my gravy.
Upset at that point,
I
right?
I wasn't gonna get pushed out and bullied.
You
I
said, "I'll
tried
fight
some
you right now for
fancy
this beer,"
grits.
right?
Yes, I did.
They were not great.
And you put your hands up to fight.
Yes.
And y'all make it out into the driveway from the garage, right? And we saw the video there.
Yes.
And in that video, we see you and Mr. Snyder squared up, right?
Yes.
And you're circling a little bit for position, right? It's a fight going on,
Yeah.
right? You're not just standing there toe to toe like we see some old school bare knuckles boxers, right? You're moving around. You're circling.
A little bit, yes.
You bump
I
into
understand
Mr. Valle.
grits, but we
No,
got fancy
no,
grits.
don't bump
Not
into Mr.
good.
No, I do not bump into Mr. Valle.
Where was Mr. Valle?
He was hiding behind me.
Hiding behind you?
You could say that, yes.
Hiding behind what?
Me. Just he was behind me. I
He
didn't know
was
he was
just
there.
behind you,
Yeah,
right? He
he was-
wasn't hiding.
Sure.
You were aware he was there.
No.
You knew there was a circle of people around you watching, correct?
Yes.
And you were circling for position.
No.
You were just going to stand still and let Mr. Snyder come towards you.
I wouldn't really say it was circling, but it was more of just like a little like get a better position. You could say that, yeah.
You're not just going to stand still and let somebody who you've just challenged to a fight just come at you and start throwing blows, right?
Well, in all honesty, that was my first fight ever that night. I never had been in a fight before that, so I very well could have been standing right there. I don't have a fighting background.
Okay. But you saw the video.
Yes,
You'd agree you were moving,
a little bit, yes.
right? You weren't just standing there. And you told us that Mr. Valle comes out and he sucker punches you, right?
Yes.
He didn't tackle you.
No,
He didn't throw any more blows than that, correct?
not that I'm aware of, no.
In fact, he moves away from you and gives more space after this interaction, right?
What interaction?
The interaction where you say he sucker punched you.
Yeah.
At that point, you come forward and you tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
Get him down on the ground, right?
Mhm.
You go off the screen, right? We can't see the rest of that as you guys are sort of behind a minivan. And at that point, people come in and they're trying to break it up, right?
No, not really.
No?
No.
Well, did you see Emily Robinson in that video coming in?
I don't know who that is.
Um,
I'm making
Did you
red
see any of the
velvet
girls
cake
that were
on.
there coming
That,
in?
I'll
did you hear
not
any
make
of
the cream filling. I'll
Um,
make something.
Fair to say your attention was focused
something
on
good.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, he had this helmet on, correct?
Yes.
He had that helmet on the whole time, right?
No,
No, you believe he took that helmet off?
he did take that helmet off.
You believe he took that helmet off?
I see it in the video. Yes.
In the video, you see him take the helmet off?
Yes.
And what does he do with it?
He smashes me in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Hits me again in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Not sure.
Does he put it back on?
I don't know.
So it's your testimony, sir, that he takes the helmet off of his head,
Mhm.
swings it at you, and hits you with it twice.
Yes.
And then you're not sure if he puts it back on or not.
No, the video is over.
And ultimately, somebody pulls you by the neck up off the ground, you said?
Yes.
So you would agree somebody was trying to break this thing up?
Yes.
Do you know who it was that pulled you off? And at that point, you said, Mama Lifer gave you your beer back.
Yes.
And you guys took off, right?
Yep.
You and Griffin went down to the end of the driveway, and you got a ride from the girls that we saw in the photograph later,
Yes.
right? And it appeared that a number of the folks in there, including yourself, were holding blue cans of Bud Light. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that you were holding a blue can of Bud Light?
I believe I had the box in my hand.
Okay. A number of the girls were holding what appeared to be blue cans of Bud Light. Correct?
Yeah.
So y'all were drinking in the car on the way back to where you went, which was back to Ms. Ritzik's house?
I don't recall if I was.
There was drinking going on in the car.
I'm sure.
You
Yes.
can see that at least.
I don't know.
Well, you gave them those Bud Lights, right?
I don't recall.
In any event, you got back to Natalia's house.
Yes.
They dropped you off there.
Yes.
You do recall that?
Them dropping us off there?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were there for about 10 minutes before you got picked up by Charlie Connery, right?
Yes.
How did Charlie Connery?
If Jamie wasn't just here to look at these varsity boys, I would find something else. I watched that video more than pictures of my own kids.
know to come and pick you up from Natalia Ritzik's
I
house?
don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Well, you told us that about a week earlier you'd been added to the basketball group chat, right?
Yes.
And that basketball group chat, that included Griffin Marcinzik, right?
Yes.
Did that include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
Did it include Sal Perry,
I don't know.
Michael Samperry?
I don't know.
Did it include Alex Bernston?
I don't know.
Did it include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody that was included on this group chat that you got added to.
I didn't know anybody in that group chat other than a few of my Shelton friends.
Oh, okay. Well, which of your Shelton friends did you know in that group
Just
chat?
ones that weren't involved in anything.
Like who?
Like Michael Kinnick, for example.
That's the only one of your friends that you knew that was in that?
Yeah.
How many people were on that group chat?
I don't know.
10?
I don't know.
15?
Don't know.
20?
Stop fucking lying. This is like when my mom asked me, how many beers did you have last night? I didn't drink beer. You weren't drinking? I didn't drink beer. Were you drinking? I didn't drink any beer yesterday. And then I downed a bottle of vodka. There was a reason why I puked all over the place. It wasn't because I was sick. And my mom didn't buy it, and I'm not buying this either.
This questioning is goofy.
You have no idea how many people were on that basketball group chat.
No.
That you told us was about a lot of shit talking, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know anybody that was on it.
Sustained.
I don't believe a word out of it.
And somehow, Charlie Connery knew to come pick you up at Natalia Ritzik's and take you over to Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yep.
Had you had plans that night to go to Tyler Rich's house already? No. And along the way, you told Charlie Connery about what had happened at Five Lace Brook, right?
You already had known.
How did he already know?
I don't know.
How do you know? Speculation.
Sustained. Again. All right, so Mr. Hines, I'm going to ask you to just pause in between the questions so council can go forward.
On Wednesday, we do arms because if you want a chick chucking your meat bat while you're stroking a hairy cat, your arms better be effing swole. I actually did. Back and by today and for arms.
Back and by.
Thank you for noticing, Brenda.
Forearms?
Yeah,
What do you do for forearms?
I do. You have the cable, and you just have like a low weight, and then you just kind of like when you're sitting with a bar and rolling it up, but you're just sitting with the
Okay.
cable, so there's tension all the way up and down. Do it slowly. It's really good. It'll put some mass on your forearm, and then I do some static exercises, just holding stuff to try and get some grip strength. That'll also make it pop. Look at all that muscle. And again,
Yeah.
guys, the forearm is the part of your body and your calf that you'll show to the ladies most of the time. It doesn't help that you have a bicep because you're not going around showing it. Make sure you train your forearms and your calves. Those are the only two parts of your body a lady will see until she says yes to seal the deal. Work smarter, not harder.
Mhm.
Jamie, by sealing the deal, I mean
All the way, home run.
well, at least second base.
Hmm. Oh, a double play is that bad.
And training your form is really good because the older you get, the more you will need your grip strength. So make sure you do a lot of these type of exercises and just take a plate of how much you can take 245s or something like that and just grab them. Maybe not 45s. Start with 20s. Just grab them like this at the rim and just hold them until you can't hold them anymore. It's a really good grips strength builder. This has been Training with Baker for today. I am on the slide to say hi. Hobby is sleeping. I try not get online when Hobby is home. Play nice with others. I have been playing not nice with people today, but thank you, Spire. I have actually ratioed Caffey Daffy today when she went online and said, "You people should stop harassing people," because someone who had a known mental disorder self-deleted, and she used that to go and say, "Don't harass witnesses." And I went on and said, "Hey, you stream with people, amongst them Plevin, who said someone should self-delete, and Krusty, who is one white pointed bedsheet away from being able to live in the southern states somewhere in 1896. Did you see what she said about that juror number one? Hey,
No.
Grok, what's Uncle Tom?
Oh, yeah, I did. Never mind.
Absolutely not racist at all.
Oh my God, that's so cringe.
Yeah. She deleted that, but internet is forever. But I ratioed Caffey Daffy on her own tweet. Back by other chest, tries, shoulders, and then legs. No, back by forearms. Next day, you do chest and tries. I do my shrugs with my buys, and I'll do my shoulders with my chest and tries, because you already work your shoulders when you're doing all your back exercises, so not to overload them. And then you have one day doing legs.
Nice.
And 2 medium days, 1 light with high reps, and then go kill yourself days where you just pound the shit out of your muscle. If you have the time, do a 3-day split with 1 day rest, then a 3-day split. That's why you have to rotate that much, because I go to the gym too much. Long showers are good for forearms. No, it's good for forearm. The problem is it's a uni, because you always have a dominant hand.
Oh my
My
Lord.
forearms are 2 inches around, never had calves. Hockey is a fixed ankle sport, and if I get divorced, I'm out of the game. Just lay on the beach and send typos. Well, then you'll have to eat her avocado toast, or else you're toast.
Gross. Who
So-
eats avocado toast? Sorry if anyone does, but ugh.
Yeah.
With his objection. So once he objects, please refrain from providing an answer. Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry.
And again, direction to the jury, the last response should be stricken from
Yeah, but Kate Peters is not far from being a very, very disgusting person.
evidence. Thank you.
You say he already knew when he came to pick you up about the fight at Five Lakes Brook.
Yes,
How did you know that he already knew?
because he asked me about it.
He asked you about the fight
Yes.
by Lazy Brook.
Mhm.
And based upon that question, you determined he already knew about it.
Yes.
I learned
And-
from MG, you only pitch one-handed.
How long did it take you to get over to Tyler Rich's house?
Another 10 minutes.
Any drinking along the way?
Not that I recall. No.
Avocado feels like sour cream.
You
in the
told
mouth.
us
It's
yesterday that you
horrible.
weren't involved on that group chat, right?
Oh,
No.
okay.
But then you told us today
That is
in
not
fact,
even on
maybe
the
you had
same
sent a
level.
message, just one message, right?
Yes.
What was that message?
Saying that they were pussies for jumping me at the Lifer household.
And to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No.
You didn't send out the address?
No.
But somebody did, didn't they?
I believe so. Yes.
On that group chat, right?
I would assume so. Yes.
Well, you wouldn't assume so. You told us you were aware of that group chat. It was going off and it was buzzing in your pocket when you told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you would look at it from time to time and just say, oh, that's nothing. I'm not worried about that, right?
Yeah.
Except today you told us, in fact, no, you had been involved. You would agree that's different than just looking at it and ignoring it, right?
This is before, like, I was at the Rich's house. I was not.
I
sending
hate
any
sour
texts.
cream.
This was all like before I even got picked up by Charlie.
Do you recall speaking to officers on May 15th at about noon when you were at St. Vincent's Hospital?
Slightly.
Officers Millington and Nugent came in and they talked to you while you were there, right?
Yes.
And you told them that your friends and you had reached out to the kids who jumped you and told them to come to Tyler Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen Drive now that you had your friends with you, right?
I don't recall that. No.
You don't recall that.
No.
Of course not.
Do you generally, in your everyday speaking, say that?
Because all of them were assholes who told the other guys pull up and they wanted to fight them. But they don't want to sit there and say that in a murder case. They want to be Sunday school boys. I eat a lot of things. There's certain consistencies I don't like in my mouth. And one of them is sour cream. I find it disgusting. I don't like potato salad. I don't like... my sister says I eat like a 5-year-old, but that's not true. I eat like a 5-year-old who has a very specific palate. But I just adjust, and it's not a problem for me. Everyone's always, oh, don't you like? How about dip? Well, I don't like dip, so it's not my problem. I don't eat chips with dip anyway because
So
chips have flavor. So you don't need dip.
French onion dip is so good, though.
I don't like dip. What the F is going on here? We are a bunch of goat milk latte drinking, avocado toast eating Nancy's in here. I'm sick and effing tired of it. Nobody is eating avocado. Wednesday is mandatory leg day. Get 90. Yeah. Put 90 kilos on the leg press and go to town. Do slow burns because 90 kilos is what a 5-year-old should be lifting. But hey, Brandon, he said it. He has skinny legs. Hit the leg press. Do 3 seconds down, 3 seconds up. Your thighs will explode after, but you will feel great. And your booty will feel like it's made of steel tomorrow. The day after, your toilet would feel like it's way too small, but or way too low is not too small. But do those 3 second leg presses. Great. And don't do donkey kicks. Donkey kicks is a waste of time if you want to build glutes.
You don't recall something?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you recall speaking to detectives on June 9th around 3:30 with your parents at your home, Detective Giannotti and Bango?
I like salsa.
Somewhat. Yes.
Do you recall telling them that someone from the Shelton High School group texted
never had
the St.
ranch.
Joe's
I don't
kids
know
and
what it
challenged
is.
them to show up at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I do recall that. Yes.
You do recall that.
No, I like
So
heat.
again, it's not that you were just feeling your phone buzz and thinking, gosh, I don't want to pay attention to this. I don't have any idea what's going on. You were aware of what was happening, right?
No.
Well, how were you not aware of what was happening?
Because I wasn't reading the text messages.
I have
just saw
made
the
chocolate chip
notifications.
cookies on the stream.
But you texted on that same group chat, right?
Hours previously.
Hours previously.
Yeah.
Hours previously, you told these kids that they were pussies, correct?
Yes.
On this group chat,
Yes.
correct? What time was that?
Around like 8 or 9 o'clock.
Funny enough, Brussels sprouts, I like them, but they kind of taste like bad breath. But
Ugh.
they're good if you're having a roast and some thick brown gravy. Oh, Brussels sprouts are great.
So at least around 8 or 9 o'clock, you knew that you could use that basketball group chat to text with these.
Can one of the mods ban MLS? I won't see stuff like that in my chat. I have massive legs. It's one of the few things that I have that's massive. And sadly, they make everything seem smaller.
God.
St. Joe's kids?
Yes.
Sir, would it surprise you if you learned that those kids weren't added to that group chat until after 5 Lazy Brook?
I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
You're telling us that you texted these kids using this basketball group chat between 8 to 9 o'clock, right?
I believe so, yes.
Told them that they were pussies, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell them to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive because now you had your friends with you.
I did not tell them that, no.
You didn't tell them that.
I did not.
Or you don't recall
I
telling
did
them that.
not tell them that, no.
I have done a few baking shows, but it's rare. But I will be doing a red velvet cake this Saturday. But I got some weird American recipe with American. Luckily, I do have the measuring cups. I was gifted that last year when I was in Tennessee, so I can use those weird cups. I don't know what that means. But I won't be because it says make a cheese cream or whatever you call it.
Cream cheese icing goes on red velvet cake.
Yeah, absolutely no effing way am I going to use that horrible product. So I'll probably make like a raspberry foam instead and use that. Jamie,
He's ruining it.
shut
Red
up.
velvet cake is my favorite dessert. And you're
Yeah,
ruining
I'm
it.
going to make it better.
You're using box.
Did somebody tell them that?
Sorry, Jamie lost connection.
I'm sure.
You know somebody told them that, right? You were part of that group chat. You had to open it up and text on that group chat, right?
I don't object.
Sustained.
Asked and answered. Any
Sustained.
calls for speculation?
So you would agree that when you texted on that group chat, you would have to open it up. You couldn't just look at the notification, right?
No, you can just look at the notification.
In order to text something back,
I wasn't texting anything back
you were texting on that group chat, right?
beforehand.
And in order to text on the group chat, you had to open the group chat, right?
Yes.
And you were with Griffin.
Let's be honest, guys. A red velvet cake is a chocolate cake. That's just because of the way the acid from the vinegar works with the chocolate. It turns red. So it's going to be a chocolatey flavored cake. Why put more fatty chocolate, fatty taste around it? You put a little acidic in there, like a little raspberry, to break up all that fat chocolate. Jamie, I'm going to bake a cake for you sometime in the US, and you'll sit there and say, my mind is blown. You can bake without 4 packages of pre-made stuff, and it doesn't have to taste like I'm chewing on sugar and fat at the same time. You nuance it. Sugar, fat, and acid. It's amazing.
In Marcinsic, right?
Right.
Yes.
And you could
Prove
see
me
where Griffin
wrong.
Marcinsic was, right?
When?
When he was with you in the car?
Yes.
When he was with you at the Ridzik house?
Yes.
When he was with you when Charlie Connery came to pick you up?
Yes.
You were side by side most of the time, right?
No.
Not in the car?
No.
Where was Griffin in the car?
Which car?
Well, where was Griffin in Charlie Connery?
No food color.
I don't know.
Where were you?
In the back seat.
You couldn't see Griffin texting?
It
Did you see his
is.
phone out?
Yes.
It got cocoa in it.
Did you
That's
see
how we
his
make
phone open?
chocolate cakes.
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
You think he just had his phone out in his hand, but you saw that, but you don't know if it was open or not.
I'm not sure. No.
What'd you see him doing with the phone when you saw him with it?
I don't know.
What were y'all talking about on the way there?
No, that's bakers who get told that you need to use cream frosting. That's the number one.
Just what had happened.
With Charlie?
Like in Charlie's car?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's you, Charlie, and Griffin in the car, right?
Yes.
And you guys are talking about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook.
Objection, asked and answered.
Yes.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And you're talking about what is going to happen next when you get to Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
And there's no talk about payback or anything like that, right?
It's supposed to be the chemical reactions between the cocoa powder and the vinegar. But if you're like Jamie and says, you can only bake if it comes from a box, then maybe you need some food color. I'm going to do it the OG way. I'm going to use real ingredients because I have a belief that everyone can do it with real ingredients and should do it because it's better for you. You don't get all of these preservatives in your body. And it's way easier than people think. Most of the time, making a real cake will take the same amount of time as making a box cake. If it doesn't turn high red, hey, it'll taste like cocoa anyway, and it'll have a wonderful raspberry cream that everyone will like when they eat it. Except Jamie, who hates raspberry, and she wants a ranch dressing cream frosting.
Okay, now you're going a little far. But cream cheese
You would-
frosting is so good.
No.
Make like a meatloaf cake. Put some ranch on it. That sounds good.
That's just a meatloaf
And
because you make it
so-
in a bread tin.
There's this basketball group chat that you've now told us you actually did participate in which there's a lot of shit talking, but nothing's going on like that on the way to the house in Charlie Connery's car, right?
No.
You guys are just calm, cool, collected,
I got a recipe yesterday. I hope
not
it's good.
excited,
No.
not angry about what happened.
No.
Nobody's saying, hey, we should text these kids and get them to come over here.
I was not. No.
You weren't.
I was not.
Was Griffin?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
It is the cocoa powder. It needs to go in and react with. But it's correct. You need the vinegar and
You
baking
told us
soda
yesterday
to mix
that when you
together
got to
get the
Tyler Rich's
reaction.
house, everybody already knew about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
How many people were there when you got to the house?
20 or 30.
And you told us yesterday you didn't really care, though, right?
No.
You didn't really care. Why did you text these guys and tell them that they were pussies?
Because I had been jumped.
So you did care.
I'd been jumped.
You did care.
Not really,
Helen,
no.
you're not the only
Didn't
one.
anger you?
No.
Didn't upset you?
No.
Didn't make you want
Yeah,
to
I'm not putting food coloring in it. You Americans must learn that you
you
can
went to
eat
school with
things
Tyler
that
Rich?
doesn't
Yes.
look
You played football with Tyler Rich.
Yes.
like the box.
He was a couple years older than you.
Yes.
And he was a captain.
It'll
of the football
taste
team
great.
for 1 year while you were there.
We go for flavor, not
You've
flash.
been to his house before.
Yes.
You knew to go in through the Bilko doors on the side, right?
Yes.
You knew when you got there that there was going to be some drinking going on.
Yes.
And you said that people were coming up to you and questioning you, and they already knew about what had happened, right?
Yes.
Who came up to you and questioned you about it?
I don't recall.
Well, you told us yesterday Jimmy McGrath was one of the first ones to come up to you, right?
He was one of the people that did come up to me.
And he came up to you and asked you about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
I think that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did his demeanor and his questioning indicate to you that he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Did it indicate to you that he was concerned about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
He wasn't concerned.
No. He just wanted to hear what happened.
So it didn't indicate to you that he was excited in any way about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way that he was upset about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way to you that he was angry about it?
No.
It's just calm, cool, collected. First thing he asked you was, hey, what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Pretty much.
Objection
Yes.
calls for hearsay.
I'll allow it.
Do you remember anybody other than Jimmy McGrath coming up to you and asking you about it?
No.
But everybody there already knew, you told us, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that it was more than just Jimmy McGrath that came up to you and asked you about it, right?
Certainly. Yes.
And in fact, there was some conversation that occurred, right?
With
Everybody that was there yesterday. Conversation, hanging out, people drinking.
yes.
And one of the main topics of conversation was what had happened to you at 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
You told us you only drank one beer at that time, right?
Yes.
How do you know it was only one beer?
Because it was only one beer.
You recall that?
Yes.
All that.
And people were planning to reach out to these kids and ask them to come over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
I believe so.
You know so, right? Because your phone's buzzing and going off and people are talking about it. And there's talk about getting these kids over there, isn't there?
Just do it caveman style. Go grab that gym chick you work out with and drag her into your kitchen. Make sure she empties the dishwasher before cooking. She is probably the worst person in the kitchen. She can't bake, so she makes me bake cakes for her kids. And she can't cook, so her husband cooks for her. Actually, I think I'm like her side husband. Well, it feels like being married. No smacks and all work. So No, I'm not going to use her anywhere near my kitchen. The only thing she's good for is eating what comes out of the oven, not putting anything in there. So denied.
Denied.
I'm not sure.
And at one point, Griffin Marcinzik texts the address and a picture of 43 Laurel Glen Drive on this group chat to these kids, correct?
I don't know.
And then you told us at some point a car shows up outside, right?
Yes.
And that car is a Honda Pilot, right?
Yes.
And nobody was surprised by that, were they?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, they knew that car was going to show up. They texted it to come there, right?
Objection. That
Sustained.
And so because nobody is surprised, everybody empties out of the house to go confront the car, right?
No.
How many people emptied out of the house to go confront the car?
I don't know.
Well, you told us yesterday that at least 10 to 15 approached the vehicle, right?
Yes, but that's not everybody.
No, that's about half of you, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes.
And you could be wrong about 10 to 15. You would agree?
Yeah.
Could have been more, could have been 20.
Could have been less.
Could it have been more?
I don't know.
And you told us yesterday that the car parked right in front of the drive, right?
No, it was not exactly right in front of the driveway, but it was a little farther back. It was about halfway in front of the driveway.
Mr. Hines, I'm just going to come around you. I don't want to surprise you, but I'm going to come around this up on the easel behind you. And it's exhibit number 52, state's exhibit number 52.
Yep. No.
Try not to drop it today. And if you would, can you show us where that vehicle parked when it showed up that first time?
It's not in that frame.
It's not in
I
that.
don't like
frame.
coleslaw.
So it's not that
I
close
don't
to the
know
driveway.
if crack is good for you.
Back here.
I don't like cheesecake.
Coffee
So
rack.
here.
That sounds good.
All right. We are going to use state's exhibit 49. Just do all these off. Can you see state's exhibit 49 on your screen there?
Yep.
Looking at that, do you see the driveway in front of 43 Lower Glen?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the what looks like some sort of pathway down to the house across the street?
Yes.
And do you see the corner of the intersection of Adams and Lower Glen Drive?
Yes, I do.
And do you see what appears to be a sewer or drainage grate there?
Yes.
And do you see across the street on the other side of Laurel Glen from 43, sort of area of large trees there?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've oriented ourselves, can you describe for us where that vehicle parked when it first showed?
More near the bushes across the street.
More near these, would you agree maybe these are trees given their apparent height?
Yes.
So you think that the vehicle parked more near trees on the opposite side of Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah.
And so in relation to the driveway, you would agree that that is not near the driveway?
It was like that general area.
Okay, somewhere over there, closer to the curb on that side of the street?
Oh, no, they were in the middle of the road.
They're in the middle of the road.
Yes.
There were other cars parked up and down the street as well, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now we've got the vehicle out there, and you told us that 10 to 15 of you approached the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you got right next to the vehicle, you didn't talk to anyone, right?
No.
But you noticed that, in fact, these were the
I
kids
still don't.
that had been told on the basketball group chat to come to 43 Lower Glen Drive, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't know, but you
You
also
noticed
have those.
that these
prayer
were
beads,
Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva,
armbands.
and Mr. Valle in the car, you told us, right?
Yes.
Those were the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
And these were, therefore, the kids that had been told to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I've been saying this every time someone has told you where the car was parked. It's a new place. It's horrible. I don't know what happened outside of that house other than one kid passed away. 3 others had holes in them. How and when it happened, I have no idea. I know there were no chicky nuggies and there was some WD-40 or something.
PB
Again, it didn't
blaster.
surprise you that those kids had showed up, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
You don't remember whether or not you were surprised that they showed up?
No.
Didn't you just tell us moments ago that you weren't surprised? And that car was facing towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
That's at the other end of the street, right?
That is at the other end of the street, yes.
Yes.
Sir. Okay. And you noticed the three that I just mentioned, as well as Mackenzie Trafficante.
Yes.
How did you know Mackenzie?
I just knew who she was from social media.
And you said the 10 or 15 of you approached the vehicle and someone had a conversation, right?
Yes.
And you were standing right beside the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were on the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I was kind of going back and forth,
When you say back and forth between what 2 points?
like the driver's side and the passenger side.
So you were going back and forth around the vehicle from one side to the other?
Yeah.
Behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Was anybody else going back and forth with you?
I don't know.
Who else was there at the vehicle with you?
I don't know.
You don't know any of the other people that were at the vehicle with you?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich there?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal there?
No.
Did you see Michael Sampier?
We have two different descriptions of what it was in the can. It was either VD40 or PB Blaster. Two people said VD40, one said PB Blaster. Again,
Yeah.
nothing adds up in this case. This is so annoying. I am.
It is an annoying case.
Harry there?
Because
Did you
nobody's
see Southgate?
actually seen him with
Did you see
the
Alex Bernson there?
with
No.
the knife
Did you
either.
see Matthew
Well,
Markovich there?
the kid who just said,
Tina
yeah,
Chance
I
there?
walked away.
You didn't see Tyler Rich there?
Yeah, that one. But you know
So
what I'm
10 or
saying?
15
Like
of you
nobody
there.
actually saw
Yeah,
him.
These are all
doing it.
friends that you'd had and played football with at least since the 8th grade.
Yes.
But you can't tell who was there with you at the car.
No.
You heard voices.
Yes.
Whose voices did you hear?
I don't know.
You said you heard someone having a conversation.
Yes.
Who was that was having the conversation?
I don't know.
Well, you said that initially that conversation was normal, right?
Yes.
When you say normal, what do you mean by normal conversation?
Like the one me and you are having right now.
Okay. So it was just a questioning back and forth. Hey, how you doing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any mention of McDonald's?
No.
You didn't think this was an Uber that had showed up to deliver something, right?
No.
And you can't tell us who was having this conversation, but it seemed to be a normal conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Right. And then you said, then it became aggressive, right?
Yes.
It didn't just get aggressive, right?
What do you mean by that?
Somebody did something for it to become aggressive, for it to change, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see Tyler Rich reach inside the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich put his body halfway into the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Aiden King at the car?
No.
And then you told us that cans started getting thrown at the car, right?
Yes.
Again, sir, they didn't just start getting thrown, right?
Yes.
No, somebody threw something, right?
They threw a can. Yes.
Yes. It didn't just start from nothing, right?
I don't know.
Well, you've described it as cans just started getting thrown at the car.
From what I was aware of, yes, that's what had happened.
But then you told us that you threw a can at the car.
Yes, I did.
So it didn't just start getting thrown, you threw a can at the car.
I didn't start throwing the cans.
Okay, you joined in with the throwing of the cans.
Yes, I did.
You would agree that it was other people, not some anonymous entity that was throwing cans at the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And those people that were throwing cans at the vehicle were aggressive. Would you agree?
They were aggressive, you said?
Yes.
Sure.
That's an aggressive act, right?
Yeah.
What would you expect the response to be to a can being thrown?
I'm not sure.
That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What did you intend to happen when you threw the can at the car?
For my can to hit the car?
You wanted those kids to get out of the car, right?
No.
You heard somebody say, leave or get out.
No.
You didn't want them to get out of the car.
I didn't hear them say that. I didn't want them to get out of the car. I didn't care if they got out of the car.
You didn't want them to get out of the car. You didn't care if they got out of the car. So why'd you throw the can at the car?
I just wanted to throw the can at the car.
Is that a normal thing for you to want to do?
No.
Why did you want to throw a can at that car?
No, you
So-
didn't miss anything. It's the same question, the same answers over and over and over and over again.
Do you generally just do what you see other people doing, even if it's criminal?
No.
But in this instance, something about the occasion made you want to do that.
Yes.
What was it about the occasion that made you want to do that?
I don't know.
In any event, you threw a can and you hit the car. And other people were throwing cans too, right?
Yes.
Were you still circling around the vehicle while you did this?
No.
Where were you now?
I was on the passenger side.
On the passenger side.
Yes.
Who did you see on the passenger side?
I don't remember.
How many other people were on the passenger side?
This stuff is
it-
bothering me.
Maybe
Oh my
five.
God.
5 people on
Yeah.
the passenger side?
Maybe.
How many
In
people
Denmark,
were
it's
on
called
the
pizza
driver's
toppings,
side?
not
I don't know.
pizza cheese as well.
More people were on the other side, right?
I don't know.
Objection. You said you didn't know.
Sustained.
Did you see other people on the other side?
Yes.
So there were other people.
Enjoy it, brokenhearted.
Yes.
You just don't know how many.
No.
Or you know, but you won't tell us.
I don't know how many.
Sustained.
You never saw Tyler Rich on the driver's side of the vehicle.
No.
You saw in the picture yesterday of the vehicle that it had a defect in the windshield, right?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were on the passenger side?
No.
You saw it in that video, in that picture though, didn't you?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
No.
And you didn't see anybody throw anything from that vehicle, did you?
Not that I recall. No.
You didn't see anybody put their hands on the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody kick the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody rock the vehicle?
No.
But at some point you said the car pulled away and started driving back and forth really fast, right?
Yes.
But they weren't throwing anything out the windows.
No.
And at that point, you were in the driveway, you told us.
Yes.
And who else was in the driveway with you?
I don't remember.
Were there other people in the driveway with you?
I'm sure there was.
Was Faison Teal in the driveway?
I don't know.
Was Tyler Rich in the driveway?
I don't know.
Can you tell us anybody who was in the driveway with you?
Yeah, this is what we know from this
But you
case.
told us you were talking to the person that was next to you, right?
Yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness, this kid. All of these kids, really.
Yeah, it's
said at
everyone.
some
It's the
point
same we see
You
all
do
the time.
remember that the car stopped at the corner near Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
The charges is 1 unaliving and 3 assaults. These are the 3 charges, 4 charges he has.
Yeah.
Three assaults and 1 unaliving. He was offered 2 plea deals. Both of them were 40 years in prison. He denied both of them.
He could face
I
up
still-
to 60 with these charges. So
Yeah, he can face up to 60 with these charges, but I still believe that the jury most likely will find him guilty, but I have no clear idea what happened that day. And but again, I don't trust juries.
mhm. But these kids are not
As-
telling the full story.
As proof of concept, I had 2 beers over 4 hours. It was 9% beers maybe, but 2 beers can be done. Yeah, I can drink 2 beers in 4 hours. But these are drinking light beer. I could probably down 2 beers in 15 minutes. And if it's light beer, I don't know because I'm not lefty.
Where were you standing at that point?
When it stopped,
Yes.
I believe I was in the driveway still.
I haven't seen the charging document, but
You
I
told
haven't
us
seen anything about
But
it.
you did remember that Tyler Rich, at that point, was running down the street after the car, right?
Yes.
Where had he been before he was running down the street after the car?
I don't know.
But you remember that he was running down the street after the car.
Yes.
I have actually done that twice. The first case was, well, it wasn't halfway through. It was a DP case out of Texas with a border guard who unalived his kid and his mistress. The DP part of the case got so boring, we left and found probably one of the best cases we have ever covered on this channel, the Bradley Yawn case. And we covered the Valle murder case with Judge Darrow, and I know a lot of people get angry, but we stopped after 3 days because she was impossible to watch. She just, I know I talk a lot, but she talks more than I do. And we stopped 3 days in and moved on to, was that the Laurie Shaver we jumped to that? No, that was the Nicholas Mew case. We jumped over to that, which was a good case to cover, not a good case. It ended in a way I didn't think it should, but that's where we went
Yeah,
after.
that was definitely a self-defense, but
That was better than the Vicene case.
yeah, we
So
got rid of that one. 'Cause Darrow is, oof. She's hard to
Or
listen to.
really tough sitting her saying the same things over and over again. And there's nothing really on right now. If something new had started up, yeah, I might have considered this, because this is just the same question, same answers, the same pictures. And I have a small hope that the state will rest today, because this is the last stabbing with victim. So hopefully, when we already had the ME and the lead investigator, so hopefully we'll get the lead investigator back to wrap everything up and they can be done today.
Yeah.
I am a case jumper. When I was in politics, I also jumped parties because I am a bad person. But if the party moves, I stay where I am.
Anybody else with him?
There were some people, I don't know who they were though.
How many?
2 or 3.
2 or 3?
You and Marissa did it.
And you told us that you walked halfway down there
Was it
by
Mikela?
yourself, right?
Yes.
You weren't with
Wasn't
Tyler
me, it
Rich?
was-
No.
You weren't with Bezantio?
No.
You weren't with Enrique Fiola?
No.
And you said you were by the trees on the left-hand side of Laurel Glen, by pine trees just past 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You remember telling us that yesterday?
Yeah, like where the shade is in the picture.
But you weren't close enough to see what was going on, you told us.
No.
It's a Danish brewery called Mikkeleer. So you probably can't buy it anywhere else. I thought it was German, but it is actually a brewery in Copenhagen. So I got that one wrong. But they have some locations. I think it's only they do have around the world. If you are in Denmark, Holland, London, Paris, Switzerland, Berlin, Faroe Islands, Sweden, Oslo, Tallinn, somewhere in Japan, some other place in Japan, like 3 places of Japan. I think one of them is Tokyo. And that's Taipei, right? I think it's Taipei. You can have this beer. Other than that, I don't think you can buy it. But I had it in Copenhagen.
So at that
once.
point, you couldn't see Tyler Rich
It's a good
anymore?
beer.
At that
Not
point, you
too
couldn't
crazy.
see Bezantio?
No.
Couldn't see Enrico Fiola?
No.
Yeah. Well, 2
Did you see
L's.
Charlie Connery?
No.
Did you see Mr. Valley?
No.
You didn't see Mr. Valley emerge from the bushes on the other side?
No.
Did you see anybody throwing anything at that point?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything at that point?
Maybe they exported.
Where was the vehicle now?
Still at the end of the road.
Still at the end of the road, so you could see the vehicle?
Yeah.
What was it doing?
Parked.
Were the doors open?
Yes.
So you could see that the doors were open?
Yes.
And did you see anybody come out of the car?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know.
And where was Tyler Rich at that point?
I believe down at the car.
And sir, do you recall telling officers on June 9th when you spoke to them at your home that in fact you, Enrico Fiola, and Tyler Rich approached and told them to leave?
No, I don't.
You don't recall telling them?
No.
Did you tell them that?
I don't recall saying that.
You're telling us now that you only walked halfway down there, right?
Yes.
And you weren't close enough to see
I think this kid got stabulated 4 times.
what was going on.
No.
But you told us yesterday that people appeared to be talking.
Yes.
What was it about their appearance that led you to believe they were talking?
Like hand gestures, stuff like that. Just looked like they were having a conversation.
Civil conversation?
Yes.
Hand gestures like what?
Just normal hand gestures that you would say while you're having a conversation.
Didn't appear to be aggressive to you at that point?
Oh, we're 10 minutes behind and he's still on the
You
stand.
didn't throw anything down there at that point?
No.
You were done throwing things?
Yes.
Jesus.
And you weren't upset anymore at that point?
No.
And you watched that for 30 seconds before you went back to the house, correct?
Yes.
Through the Bilko doors, correct?
Yes.
Back inside to Tyler Rich's?
Yes.
And you said when you got back there, everyone seemed to be in there then, right?
Yes.
Did they pass you, the group of folks that you had seen down at the end of Farmhouse Lane?
No.
How did everyone get back in before you got back into the basement?
Because I was halfway down the street and not that many people walked there. Everybody just went inside.
Did you see Tyler Rich inside?
No.
Did you see Faison Teal inside?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lockovich inside?
No.
Did you see Alex Bernstein inside?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry inside?
No.
Did you see Michael C. Perry inside?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Tommy Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood inside?
No.
Who did you see?
Stop asking every single name. You're getting the same answer to everything, and you're just boring everyone to death. Am I going to cover the Walls case? Maybe. We just had a company meeting today discussing what we will be looking for, because everyone is kind of looking at Coburger. I think I might go another way, but that will already start in July. But I'm not sure the first case will be covered. But the second part, because the first one is CP, the second part is an unaliving, so that might be shown. But I might look into the Walls case. It looks a little excessive. But again, whenever Trooper Garino is looking at your digital evidence.
Inside.
I don't remember.
But everyone seemed to be in there.
Yes.
And did they all seem to be calm?
I don't remember.
Did they seem to be agitated in any way?
I don't remember.
What were they doing?
I don't remember. I just remember being in there and there's people in there.
So before, when everybody was in there and nobody had even arrived, everybody was interested in what had happened at Lazy Brook. You would agree?
Yes.
But
Yeah.
now, after all of this commotion, everybody's back in the basement, and you're telling us that nothing was going on. It was all just business as usual.
Yeah.
I can't remember
drinking
what
going
kind I taste, but I like IPAs.
And then you said you heard they're back, right?
Nope.
Who said they're back?
I don't know.
Whose voice was it?
I don't know.
Was it just one person?
I believe so.
And how did they say they're back?
They're back.
Just like that.
They're in the front yard. They're back. Just like that.
Just like, oh, they're in the front yard. They're back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not excited or agitated in any way.
No.
Not they're in the yard. Let's go. They're back.
No.
No, because you said instantly you were like, I'm going to go see what it is, right?
Yeah.
What did you think it was going to be?
I don't know.
Heard these
You
questions.
just were curious about what might be going on.
Yes.
So you decided, I'm going to go out and just see what it is.
Yes.
Did you walk leisurely back to the front yard?
Yes, I did.
Didn't run?
No.
But you told the state's attorney that you were anticipating a fight in the front yard, right?
No.
You said you anticipated a fist fight when you talked to him.
No.
You don't recall telling him before that you anticipated a fist fight when he was asking you about whether or not there were weapons?
No.
Were you anticipating a fist fight?
No, I really wasn't.
So the truth of the matter is, when you walked out there,
Yeah.
you were anticipating a fight because you wanted payback for 5 Lazy Brook, right?
No, I just walked out there to see who was out there.
Well, you'd heard they're back, right?
Yes.
That's what drew your attention going out there, right?
Yes.
You thought they're back meant you were going to see the kids in the pilot again, right?
Most likely, yes.
The kids that you had thrown the can at before, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't want payback.
No.
You weren't anticipating a fight.
No.
You didn't think, man, I've got 20 of my buddies from the Shelton High football team here. We got pretty good odds on our side.
No.
You were just curious.
Yes.
He told us that you walked into the yard and you were somewhere behind the red bush, right?
Yes.
And you saw, well, first off, when you were somewhere behind the red bush, did you see Tommy Connery?
No.
He wasn't in that area with you?
No. I remember I was one of the first people that walked outside.
You were one of the first people that walked outside?
Yes.
When you walked outside, did you see Face on Teal?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich?
No.
Who did you see when you walked outside?
The defendant in De Silva.
That's it?
Yes.
So you were the first one outside?
One of, yes.
Well, who else was out there with you?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know you were one of?
Because I can remember I never made it, like I was inside the basement, but I never like left the area of like where the stairs were, like to lead back outside through the corridors. So when somebody said they're here, I was already right there, right by the stairs. So I was one of the first person that stepped up the stairs and walked outside.
I thought you told us before that you
Yeah, we know we are asking all of these reasonable questions. The jury is just sitting there saying, yeah, he did this, and these people have holes in them. He's guilty.
had gotten back, went inside his house, and you're in the basement, and everyone seemed to be in there.
They were all in there, and I was one of the last people in there.
So now you're saying you didn't get into the basement, you were still on the stairs.
No, I was in there. I was just next to the stairs, like at the bottom of the steps, you can say.
The person who said they're back, were they inside or
I
outside?
don't know.
And you came back up the stairs and you went and you stood behind the red bush and you just saw these two people in the yard.
Yes.
Do you see the exhibit behind you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you still have the pointer with the little red tip on it?
I do.
Okay. Can you show us where you saw the two individuals?
They're right about in this area.
Okay, so they're back by the red bush.
Yes.
Beside the black truck?
Yeah.
In front of the cement square.
Around there, yeah.
They look like they were coming into the house.
I don't know.
That's the same path that people take to get to the Bilko doors, right?
Yes.
Where was Mr. De Silva?
He was behind the defendant.
Behind the defendant.
Yes.
Could you see him?
Yes.
So was he behind and to the side or directly behind you?
Behind and to the side.
Which side?
My right side. So
Because you're facing the streets.
Yes, I'm facing the street. So
So Mr. De Silva is on the side by what we've described before as Belgian blocks there that go along the side of the driveway.
yes.
And where was Mr. Valle?
In front of him and in like more like this area up here a little more.
So up close to the tree line.
Yeah.
And you were one of the first ones out, you told us.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything in Mr. De Silva's hands?
No.
Didn't see anything in Mr. Valle's hands?
No.
You didn't have a knife out that he was flashing around and saying, who wants some?
No.
In fact, he wasn't talking to you, right?
Who?
Mr. Valle.
About,
Well, he wasn't talking to you. He was asking, where's Aiden King, you told us.
well, he was talking to me, asking me where Aiden King was.
You thought he was asking you where Aiden King was?
Yes, he was.
Do you know Aiden King?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Aiden King?
Play football with him.
Do you know if he knows Mr. Valle?
I don't know.
Objection, Howie.
Sustained.
And you said that you interacted with them, right?
Yes.
And what did that interaction involve?
The defendant walked up with like his shirt up over his head, like trying to hide his face almost. And he was saying, where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Just repeatedly over and over again. And by this time it was me, Ty Wood, and Nikki DeJesus all next to each other. And we're like, don't worry about it. Like, it doesn't matter where he is. And I pulled the shirt off of his head and I was questioning him saying, like, what are you doing with that on your head? Why are you wearing a shirt on your head? You look
So
stupid.
you reached out and you put hands on Mr. Valle.
No, I just kind of like that. Because he had his shirt up on his head. So I just pulled it down.
Shirt was on his head.
Yes.
You reached out and touched the shirt.
Yes.
But that's not you putting hands on Mr. Valle.
Not in a physical way, no.
You thought you were straightening his shirt out for him, making sure he looked okay. To his
Yeah,
head.
I mean, I never really seen people put their shirt up on their head like that before. I didn't know what he meant by it.
You didn't tell him, Aiden, I don't know where Aiden is.
Yeah, I did say that.
Oh, you did?
I don't know where Aiden is.
I thought you told him, don't worry about it. I'm right here.
Pretty much is.
So that's not, I don't know where Aiden is, right?
I said all of it, yes.
You said, I'm right here.
I believe so, yes.
Indicating to him that you were the person he needed to deal with, right?
I was just the person in front of him.
The tip of the spear, so to speak.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were the first one that was confronting him, right?
Yeah, you said
And you told us that at this point, you know that you had been joined by at least two others that you've identified to us, right?
Yes.
And that was Ty Wood?
Yes.
And who was the other person?
Nikki DeJesus.
Can you show us on that exhibit behind you there where they were?
Right next to me?
Yes.
So like right in this area.
And there's now three of you at least.
Yes.
Was there anybody else out there?
Not that I know of, no.
So you think it was just the three of you and Mr. Valle?
Yes.
You weren't aware that other people had started to come out of the house?
No.
Could you hear other people?
No.
What was Mr. De Silva doing?
I don't know. He was kind of just standing behind and to the right. I wasn't really paying attention to him. Like after I took off the defendant's shirt off of his head, I was really just locked in, staring him right in the eyes. I wasn't worried about Mr. De Silva.
You were staring him right in the eyes?
Yes.
And you say he had his own shirt up over his head before you reached out and pulled it down. Were you standing in such a way that you were blocking anybody else's view from seeing Mr. Valle?
Objection, Howie, no.
Sustained.
You said after you pulled his shirt off of his head that he got crazy and started freaking out, right?
Yes.
Became very argumentative.
Yes.
Asked you, why'd you take his shirt off his head?
Yes.
Asked you, what are you doing touching me?
No.
I don't like stout beers.
He took a swing at you.
Who?
Mr. Valle.
No.
We don't know that yet. We had no opening
You didn't
statements.
see him take a swing or flinch?
Oh, he was flinching the whole time.
He was flinching the whole time.
Yeah.
Because there were, by your,
And again, he's never getting the answer he wants, which just cements in the jury's mind that it didn't happen. He's hurting his client with these lines of questions.
account, three people that were facing him.
Yes.
Did you become aware at some point that there were more than just three of you out there?
No.
You never became aware that there was more than three of you out there?
Well, after I had gotten up from the altercation I had with the defendant.
You said that at least you, Nikki DeJesus, and Ty Wood are talking shit back and forth, right?
Yes.
And that lasted, you said, for 30 to 45 seconds.
Probably yes.
And you were challenging him to fight, right?
No.
What were you saying?
Just talking shit.
And that shit talk didn't involve any challenge to fight?
No, they're
No,
looking
that's-
for
that's not,
Aiden.
like,
I don't know who
that's
Aiden
not at
is.
all. None of us really were saying that at all. Nobody was saying.
The shit talk
let's
just
fight.
involved what? Insulting his clothing?
Say that, yes.
Did you ever feel anybody push against you from behind?
I don't know who any of these kids are.
But out of nowhere,
I'm zoned out.
Tyler Rich.
It's
punches
hours
Mr.
ago
Valle in
since
the
I
face, right?
Yes.
Where did
stopped
Tyler Rich come
listening.
from? You know. So at that point, you would agree it's not just three of you.
His
it's at
name
least
is
now four
Aiden
of
King.
you
Sounds like
that
a
are fighting
drug
with Mr.
dealer.
Valle.
I'm not sure.
Well, there's you, right? There's Ty Wood, right?
Well, I don't know if he was fighting.
Well, he was right there with you.
Doesn't mean he was fighting.
Okay. Fair enough. Nikki DeJesus was right there with you.
Yes.
And now Tyler Rich was right there with you as well.
No, he just came out of nowhere and punched him in the face.
You would agree he at least was now fighting Mr. Valle, right?
Not that I don't know.
Well, you would at least agree that he punched him in the face out of nowhere, right?
Yes.
And so the three of you, Ty Wood, yourself, Nikki DeJesus, you were distracting Mr. Valle so that Ty Rich could punch him in the face.
No.
No. But after Tyler Rich punched him in the face, you backed off, right? And you were like, oh, Tyler Rich has got this.
No.
No. You went forward, you got on top of Mr. Valle, and you told us that you punched him at least twice in the face, right?
Yes.
In fact, people crowded forward at that point, right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
I just know of my actions.
And your actions, at least, were that you punched him twice in the face, right?
Yes.
While he's down on the ground, right?
Yes.
You're over top of him, right?
Yes.
You got control of him, right?
No.
No. You don't have a handful of shirt in one hand and a punch in the other? But you would agree you're at least over top of him?
Yes.
Delivering these 2 blows?
Yes.
Only 2 blows?
Yes.
Nobody else has joined you in this attack?
Not that I know of, no.
And the crowd didn't push forward?
I don't know what the crowd did.
The crowd didn't swarm around?
I don't know.
Thank you, Kelly DD, for 8 months. I'm sorry the best baker is giving you this crap case.
You heard screaming?
Yeah.
You heard yelling?
Yeah.
You heard somebody say, yes, sir?
I don't
know.
You saw it in the video at least?
Yeah.
That was Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
Filming this, right?
Not the beginning of the fight, no. He got the end of the fight.
The video that we see, that was Tanner Chernowski who recorded it, right?
Yeah.
And thank you, Kelly
And
DD,
he
for
was recording
gifting
that
Chloe Albert's
and
Revenge
yelling, yes, sir,
a
right?
membership.
And that was sort of celebratory, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You described to us that while you were on top of Mr. Valle punching him, his shoulder and his bicep were held back.
It seemed like that, yeah.
What was holding it
I
back?
don't know.
And you could see his fist, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you got off of him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
After you felt the stick, right?
Yes.
And you said he wasn't trying to hit you in a certain spot.
No, he was just like, I just seen his fist like this, just going like this repeatedly over and over again.
Flailing wildly.
Yeah.
And your injuries, sir, start sort of at the middle of your body and make their way down into the backside,
So
right?
yeah, my first one is up more near my armpit, and one's down more by my hip, and the other one is like my mid thigh.
Where was Tommy Connery at that point?
I don't know.
Didn't see Tommy Connery? Did you see other people punching or kicking Mr. Valle?
No. Did not.
It was just the 2 of you isolated.
Yes.
Yeah, this kid was also spoiling
And you
for
told
a
us
fight.
that after you got off of him, you realized that Tyler DeSilva was in a fight, right?
Yes.
And that he was fighting with his own group of people, right?
Yes.
And how many people were fighting with him?
Looked like 2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
You did not engage with Tyler DeSilva, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't throw any punches or throw any kicks at Tyler DeSilva?
No.
The fight took a minute.
Around that, yeah.
Could have been more, maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
No, it was probably less.
Probably less. Less than a minute?
Yeah.
You said you only watched the fight with Tyler DeSilva, but you agree that other people were throwing punches and blows at Mr. DeSilva, right?
Yes.
Tommy Connery didn't come over and get involved and throw some blows at Mr. Valle.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Didn't jump in the middle and separate you.
I don't remember that, no.
Did you see Charlie Connery?
No.
And it was when you heard he's got a knife that Ty Wood pointed out to you that you were bleeding, right?
Yes.
And where was Ty Wood at that point?
He was like right next to me,
And where were you?
right next to him.
And could you show us where that was on the exhibit behind you? Okay. So by that point, you had moved away from where you were originally when you started with Mr. Valle, correct? In fact, when this original interaction or confrontation occurs, it was where you've described as being by the red bush, over by the tree line, and the black truck.
We haven't heard anything,
How did
no
you get
opening
from there
statements.
over to by the tree where you've just pointed to?
I walked.
A microbrewery is like a craft brewery. That's what you call a craft brewery in America. It's just a small little startup brewery.
The fight itself with Mr. Valle, you say, all occurred over where the initial confrontation took place?
Yes.
I don't like 9-10%.
And
I
when
like normal beers.
you say you saw the
Maybe
defendant's
7-8 at max.
fist clenched with something in it that you now believe was a knife. That was his right hand, correct?
Yeah, it's his right hand.
But there's no lesser included as I can see them.
You told us when this started, it was just the three of you, Mr. DeJesus, yourself, and Mr. Wood, facing Mr. Valle, correct? At some point, Mr. Rich comes over and joins the three of you and throws this first punch,
Come on.
correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Valle hadn't thrown any punches at that point?
No.
Hadn't shown you a knife at that point?
No.
Hadn't threatened you at that point?
No.
And you would agree, would you not, that at least in the video, there are well more than 3 kids involved with fighting?
Fighting who?
Fighting with whoever's out there. There's more than 3 kids that are out there fighting, right?
I don't object. That's confusing.
Sustained.
You would agree that in the video, we see more than 3 kids on the video, correct?
Yeah.
That it was a chaotic scene, right?
Of course.
That people were rolling around and it was hard to tell who was where, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And you never saw Jack Snyder leave the car, right?
No.
Can someone time out, Iris?
And after you backed off of Raul Valley, you could see that he was still fighting with some of the other Shelton kids, right?
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't recall any of that.
I don't know.
After you backed off of him, you don't recall anything about what else was going on with Mr. Valley. But you do recall that you saw Mr. De Silva fighting.
Yeah, like I got up and I immediately like turned around and I see what's going on with this over.
And you just watched.
Yes.
Didn't throw any kicks.
No.
Didn't throw any punches.
No.
Didn't get involved in any way with.
No.
And that night you were wearing the green hoodie,
Yes.
black shorts, and the white trim.
Yes.
Other than Tyler Rich throwing the punch at Mr. Valley, can you tell us anybody else who threw a punch that night?
No.
You never saw Mr. Valley punch anybody?
No.
And it was only after you were standing over top of him, punching him, that you felt a stick in your side.
Yeah.
And your recollection is that it was just you and Mr. Valley fighting alone.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Attorney Durst.
I do have some redirect. You want to take the morning recess?
I think probably now is a good time to do that, sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and take our morning recess. 15 minutes. We'll be back to hear everything. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Break.
Yeah, morning recess. Weep. Jamie, this is infuriatingly boring. It's the same questions over and over. It's the same answers over and over. Every single kid have been lying on the stand because all of them were looking for a fight. Just say, yeah, we were okay with a fist fight, but we never expected someone bringing a stabulator. I can't stand when they are so clearly lying. Who was there? I don't know. Who's that in the picture? That's John DiMaggio. Who's that in the picture? Babe Ruth. Oh, you know everyone, but you didn't see anyone that night. No, I never used my eyes before today. It's I don't know if they're afraid of something, but they shouldn't be covering over each other. They should try and get to the truth. Yes, you were looking for a fight. You all were. Just be honest about it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you're in a fist fight doesn't give you the right to start stabulating people. And so far, nothing has shown us that he was allowed to bring out the stabulator either to defend himself or his body.
Yeah.
So just tell it as it is. Yeah, we were engaged in mutual combat, and then he escalated it. Now you're all sitting there saying, well, we had 2 beers and I never saw anyone. That's
I don't
not
know
helping
who
your
it- Like, he
case.
acts like he doesn't know anyone there. Like, I can't name a single person I stood next to at any point in time.
So if you start winning the fight, you get a plate. Yeah, normally that's not how that works. But again, no one was fighting. Everyone they were walking they had a midnight mass they were going to, and out of the blue, these two hooded criminals with their t-shirts up came flying out saying, "Where is Aiden King? Where is Aiden King?" And then they just went stabby like a hibachi grill. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
I was not born yesterday, even though I look that young. This is just
You do look-
ridiculous.
Well, you know, their lawyer said
It
if
is
you,
boring.
you know-
They asked the same questions. We have been going for an hour and 55 minutes, and we have had no new information we didn't have other than yesterday. The only new thing is I probably need to go back and blur out when we have a almost new teenager on the screen. Other than that, nothing new has been presented in this case today. It's the same question we have had for 2.5 days. I almost wasn't there. I never saw anyone else there. This kid went cray-cray. Everyone is
Oh, I
told.
know.
This kid at least admitted that they threw bottles at them.
But it's still the same thing. And it's just, I hate when, you know, they got lawyers that do the overkill of like, just say, I don't recall if you don't want it, you know. And it's like, then they overdo it on the stand of, I don't recall. And it's just,
Yeah.
really, come on.
I don't know. I get that I'm old, but I was at a house called The Compound. Fight breaks out. Wasn't close to it. By the time I got there, someone was through the window. Couldn't tell you who was where. No, but you weren't in a house with all your buddies egging each other on, saying, "Hey, have you seen it? I'm going to tell them to pull up." Yeah, do that, man. Let's tell them. Give them the address. Yeah, let's give them the address. Tell them, hey, pull up. Let's everyone get out. And you're not just walking to a house with some randos. You're walking out of the house with your football team or your lacrosse team or whatever sport they all played.
Yeah.
If we were rolling up on someone or rolling out against someone, I wouldn't know who I was with. We were in bar in Copenhagen once, where it was a Sunday night. We'd been at a football game. The only place that was open was a bar where people who liked their own gender came. And we were like, hey, a party's a party. Let's go in there. Nice people. I got strawberry shots from a very nice gentleman. And there is a certain segment who likes to go around and gay bash. And we heard some commotion outside. And I can tell you, all the 4 guys I went out of the door with, and we were quite a lot bigger than the 2 guys in BMW who was trying to get into a fight with the very slight homosexual. And those people can probably tell you exactly how we look because, oh my God, they got out of there real fast when it wasn't an easy 2-on-1 fight. And I can tell you the names of everyone. We didn't hit anyone, but I can still tell you who was with me. And I wasn't orange free, as we say in Denmark.
What does that mean?
That you're not orange free means that you're drunk.
You're orange free?
Orange free.
Orange free?
Yeah. I don't know why we say it. A pavlova is a meringue cake with some cream and then a lot of fruit on top of it. And no, I didn't kill the sound. They forgot to put it back on.
And there were some questions about the group chat that had started. And my question to you is, at what point after the fight at Laserbrook did you even participate in the group chat?
I really didn't. I think maybe in that car ride back to Natalia's house, I might have said something, but after that, I didn't say anything.
So it wouldn't have been when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Okay. And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, you said you were just getting notifications in your pocket?
Yeah, I
And
was.
you would look at it and put it back?
Yeah.
And when you get notifications, can you read what they say if you just pick it up and look at it?
If like my phone is unlocked, yes.
But if it's locked, what does it look like?
It just says like an iMessage notification.
Okay. And you didn't participate in that group messaging once you were at Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Now, with regards to, you were asked a little bit about where you were when you were at Tyler Rich's house after the car goes down Laurel Glen, and parks down the street in your farmhouse.
Yeah.
This is just for the record. I'm showing you State Exhibit 49. Can you show us in 49 where you were?
I was over by like where like the shade is coming across the street.
So here on the left side of the road here.
You're better than
So you were
Brandon.
maybe one house up, maybe, or just before the second property.
Oh,
And would you agree with me that Farmhouse Road is somewhere down in this area up here?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm directing my pen somewhere near the intersection of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen, at the top of 49.
All right, so noted.
And when you were
No.
when you were in that area,
I don't.
You couldn't
I'm not
hear what was being
Valhalla. I
said?
don't
No.
cheat on the polls.
could you see people down the road?
Yes.
And you
Who
indicated
could you
that
see? I don't know.
You knew Tyler Rich went down the road?
Yes.
Did you know anybody else from your friends that went down the road?
No.
But it was more than one person?
Yes.
And when Tyler Rich went down the road, how long would you say you watched what was going on down the road?
Maximum a minute.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you turn around and walk back to the house?
Yeah.
So in that minute, when you were watching what was happening
Especially
down
when it's
the
his
road,
brother.
you saw people talking?
Yeah.
Did you see any fighting going on down the road?
Hey, Jinxie.
Now, when you got back to the house, got back to Tyler Rich's house, you said you were in the basement area, but that included in your mind the stairway?
Yeah, I was right next to the stairs.
So were you at the top of the stairs or were you at the bottom?
I'm at the bottom of the stairs, but like right at the bottom of the stairs.
And when you're at the bottom of the stairs, are there other people in the basement?
Yeah.
And what's happening in the basement?
People hanging out there.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
And
Checks
do you
out.
recall every single person that was in the basement at that given time?
No.
Why don't you recall who was in the basement?
I just knew they were my friends.
Some of your friends included the names that we mentioned during your testimony today and yesterday?
Yeah.
At some point in time, you heard they're back.
Yeah.
And you go back outside. You're
Yes.
one of the first people outside?
Yes.
And when you're outside, you walk up to the defendant
Yes.
and at some point in time, you have a conversation with the defendant, you pull
Yes.
the shirt off.
Yes.
How long would you say that interaction happened before you noticed Tyler Rich punch the defendant in the face?
A minute.
And when before the punch, did you anticipate that there was going to be a fight, a physical fight?
No.
When the punch happens, is that when the fight starts?
Yes.
And when the fight starts, my question to you is, how soon after when that punch is thrown from Tyler Rich,
Mhm.
when you're on top of the defendant, do you feel pain in your side?
Oh, Jimmy, I didn't even see that. We Jackhole asked over on Rumble why I'm so mean to you.
What?
Well, it's a while back, but I'm not mean to Jamie. Jamie deserves it.
That's what Baker thinks.
Yeah. Jamie has attempted to murder one of my mods. Well, two of them, because she pushed Brandon down the stairs the other day.
Yeah, you know.
No more than
And
30
I was I
seconds.
invited
No
her
more
to
than
my
30
home.
seconds?
I may have almost killed
Could
her
have
with
been more, could have been
garage
less.
door, but
Less.
it's hospitality.
You punch him twice and then you feel pain?
Yeah.
And soon after you punch him, you see this. What motion do you see?
It's like his like fist balled up like this and just going like that repeatedly.
Before you engaged with the defendant, before he got punched, did you see if he had anything in his hands at that point in time?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any cross?
Briefly on.
Okay.
Said before Tyler Rich threw that punch, you never anticipated a fight, right?
No.
And you told us that how soon after was it when this fight broke out that you started to feel the pain, and you said that that was 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the state's attorney asked you, could have been more, right?
Multiple
He
times.
did say that.
And you said, no, less, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you would agree that it's always less. It could never have been a longer
Ever.
period of time when you've been asked on a series of questions about how long something lasted, right?
I'm going
It
to
was
object.
a
to
love
this argument.
I'm going to sustain. the
And Brandon
objection
is
on that.
asking why you treated him like that with a
It
baseball bat.
mischaracterizes and it's.
No, I seen the something
Couldn't have
about
been any
hitting you.
longer than 30 seconds.
We're over there just to hit you.
And
Yeah, Brandon's just clumsy, guys.
you told us yesterday that you
He
didn't
walked
Follows
into a ball,
any of that.
fell down
drug
the
test,
stairs,
but now you've said,
and rolled over a
maybe
baseball
in
bat
that
25
car ride
times.
Tripped
is
over
when
his own
you
feet.
admit you sent at least one text, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't participate in that at all at Tyler Rich's house, right?
Oh, you asked this 25 times.
You told us you didn't see anything in Mr. Valle's hands, correct? When he
No.
was standing there facing you.
I was not looking at his hands.
You
Well, if
reached
I
out and you
no,
pulled the
I-
shirt off of him, you claim, correct?
Yes.
He didn't punch you at that point.
No,
He
he just
didn't-
got like super upset.
He didn't shove you at that point.
No.
He didn't touch you in any way.
No.
He didn't show you a knife.
No.
He didn't say, hey, I've got a knife, I'm going to cut you.
No.
And so from the time that Tyler Rich punched Mr. Valle in the face until the time that you felt the pain and got off of Mr. Valle, that was at least 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds, you're standing over him, punching him in the face only 2 times.
Yes.
Nobody else has joined in with you.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You're dismissed. You're dismissed. Thank
State
you.
rest. The
Please
state
watch your
rest.
step as you exit the witness stand.
State rest. He started yesterday and went on for about an hour. So, oh, this is the
Alright, very
doctor
good,
that
thank
treated
you.
this kid. At least that's interesting. Yeah, I don't think he's. Maybe it's because we've been used to seeing that Can Reed defense team have emotions. He's just again. He sounds
Good morning.
exactly. If you watch
Good morning.
mini wargaming,
Thank you so much. If you please take a
sounds
step into the
exactly
stand,
like one of their
remain standing.
presenters.
My clerk to my right here is going to put you under oath, okay? Thank you so much.
Please raise your right hand.
I think people are too used to all the noise.
Difficult for everyone to
That
hear
we
in this
just saw.
courtroom. The acoustics are rough. So if you just keep your voice up as much as possible, and sit as close to the microphone as you can. Okay, Dr. Doss, where are you currently employed?
St. Vincent's Medical Center in Bridgeport.
And how long have you been employed at St. Vincent's?
I think 8 years.
And is there a particular branch of medicine in which you specialize in?
Emergency medicine.
And is there a particular department that you work in at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Just the emergency department.
And please tell members of the jury your educational background, including any degrees you hold.
I have a medical degree, of course, and a history and philosophy of science degree from undergraduate school.
And where did you attend school?
University of Washington in Seattle, and then Ross University for medical school.
And your residency was done?
Detroit Receiving Hospital.
And your work experience, please tell the members of the jury where you've worked.
First Detroit Receiving Hospital, and then I worked in a small
Yes.
hospital in Georgia, and
I
then
don't know.
a hospital in New
Yes.
Zealand for about a year, and after that returned to this country, and I've been at St. Vincent's ever since.
And what are your
I
duties?
can't remember how
working at St.
Casey Affleck
Vincent's?
looks.
I'm one of the attendings in the emergency department, so it's seeing patients that are presenting there and managing the physician's assistants who also work in the emergency department.
How many attendings are in the ER at St. Vincent's approximately?
At a given time, there would be 3 or 4. In total, I think it's going to be maybe 12 employed there, probably more, but I'm not good at keeping track of that.
So any given time on a night that you're working, there's about 3 or 4 of you attending?
Yes.
And have you ever testified in court before today?
No.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Yes, we teach the internal medicine residents that rotate through the emergency department, so they get work experience there, and medical students from Quinnipiac that come there too.
You had also mentioned physician's assistants.
Mhm.
Do you supervise them or oversee them?
Yes.
And please explain in that capacity.
So they are employed there as fairly independent providers. They see patients on their own, but also work directly with the attendings and what we call staff patients with the attendings, meaning if, they describe anything what's going on.
On Wednesdays, we do arms, because if you want to give a thick mommy the old Abraham Lincoln upper deck her while she's sleeping, your arms better be effing swole. Don't upper deck. I had a case with a guy who he broke into schools and upper decked all the toilets.
Why?
And no one knew. They just knew if he came to the school, he would go into the toilets and just upper deck them. And then they stopped him. Then he just started doing it on the floor instead.
Oh my
I don't
God.
know. He didn't have any mental record or anything. He just went into schools and upper decked every toilet he could get close to.
Oh my God.
So don't be a
Way to
Brandon.
go in life.
We don't
Way to
do this
go.
on Wednesdays.
God.
And make sure the plan is appropriate and do some of the procedures to take some of the workload off of the attendings, like laceration repairs and things.
What would determine whether or not you do a procedure or a physician's assistant does a procedure?
Yeah, Google that.
A variety of things. Generally, how critical is the situation, how potentially dangerous is the procedure, and for things that are immediately life-threatening, intubations, meaning taking over someone's breathing
That's
and
one
such
I'm
is
not pulling up,
generally
Brandon.
something the attending would do.
In back of May of 2022, did you work at the emergency room department at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And on any given day or night, how many patients did you see?
Typically about 16 to 20 per shift.
And that was you personally?
Yes.
Directing your attention specifically to Sunday, May 15th of 2022, do you recall working in the ER at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review Ryan Hines' medical records before coming to court today?
Yes.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? That's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Doss, showing you what's marked as states 93 for ID purposes. And please look at these documents. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that document as?
The medical record for Ryan Hines.
And is it in the regular course of St. Vincent's Medical Center to prepare such a document such as the one you see present here?
Yes.
And is it the regular course of business for nurses and doctors to maintain such records at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And is it procedure for doctors and nurses to record such things on such a document accurately at or around the time that a patient is seen?
Yes.
And is this documentation certified?
Yes.
I would ask that you mark as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Coral, go ahead and accept into evidence as full states.
An upper decker is when you remove the lid on the, do you call it cistern, or what do you call the water tank on a toilet, and then use that as the receptacle for your number 2 instead of using the bowl. That's an upper decker.
Yeah, you
93.
poop in the little water thing, the water tank.
This is why we are a full service channel. Sometimes we do baking advice and sometimes we teach about upper deckers.
I can't believe Iris is the one that's
Back
asking.
now
What
is
is
the full
that?
exhibit, stage 93.
Don't ask me why I think she knows it all, but
Dr. Doss, to your recollection, or if you can look at States 93, what time was Ryan Hines brought into St. Vincent's Medical Center on that day or morning?
Let me just double check the time. Was this, yeah, 12:24 a.m.?
Yeah, he kind of
And
looks like
where
the
was he
piano
brought upon
killer.
his arrival?
Directly to the emergency department in one of what we call the trauma rooms, which are a larger room in the front for with more space and more equipment for major injuries.
How many trauma rooms at St. Vincent's Hospital Center?
2.
And can you explain to the members of the jury what indicates whether or not someone comes in as a trauma level, or what makes someone come in as a trauma level?
Right. There are some standard criteria that we go by that are primarily based on the mechanism of the injury, the type of injury the patient has, or how much force was involved, and also the condition of the patient. So if they are unstable or confused, and in this case, it was the penetrating wound to the chest that made him a trauma.
So the mere fact that Ryan Hines came in with a penetrating wound to the chest indicates that he was labeled as a trauma level.
Yes.
How is trauma level different than triage level?
A triage level is a general concept of how potentially sick someone might be that goes all the way from triage level 1, which is the most potentially deadly situation, and a triage level 5, which is something that is not concerning at all. And that is something that is determined by a nurse out front in triage based on vital signs and chief complaint, and helps organize who should be brought into the emergency department first and be seen before someone else who has likely a less serious condition. And so it's related, but the trauma criteria are specifically for injuries. And when someone is brought in as a particular trauma level 1 or 2, that automatically triggers the arrival of the trauma surgeons and different staff members to help stabilize the situation.
Now, to your knowledge, how was Ryan Hines brought to the hospital?
By ambulance.
And explain to the members of the jury, do you get indication from EMS when a patient's being brought in? Is there an alert system that's put into effect?
Yes, they don't necessarily call ahead about every patient, but for potentially serious conditions, they will call ahead on the radio. We get a heads up that they're arriving. They give us a brief description of the situation so that we can prepare.
And can you please explain to the members of the jury how the patient, Mr. Hines, presented upon his arrival?
He presented, brought in by ambulance. He was awake and alert, but uncomfortable. And they had called ahead saying that he had a penetrating wound to the left chest and left leg.
So you knew at that point how many wounds there were?
We knew of at least 2, I think 3 wounds. I think it was the chest and flank and leg. Yes, we knew it.
And do you recall where you specifically observed those wounds?
I observed them in the trauma room upon the patient's arrival.
And prior to that morning, had you had occasion to tend to patients who had suffered from stab wounds?
Yes.
And based on your training experience, were Ryan Hines' injuries consistent with stab wounds?
Yes.
We no longer have Bob Hope, Johnny Cash, or Steve Jobs. What is the point of life if you can't get a Portuguese snowblower and an upper deck the place? Meaning of life is not
Yeah.
Googling a Portuguese snowblower. I did that the other day. Don't do that. We have a famous Danish rapper who talked about him doing that. Not the snowblowing part, but the initial part of it. That's how bad his addiction got.
Did you observe your, did you base your conclusions on self-reporting, or did you base that on your own personal observations, or both?
My own personal observations.
Did Mr. Hines indicate to you, or do you recall if he indicated that he had been stabbed prior to?
We had been informed ahead of time by EMS that he had. I don't actually recall if I directly asked him that question.
But you had knowledge that he was.
Yes.
Were you aware of the apparatus or what was used to stab him?
I did not know the details of the implement. We were told it was a knife, but I didn't know anything about the size or length of the knife.
Prior to
Yeah, I just saw that. It looks like a hematuba.
To have contact or make contact with the patient.
Depending on the situation. In this case, everyone kind of met the patient at the same time, but oftentimes the nurses do initially evaluate the patient before the doctors do.
And why in this situation was it everyone hands on deck when the patient came immediately versus the patient going with the nurses, getting assessed? Explain why that was done in this case.
Because for this type of injury, our concern is that it may be immediately life-threatening, and we need to intervene right away.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 93, page 5 of States 93. The last line of that page, if you can just please indicate to members of the jury what it says.
Let's see, is it this, the CT report on page 5 here? Or is this the CT of the abdomen pelvis with IV contrast?
Yes, so it indicates CT of the abdomen, pelvis with, okay. If you could read the last line of that.
Clinical data, trauma 1, stabbed chest and flank pain.
What is flank pain?
The flank is the side of your body below your ribs, essentially, the side of your abdomen.
And directing your attention still to that same exhibit, page 7, towards the bottom of that exhibit, what does it say under CT head without contrast final results?
It says, number 1, no acute post-traumatic intracranial abnormality. And number 2, undisplaced fractures of both nasal bones.
Number 2, undisplaced fractures of both nasal bones. What is that in layman's terms?
It means he had a broken nose.
Broken nose?
Mhm.
And had you read about this information or known about this information prior to Ryan Hines' arrival at the hospital?
No.
Directing your attention to page 12 of States 93, towards the mid to bottom portion of that page where your notes begin.
Mhm.
Is that your electronic signature that appears there?
Yes.
And indicated there, it also indicates that it was signed, and it also indicates
Jeez.
filed. Is that the time that you had seen him? Was it 205, or is that just? the time
That's
you signed
when
it?
I don't know his name. Do you think I zoned out 2 hours ago? I'm just a pretty face. Jamie's here to do all the fact stuff.
What? What'd you ask?
Brendan wants to know what the name of the doctor is.
The doctor? I didn't even catch it.
John.
John
His-
Smith.
John Smith. His name is John Smith. He used to have a love affair with a young lady called Pocahontas, but because she went to England, they have horrible weather in England. She got the flu and she passed away. So he spent the rest of his life trying to cure the flu, and the best place to do that is in Connecticut.
the document was filed in the system. The date of service is when he was seen.
I'm looking at States 93, page 12. What does the acronym HPI refer to?
History of present illness.
And if you can please refer, John, in reference to HPI, what does it indicate you did?
Let's see.
Yeah, totally Russian, but just go to bed.
And I'm sorry, could you said.
Sure.
what-
Directing your attention onto page 13 of States 93.
I watched the Disney movie. Kan du male alle vindens farver frem? For dig er verden, når man kan eje. For dig er skoven, bla 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 bla. Na na na, alle dyrene i skoven. Na ba 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 ba. Har du aldrig set dem stjernenat? Eller something med ulvene i det fri. That was a love affair. I remember that movie. I get all my facts from Disney movies.
3.
As you should.
It indicates the continuation of the history of present illness. You
Right.
can please indicate what the chief complaint was, and then what was presented.
Right. So the chief complaint here, stabbed
Jeg snakker om Pocahontas, og så prøver jeg at synge Vindens farver fra Disney.
wound to the left chest, left leg, and left thigh. And in the remaining history, I'm describing any medical conditions the patient has. A 16-year-old male with
Just
no
sounds
chronic
like
medical conditions.
Skov.
Describing the situation that
the
led
Hall of
to
Shame.
their arrival in the emergency department. Would you like me to read it, or?
Yes.
This 16-year-old male with no chronic medical conditions who presents to the emergency department after being involved in an altercation, which resulted in a stab wound to the left lateral chest wall, left flank, and left thigh. He also suffered an abrasion to the superior scalp and head injury, likely from being kicked. The patient was at an event this evening, did ingest some alcohol but no illicit substances, got into an altercation with someone who left and returned with a knife resulting in this further altercation. The patient is complaining of pain at the site of the stab wounds and some worsening difficulty breathing pre-hospital. He has been oxygenating while on room air, and he was getting enough oxygen. He has had no evidence of tension pneumothorax per EMS. However, they do note decreased or absent breath sounds on the left. The patient has been hemodynamically stable pre-hospital.
Are these all of your notes that you took?
Yes.
Okay. And taking you back through that paragraph, chief complaint, stab wound to the left chest, left flank, left thigh. If you can just demonstrate on your body where those areas would be,
So
members of the jury.
the left chest here, where the ribs are, and the left flank below the area of the ribs, and the left thigh here in the upper leg.
The record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying stab wounds by pointing to his own body on his left chest, his left flank area, and as well as his left thigh.
Court will identify that the witness has identified by using physical motions on the stand as so stated.
Dr. Doss, stab wound to the left lateral chest wall, is that the same thing as the left chest?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say chest wall, what does that mean?
We're just referring to the external surface of the chest here, and the left lateral, the lateral aspect is kind of the side. You just have to have a fancy term for everything. So that's just referring to the stab wound in the chest wall on the left side of his body.
Abrasion to the superior scalp and head injury likely from being kicked. How did you determine that?
This was to tell you the truth, I can't recall how we determined that. This is generally from information we're obtaining from EMS and the patient, but I don't recall exactly who told me about the kick to the head.
So an abrasion, what is that?
A scratch.
Is it something that's deeper than a paper cut, for instance?
No, it's probably about the same depth. Generally, when we're talking about abrasions, thinking more, not such a simple little linear scratch, but kind of when a larger area of the skin is damaged and abraded, we call it just scraped.
Could it produce bleeding?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're saying likely being kicked, that could have been self-reporting or like you said from EMS?
Yes.
Where it indicates pain at the site of the stab wounds, is that something that Ryan Hines would have indicated that you would have asked him his pain level, for instance?
Yes.
And worsening difficulty breathing pre-hospital. Explain that.
So this is a combination of information from the patient and EMS, basically describing that he was feeling that he was getting.
But it's so few small little clips that, doing a 7-hour stream to find those 5 seconds where it'll be way too much. I think sometimes if you go on the Discord clipping the baker, Marissa sometimes clips me when I'm an idiot. So there's probably a chance it's in there. Yeah, this tie isn't good at all. And he has the skinny knob. And you know what the ladies say about a man with a skinny knob.
What do they say?
They should learn how to make a double Windsor.
Oh, okay. That is true. We do say that.
There's not enough to go over. The problem is there's a gag order on the Brian Koberger.
More short of breath. He was having.
Was Gabby in chat? Then I know it turned smexual AF.
More difficulty breathing as time passed in the time period it took to get to the hospital.
Would that be typical of a wound to the chest wall?
It can be. It depends on really how bad the wound is and what the situation is.
Could you have a wound at the chest wall that would not penetrate a lung?
Oh, absolutely. Obviously the ribs are protecting the area, and the whatever object does not penetrate through past the ribs into the lung, which can happen.
Being that the patient was complaining or indicating that he wasn't breathing very well, did that indicate to you that there was a possibility that his lung had been punctured?
Yes.
Back to States 93, page 13, that same paragraph. No evidence of tension.
Pneumothorax.
Pneumothorax, thank you, for EMS. What is that terminology, pneumothorax?
So pneumothorax is just the fancy term for air in the chest wall outside of the lung and causing the lung to collapse. Tension pneumothorax is a specific type of that, which because of, not to get too far into the weeds, a one-way valve of a kind of, the pressure continues to increase inside the chest. The air can enter but not exit through that wound, and the lung is pushed further and further, and then ultimately, other structures in the neck and chest.
That's why you put a
to
chest
the point
seal
where
on.
the heart cannot beat properly and people can die very quickly.
Look at you.
They do note decreased or absent breath sounds on the left. This patient has been hemodynamically stable pre-hospital. What does that
That
sentence indicate?
means that hemodynamically stable is just referring to things like his blood pressure and his heart rate. We're watching those to make sure that there isn't any sign of that kind of compromise to the function of the heart or the circulatory system, which we would see if his blood pressure were dropping and likely his heart rate is increasing to try to compensate. That was not, those kinds of dynamic changes were not happening on the way to the hospital.
Directing your attention to that same exhibit, states 93, about mid-page on page 14, where it says pulmonary, chest, abdominal, and musculoskeletal.
Mhm.
Under pulmonary, where it indicates absent breath sounds, diminished breath sounds, right upper lung fields. Was that, when you saw that, was that concerning to you at all, and why?
Yes, specifically the absent breath sounds on the left would be concerning in this context because that would make us worried that he had suffered an injury to his lung and that had collapsed and was not functioning properly. The diminished breath sounds in the right upper lung field are relatively non-specific, just meaning that we're not hearing.
When you see it first, you cannot not see it. Did he hit his head or does he have this all the time? I think because it's not red, so I think it's something permanent. I don't think he hit his head against a car door or something. I think it's a permanent bulge. And then you start to wonder, he was in Australia, and you know, everything over there will try to kill you. Is this the birthplace of black widow spiders? Does he have baby spiders and this is an egg sac?
Oh, no, no,
Under the
no.
skin.
No. Don't start talking about that. That creeps me out. You're gonna. Oh. Gross. Baker, cut it out.
I'm just I'm just asking questions here, man.
Don't
But I know
ask those
everything will do that in Australia.
Quite as well in this area, so we need to make sure that that's okay as well.
And you had indicated earlier that a certain condition can occur if left unattended. If you explain what that condition is and why that would be something that would be life-threatening.
The tension pneumothorax,
Yes.
specifically, yes. So that would be kind of this steadily increasing pressure within the chest cavity that is starting to push everything over to the opposite side and lead to a situation where the return of
When I start
blood to
drawing,
the
it's
heart
when I'm bored.
is impaired, and now the heart's not able to continue circulating blood, and this
Oh.
would result in death.
That's obviously a very serious
Ooh.
situation.
Yes.
And if Ryan Hines had been left unattended, not brought to the hospital to tend to that, is that something that could have caused?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yes.
It bulges
Directing your
at
attention
different
to
places.
Page 14 as well, on states 93, where
Yeah, it's a spider
it
sac.
says stab wound
Stop
under
it.
abdominal, stab wound left lateral flank, musculoskeletal stab wound left lateral thigh, left lateral flank and left lateral thigh. Anything about those wounds?
See,
that were
Kim, she is
concerning
from
to you
Australia.
regarding
She
any
knows the
arteries that were
signs.
around that area or anything of the sort?
Right. I think we always
Yeah.
get concerned with an abdominal or flank wound because, of course, there are many important organs in there that if they're directly injured, you can have quite a lot of internal bleeding quickly, the spleen, the kidney on that side. And with the wound in the thigh, we have to, consider, of course, injury to a major blood vessel and bleeding from that. The location on the thigh was a little less concerning for that kind of problem.
Directing your attention to the bottom of
Because
page
they all
14,
lie.
states 93, where it says MDM, clinical impression notes. What does MDM, that acronym, refer to?
Just medical decision making. It's a section to describe what we were thinking and what we did.
And where it indicates in that paragraph, it says portable chest x-ray confirms left side pneumothorax, no evidence of hemothorax. What does that sentence refer to?
So that it says that when we took an x-ray of his chest, this is in the trauma room still, he's in the stretcher, we're taking a film right there, we can see that that left lung has collapsed. We do not see evidence of fluid filling the chest cavity, which in this context, we'd be worried about blood filling up his chest. That was not the case.
On an x-ray, what would you see to indicate that the lung had collapse, for instance?
You can see for an inflated lung, the lung markings there and the absence of them. And often you can, in the case of pneumothorax, often you can see kind of the border of the lung as well. So you can see how much it has collapsed.
Could you see in an X-ray any kind of penetrating wound, like a laceration or anything that would have caused that lung to collapse?
You can see secondary findings of it. It's not a study that's going to show the soft tissues like that, but you can see things like swelling in the air. You can see some air tract entering the chest wall, that type of thing. So you see secondary findings of it. Stamp wound.
It indicates also on page 14 of 93, a chest tube is in place for the trauma service and further trauma workup is pending. What was the purpose of that chest tube?
That is a device that's placed into the chest to suction essentially the air out of the chest cavity, allow that lung to reinflate. And if there were blood in the chest cavity, it would also be draining that fluid out of it.
But
Directing
wouldn't it be an
attention to page 15 of
indentation? This is a
At the top
protrusion.
of that page, patient will be admitted in the trauma service. for
I
further
still
care.
think it's a spider egg sac.
The initial period of time after placing that chest tube, although, of course,
We
the good thing is the
don't
lung is
get
inflating,
mixed
that
in with
needs
this.
time to heal somewhat before the chest tube is removed, which would typically take place in the hospital before the patient is sent home. So they need time to make sure the lung is inflating again and staying that way, and remove the chest tube and ensure the lung doesn't collapse again once it's removed.
Page 15 of SACE 93 under critical care indicates the patient was critically ill with a high probability of imminent or life-threatening deterioration. That notation, does that reference what you described before regarding the, I'm going to say the word wrong, but the tension that you were
Yeah.
describing, which could have caused death?
Well, not only that, but even without the tension pneumothorax component, this can be a deadly injury. And so this is a situation where until the patient was stabilized, the likelihood of him dying was relatively high.
Now, I'm going to be showing you some photographs that have already been marked as evidence. Showing you what's been marked as SACE 84. The screen in front of you, you can just reference that, or you can come up here. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
What would you describe that as?
This is the abrasion to the scalp, as mentioned.
And showing you SACE 83,
All right.
specifically towards the hairline there.
Right.
Same abrasion that you're describing.
Yes, it is.
And showing you what's been marked as SACE 85.
It's spider bites on his face.
Are you able to identify what this is and describe to the jury what the purpose of that?
This is that chest tube that was mentioned. There are different types of these and different sizes. This is a device that's placed in the front of the chest and a relatively smaller size, which is mainly meant to pull air out of the chest rather than fluid.
And does that go directly into the wound?
No.
How about the last time a bug crawled on you?
Ugh. Zach told us about a scorpion or something. Ugh, that creeped me out.
I think that might have been either an ant or a small spider. I found out yesterday I must have a hole somewhere in my bathroom. There's ants in there. I don't know what they're looking for in the bathroom. Normally it's those small, we call them silverfish that lives in bathrooms. So I sprayed the shit out of them with cleaning detergent. And when I leave Sunday, I'm going to give it all the ant spray so they can enjoy that while I'm away. Stop sending me snake pictures in Discord.
Yeah, get him back, guys. All the spider talk. Send all the snake pictures to Baker.
It's the same. You are in the same Discord group. Ever caught a beetle under your shirt? I had a bee sting me, and I'm highly allergic to bees. So stung me in my armpit. So I was walking around like a skinny guy who just did back in the gym. Do you call it having a loaf of bread under your arms?
A loaf of bread under your arm.
That's what we call it, when they are walking around. After doing
Zach,
back one day.
Oh my god. Make me cringe.
No, this is not the dead kid. This is the kid who spent 2 hours lying to us before this guy came up here. They put the victim and then they put the doctor who treated them. I had a baby centipede I found hidden in the bed.
No.
They're not that bad. Just hiding, procreating, waiting to strike. Centipedes are not that bad.
Oh, it goes elsewhere in the chest wall in between the ribs in a way that is designed to be at a certain angle so that when the tube is removed, that space closes on its own.
Showing you stage 86. Maybe this is the wrong orientation, so we flip it. So
I got
Are you able to-
stung under my chin once. That's the firmest my double chin has ever been.
I think so. It's just the angle's a bit. I think this is the left side. Yes, this is the left side of the patient's chest. So in this photograph, the way we have it oriented, his head would be up at the top, off the side of the screen.
okay, and this tube that you see pictured on stage, apologize,
Mhm.
86, is that connected to that port you just indicated?
Yes, that's the chest tube.
Okay, and this gauze here with the tape, what is
Mhm.
that over?
I think that is over the stab wound itself.
Showing you stage 87.
I'm just gonna pull this down if this is the nude picture. There's blood on this,
What
but I
is this
don't show it.
photograph of?
That is the photograph of the stab wound to the chest wall.
That's the one, that's the wound that punctured the lung?
Yes.
That was like when you were a kid. I remember one summer where there were ladybugs
And that's the stab
everywhere.
wound to the left flank.
Left flank?
That's how
When
much
you went
I
to
hate
the
insurance
beach,
laws.
they were all
Okay,
over your
one. What is
your-
that photograph of?
That's the stab wound to the left.
your
flank.
blankets.
Okay, and that's obviously a different stab wound in the left flank. Stab wound you just indicated.
Yes.
And finally.
I don't need
stage 92.
an EpiPen. I use I just take
Just
some
briefly that these are photographs,
antihistamines,
of
and it'll go away. But I'll swell up
and
like
the one at
shit.
the top of states,
It's more if I get stung
this
in my
is the left
mouth or
flank.
airwaves.
No, that's
it can be
the
a
left
problem.
lateral chest. And the left flank is the one below that.
Yeah,
Thank you for
I
correcting.
think late
Left flank is the one
80s.
below,
I can remember I was at
and
the
then last,
beach and there was so many
stab wound to
ladybugs.
the- What did you refer to that as?
The thigh.
Thank you. Directing your attention back to states 93, page 20,
Christmas beetles are just like June bugs over
where
here.
it says underneath
Ugh.
H and P encounter notes. What does that mean, H and P encounter notes?
So this is the
Of course you
history
have
and
Panera.
physical that's written by the trauma service. And encounter notes is just a general term for notes we took regarding this encounter with the patient.
And that was a physician's assistant that took those notes that you can see.
Yes, it looks like it was Matei Manea.
Where it indicates a 16M, is that 16-year-old male?
Yes.
Okay, stabbed in left chest, mid-ax line with about a 4/5 intercostal, left flank, left lateral hip. What does that mean?
So he's describing the location of these stab wounds. That left chest mid-ax line is an abbreviation for mid-axillary line, and the axilla is the armpit. So the middle of the armpit, basically a line drawn from the armpit down, and then the other two stab wounds.
Hemodynamically stable with mild tachycardia, left pneumothorax without significant hemo. What does that mean?
He's abbreviating hemothorax there. So he's saying there is the collapse of the lung on the left without blood collected in the chest wall. And the hemodynamically stable means his blood pressure has been steady, but his heart rate is fast, probably compensating for the injuries.
Is it safe to say that the physician's assistant also tended to the wounds of Mr. Hines? So where it says place a 14 French pigtail cath anterior second intercostal space, what does that mean?
So that's this chest tube. When they say pigtail catheter, it's a kind of catheter that is built to twist in there, so it's not directly puncturing anything else. And this is describing where that was placed. It was the anterior, the front of the chest, in the second intercostal space, and they're just counting down the second rib, and that space in below the rib.
Is that what we saw in the photographs that were just depicted?
Yes.
And adequate re-expansion of the lung, mild air leak. Is that something that repairs on its own?
Yes, they monitor that. When this chest tube is hooked up, it's connected to a kind of suction device, and they're monitoring that pressure over time, and that air leak typically would get better as the wound heals.
It also indicates washed out stab wound small enough that will heal by secondary intention to avoid closing and having infection. What does that mean?
That means that the two wounds, the one on the flank and the thigh, well, actually, including the stab wound in the chest, they washed these out, but they did not want to suture them closed because they would worry that would increase the risk of an infection in the wound to kind of close everything up inside of there. So they let it heal by secondary intention, which is just a term for letting that kind of close on its own and heal from the inside out instead of closing the skin.
Is that pretty standard?
I do 400-pound calf raises. Any of you guys can do the same? I bent the bar on the Smith machine doing calf raises. I bet you no one else does that. And no, Zach, I'm not sitting on the bar when I do them. Just saying. He's a successful doctor, but his real dream was to be a member of Mumford and Sons. I know what that is.
With wounds such as this to not suture them?
400 pounds.
Yes.
Directing your attention to page 22 of stage
400
93,
pounds.
where it indicates secondary withdrawn primary assessment and secondary assessment. What is the difference?
Doing standing calf raises, you can't do that with a barbell on your back when you're at those levels, that would be quite a big risk. That's more than I weigh, slightly.
Between the two of those.
These are specific to the trauma process. When patients come in after injuries like this, the primary assessment is what is immediately life-threatening happening right now. Is the patient breathing? You know, are they circulating blood well? Are they able to talk to us and they're what we call protecting their airway? They can keep their airway open. And then the secondary assessment is a head-to-toe kind of protocolized examination to make sure there are no other injuries that are missed.
On page 22 of that exhibit, under primary assessment where it indicates breathing, minimally labor with some associated
Dyspnea.
Thank you. What does that mean?
That means that his breathing was a little bit fast, a little bit difficult. He appeared to be having a little bit of a hard time breathing. That's what they say by minimally labored. And dyspnea is the subjective sensation of shortness of breath. When someone feels short of breath, that's called dyspnea.
How long does that typically last with an injury such as this?
After the chest tube is placed, that can resolve pretty quickly, but without that, it would last for a while. If the patient survives, it
Why
would
do
be a
we
process.
care about any of this, by the way?
Do you know how long
I'm
Mr. Hine was
zoned out.
in the hospital for?
2 nights, and then actually, I wasn't sure if it was 1 night or 2 nights. I think it's 2 nights though. Ultimately,
What was the purpose of keeping him for so long?
that is to monitor the effectiveness of the chest tube and make sure that air leak resolves. That once that wound starts kind of closing on its own and there's no longer the passage to allow air out of the chest or into the chest cavity, then they can safely remove the chest tube. So it's really that period of time to monitor and make sure things are not getting worse and that they're getting better.
Under where it says secondary assessment on page 22 of states 93, it does indicate nose and it says no injury.
Mhm.
That was a little surprising to me, as you had indicated that he did suffer some broken nose. Why does it say no injury there?
I think this is fairly common in a situation like this where that was not their primary focus, and so that can be missed. It may have been the case. I think looking back at the photographs, his nose was not visibly injured that badly, so it wasn't something that was focused on, and it may not have been particularly tender when they felt the area, so they didn't appreciate looking at the nose that looked injured, and then we saw in the CAT scan that he did have a broken
That
nose.
indeed was. States 93 on page 64 of that exhibit. Do you see any indication on this page of if the patient's blood was tested for alcohol?
Yes, let's see. Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
That the result of that test was a value of
I got so desperate that I looked a bit on Grant's live stream. He's talking about Paula and shitting on her for I don't know what reason, because harassing jurors is illegal in Massachusetts. Then someone asked if he vapes, and he starts talking about when he was on prednisone. How in the hell does he have 148 viewers?
7 milligrams per deciliter.
What does that mean in BAC terms, in blood alcohol?
Right.
If you can convert that.
For the state of Connecticut, I think the legal limit of driving is if you blow a 0.08 on the breathalyzer, that would be an 80 on this measurement. So 80. So this is like a 0.007 or something.
0.007.
I yell at everyone. Jamie taught me.
Now, based on your expertise with the fact that Ryan Hines had a 0.007 BAC level, would that have affected
Yeah,
his
but I don't have
injuries,
that.
the way he was treated in any way?
No, I think
tough
it
it out.
would really just indicate that he had something to drink earlier in the night, but this was not a level of alcohol that would have caused his injuries to be more
I will be
complicated or
doing a
caused him to
giveaway
be
soon.
intoxicated. Clinically, we say like that, visibly intoxicated, that kind of thing.
Thank you, Dr. Goss. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, come on up.
I know what it is because we bought one. My daughter is allergic to mosquitoes. They don't have poison, but she get these big
Good afternoon, Dr. Dawson.
swelling
We've never
things.
met before. Correct.
Yes, correct.
So I'm just going to ask you a brief series of questions. You said as far as the nose, no injury. That could have been because it didn't appear to be visibly injured. Correct.
Yes, correct.
Sorry, the head nods aren't caught by the court
Right.
reporter. Have you ever testified before in court?
No.
Oh, okay. So the court reporter here has got to hear a yes or a no. So if you just do that for us.
Got it. Yes.
And you said the patient himself wasn't complaining of pain to the nose.
Not that I recall.
And then you said, and so then there was a CAT scan that was done, and that reflected that there was a, correct me if I'm wrong, non-displaced fracture, correct?
Correct.
Did that give you any indication of the age of that non-displaced
Yeah,
fracture?
my daughter does the
We
same.
can generally tell on imaging if the fracture is what we call acute, meaning this just happened or not, because healing starts pretty quickly. So
Okay.
this was an acute injury that just occurred.
Gotcha. And the description in the notes that you were looking at said that Superior scalp and head injury likely from being kicked, correct?
Correct.
That's based on self-report?
I suppose, I'm afraid I don't recall where that information came from. So I cannot speak to whether it was accurate or not. I think it was secondhand information. Of course, for me, it would have been secondhand information. But I don't know who told us that.
Okay. And that the patient did admit to some alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And that was confirmed by the results of the toxicology, correct?
Yes.
And that he also denied any illicit substances, correct?
Correct.
But that, however, was not confirmed by the toxicology because that did reflect on page 11 positive for cannabinoid, correct?
Let me take a look.
Page 11.
Let's see. Yes. That's the result is positive. It doesn't necessarily speak to when the cannabis was used.
Okay. All right. And so you told us today what you did as far as treating him for his wounds, correct?
Yes.
But you couldn't tell us or help this jury if what they wanted to know was why what had happened to him that evening, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect? Nothing. All right, thank you. You're dismissed from the room. Yes, stand. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit.
That's
And
racist.
did you
but
have
I'm asking.
medical? Did you have an exhibit up there?
I do.
I'll take it. Thank you, Saunders. I appreciate that. You're welcome.
May we approach your honor?
Certainly.
State rest.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Are they resting? I heard him say, "Can we approach?" And then that was it.
Yeah, and that's why I said state rest.
I know.
Jamie, do you know how
I do.
bad this case is? We have 8 viewers more than Grant. Thank you. You're 13 people over on Rumble. We have 21 viewers more than Grant.
How many people are on Rumble?
13.
Ooh.
Yeah, anime has
Good
really
job.
ginned up some people over there. No, they're not at lunch now. They go to lunch at 1.
Good job, anime.
I don't think they came back and said lunch.
Over. Avoid anyone.
No, they did go to lunch. Did they?
I don't know. Hear it again.
I do.
I'll take it. And did you? Yes, stand. Thank you. Please watch your step as you exit.
I'm gonna boost
And
it.
did you have medical? Did you have an exhibit up there?
I do.
I'll take it. Thank you, Saunders. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
May we approach your honor?
Certainly.
Never been to Portugal. It's a lot of seafood.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take an early lunch, so you're going to have an extended lunch break today. It is 25 of 1. We will commence evidence again at 2 p.m. So have a good lunch. Please remind yourselves of your juror conduct and the obligations and rules that we've gone over. Avoid anyone, don't talk to anyone, and don't do any independent research.
So they did go to lunch.
Yeah.
That could either there's a missing witness or the witness won't be here till after lunch, or they might be getting close to resting. But then why didn't they go back live and said, we're resting, let's do the hackety no in the light most favorable to the defense, to the state.
Maybe they
blah,
want
blah,
to do
blah.
that after lunch. Yeah. Maybe they wanted to wait till after lunch.
Couldn't have,
Hey,
have it
Gavin
while
just
out.
texted me. You're way too sexy for TV.
What?
What is what?
All right, I don't need to do any. This is all locked, correct?
Yeah, we're locked up, we can bounce.
So I don't have to. I'm not putting any of this evidence away.
Yeah, what's that? Probably usually, I don't know.
You didn't mute.
5 of 2,
Uh-oh.
they go back to check, make sure the jurors all made it back from lunch.
Okay.
And then we'll do the same thing, we'll walk them around. We'll be good to go. We got one more witness, we think?
one or two. I thought it was two, but I could be wrong. Who's this guy?
This is like his assistant.
Oh, it's his?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's.
I can't turn up the volume more. I'm already boosted at 10.
What's that? Yeah, good match. Let's go. Good match. From Lopez is Lopez is in love with the one. The other day, the little pretty one, I went to clear a spot for her. Before I can turn, Lopez is running, right over this way, right over that. Yeah,
This is a bailiff.
You know what motivates it.
Oh, boy.
It sounded like a bailiff and maybe the prosecutor,
That's what I was thinking.
but it sounded like they have one, maybe two witnesses. They are calling the sister of the defendant, is how I interpreted what they said. And Lopez really liked the cute little one.
So embarrassing.
Yep.
Oof.
No, these are bailiffs. They don't have anything to do with the recording. It's Lorne and Krim who forgot to turn off the feed.
Yeah. Because you're too sexy to be on TV. That was just like, what?
Yeah. Come back and talk more about the little cute one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
this
did
will
all
stay
your-
open. And well, sometimes the producers back at whoever carries the signal figures out, oh, yeah, we forgot to turn off the audio, and then they'll do it because this is one of the things that makes judges get really angry.
Mhm. And I bet somebody's going to be like, oh, the sound's on, and somebody will notice, and they'll be like, oops.
The bailiffs wants to visit France a la Eiffel Tower. Yeah, with the little cute one.
God. That's so creepy.
But it's just that's oh, they turned off the audio. Dang it.
Mhm.
Boo.
Boo!
Jamie, what a waste of a morning.
Kinda. Just,
Yeah, because that guy was just lying for 2 hours, and then the doctor said,
oh,
yeah,
yeah.
he had
I don't
injuries.
recall. I don't recall.
And-
I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't know anybody. I don't even know I was there. I don't even know who these people are. That's pretty much the gist.
Yeah, I never. Who you think? My brother? Never seen that guy.
I don't know who that
Well,
guy
he's your
is.
brother. My mom never told me. She said I was adopted.
Just said I don't recall. I don't recall.
But that means we all have a good long.
Yep, 2:00. I'll be back.
Can I start at where should Brandon go in Portugal? I only think we have had one Portuguese viewer. Has anyone been to Portugal?
Has Fed been to Portugal? Or just Spain?
Maybe try Cascais. A lot of nice castles and excellent food. Yeah. Type word about Portugal. I don't know any Portuguese words. Oh, Fedorowski, of course, he's been there a lot of times. I only been to Spain. Well, I never been to Spain, but I kind of like the music. Saying there. How they use it. Don't abuse it. Never gonna lose it. I can't remember. It's an Elvis song. You don't need a travel agent. You just go on hotels.com and find a hotel Then you go to, well, you can get both planes and hotels at the same place. Just do that. Take an Uber. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Obrigada is thank you in Portuguese. Yeah, Andalusia is lovely, but it's not in Portugal. That's in Spain. Oh, I need to take this off. Lisbon. I think I've heard Lisbon is kind of like Barcelona. It's a little too crowded. It's a little overrun. But then, yeah. Well, the language is kind of the same. That's how I found Vueling Airlines. Madeira is great. Yeah, if you're having a dessert, Madeira wine is great. Yeah, you're gonna land in Lisbon, but probably I would try and get to like a smaller big city down there, because Lisbon, I've heard, is kind of crowded. Not that fun. But I don't know. I've never been there. Well, thank you, Pimpanella. Depends on what. Early morning. I did a show last night at around midnight. It's a luxury budget airline without world star videos. Think mostly Spain and short hops. What's the in-flight entertainment if there's not someone screaming about aliens in the back of the plane, or someone yelling "World Star for the culture"?
Yeah, what fun is that?
Panilla had friends who had a house in Praia de Luz. That's a beautiful area. Madeira is very temperate, similar temperature all day long. Yeah, you need to be somewhere because around this time of year, it gets really hot in Spain. Well, kinda. That's your style. No world star hip hop or world star hip hop. Yeah, and especially that's at the sea, right? So there's a little wind all the time. I could do 25 degrees if it's close to the sea and there's a slight breeze.
What's
I
25
wouldn't
right
be.
there?
25 is 70 something, 77.
Ooh, with a breeze from the sea? Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah. Well, Portugal is at the sea, so that's. But you could go to parts of France, but all the touristy places that's easy to get to, I wouldn't go. I hate France to begin with, but go to northern France and stay out in the countryside. Get some great local cuisine. They have some amazing places to go see, or you can just hang out, drink a lot of French wine, or you can go to the northern Italy. It's kind of the same climate. Beautiful places. Don't go to Switzerland at this time of year because it's encompassed by mountains. It's so effing hot down there every time I've been down there in July. I don't know all these highfalutin names. You lived in Rondônia. The water is cold in Portugal. That's because they're right out to the Atlantics. It's not inland water like we have it. It's the same if you go to the west coast. It's also a little too cold. Corsica, I've heard it's a very beautiful place. It's very rugged. It's a little old-fashioned when you get out of Palermo, so could be a fun little thing. France smells like urine. Sorry, but true. Well, if you go to oh, what's the part where they have all the lavender fields? That's why can't I remember that name now? North of France. It's begins with a P. Not that it smells like urine, but that's actually quite beautiful. But I hate Paris. I never want to go to Paris ever again in my life. My sister goes there like twice a year. Been to France a lot, and the story about my brother being drunk in the airport and me getting searched French wine caused that. Yeah, then don't go there. Because you're thinking about the mountains, but the mountain kind of encapsulate. Switzerland is just a big lake with a lot of mountains around it, and it gets really hot late June, early July. The last time I was down there, I think it was in the high 80s, 90s, which is really hot when you live where I live. Remember, my level is somewhere like southern Canada is the longitude I'm on. So if I get weather like just going to Tennessee when we did, that was really hot. I sweat. When we were at Dollywood, I was just pouring sweat all day.
That's southern humidity, man.
Sue, you don't need the words.
All right, I'm gonna jump off. I will see you back at 2-ish. And
yeah, bye.
Bye, guys. Have fun. See you later.
Yeah, but I thought it was chocolate and snow, but nope, really hot. I took my wife once. We took the train oh, this is the text. Sorry, Sue. Sailing from London. When we got to France, one of the tourists helped people pretend not to know English until I overheard him speak perfect English. Yeah, French people are French. You can't change them. They are French. And being French is having a constant stick up your butt. Again, we traveled there a lot when I was young and played music, and I never had a great time. Well, one time we always, we slept at schools and stuff like that to keep the cost down. And one time they put us in a ghetto. That wasn't that probably wasn't thought through. But I just never really met any. They always seem a little uppity. I heard that Germany has gone down the shit. Oh, sorry. The last few years, people move into the area have something to do with it. It depends on where you go in Germany. But Germany is the same like every other major city in Europe. There's a lot of tension. There's a lot of unrest going on. And if I was coming from the States to Europe, I wouldn't go to Berlin. I wouldn't go to to Paris. I wouldn't go to London unless I knew which areas I could be in. Rome was really bad. I was supposed to be there last year, but I got injured, so I couldn't go. But the last time I was in Rome, which was just before the vid, there were so many street peddlers, pocket, what do you call them, pickpockets. It was horrible. And you see that a lot in a lot of cities, in the major cities. A lot of people have started going to Eastern Europe because they have a different approach. to stuff like that. So if you want to go somewhere, you could. I would suggest going to like Prague or Budapest, which are wonderful, a little cheaper. You have to just check up on things before you go there because some places over there is a little shady, but it happens everywhere. But if you go to the old Austro-Hungarian cities, you will see some amazing architecture. It's really really pretty, and it's not that filled with the problem with a lot of the big cities are they are swamped with tourists. I wouldn't go to Copenhagen now. There's so many people that I would never go. If anyone came to like do a meetup over here, I would take them to our big city because you can do the same things. Well, there's no Legoland or something, but we could go to. There's no Tivoli, but we could go to Legoland or something like that because I wouldn't go to Copenhagen. Copenhagen is just tourist everywhere. Oh yeah, Prague. Cross the Carlsberg Bridge and watch the statues. Don't tread on any of the pictures they lay out. So you have to buy them for like $100 because you stepped on them. But go across the bridge. Go to the castle. It's a wonderful area. That's why find some smaller cities. Don't go to like Venice or Rome or anything like that. Find a little something a little bit smaller. But that's the same when I go to the U.S. I like being in Delaware and Tennessee because I would hate being in like Chicago, New York, or L.A. I don't like people that much. There's a reason why I'm a YouTuber. I can't see you. I just imagine all of you don't have any clothes on. Yeah, there is a lot of nudie bars in Prague, and they have some very very beautiful women if you're single and looking to mingle. Tuscany is a beautiful place, really really beautiful place. See you later, Teresa Dierksmeyer. Hey, Hanks. Oh, you gig crash something at Tivoli. Well, Roland, you sent me the pictures of not wearing pants, and I said, please don't do it. It looked like it's deceased. I did have to do a strip down a few minutes ago to wash down the patio. Tank top and shorts. Oh my, oh my. Boston is awesome for tourists, lots to see. But it's in Massachusetts, so you have to have a BAC over 0.2, or else you're not legally allowed to stay in Massachusetts. Yeah, and one of the famous Danish astrologists died down there. So you can go and see his grave. Naples, that's southern Italy. Southern Italy is it's a little bit different than northern Italy. Let's just say that. They have some of the old traditions down there still. Lucca is a nice little town in Tuscany. Lucca is also a great place, yeah. Pisa is vastly overrated. Once you see the tower, go elsewhere. Yeah, and there will be so many people there. That's why, and you won't get good food because it'll be tourist traps, all of them. So get out in the country. Well, I see you. Bruce has a chocolate museum, beer museum, torture museum. Bruce is a museum, French fry museum, history. You can visit Belgium in 1 week. Actually, go to the Low Countries at this time of year. That I think that would be. I was there. I've been there in the summer and I always remember it as being, because again, it's out to the near the coast. It's flat. I remember it as being wonderful this time of year. We did we sailed the Zuidon Sea, which is a big, or Zuidon Lake, which is a big lake in Holland. When I was in 7th grade, I think we had a school trip, and I remember the weather as being bad, but that was like March or something. But Holland or Belgium could be, and you can do both of them, could be, I think, really great at this time of year. And again, everything is in Europe. If you rent a car, you can visit 4 countries in one day. It's no problem. Go to Liechtenstein or something. You have to go up to the Northwoods. No one will bother you, and you can run around butt naked. Yeah, but there's probably bears up there. Yeah, but we need a new place, and not ones that have the au pair I was banging nearby. She was Danish, so yeah. Yeah, and southern Italy is hot. Yeah. Go to Malta. Malta is one of those slept on. It's become kind of a place where all the online casinos are, because of tax reasons. So there's a lot of young people living and working at these online casinos right now. But Malta is it's a little gem that not a lot of people know about. That's an amazing place to go. There's a lot of culture. There's a lot of stuff to see back from what are they called? The Temple Knights. There are the air bases from the Second World Kerfuffle. It's a beautiful little island, and you can go to the neighbor island. I think it's called Gonzo, something like that. I would recommend, if you're trying a little sleeper that is not too crowded, because if you go to Greece, all the islands, or you go to Spain, all the islands is overrun right now. You'll meet a ton of British people, and Russian probably not so much anymore, but Malta is a great little place. Cyprus, I've heard good things, but it's kind of overrun with tourists as well. Never go to Turkey, never go to Egypt. Those are horrible touristy places. I've heard so many bad things. My parents were there in, never been to Turkey, but they were in Egypt. They said it was hell on earth. They constantly getting harassed, constantly someone tried to sell you stuff, constantly pickpockets running around. It was horrible. I can take you to Malta. Oh my. Cyprus is the Ibiza of Greece. Ibiza is, no, that's Spanish, that's right. Maybe Lesko needs to go to Lesbos. Wouldn't go to Israel right now. I would not recommend it right now. Ireland, never been there. Again, I think that's a little too much like Denmark. Just want to go to northern Morocco, step foot on the soil, then depart. Well, then you can go to the southern Spain or to Gibraltar and just sail over and step on. Yeah, Turkey is really, really, that's horrible touristy. I had my gym buddy went down there with her work. She works with people who are in assisted living, and she said it was about the worst. The hotels are run down. The service is really bad. The food is, almost everyone got food poisoning, and yeah, I wouldn't go there. Ibiza is gorgeous. It is, but it's very overrun with tourists. Ibiza is how the British pronounce Ibiza. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. Gibraltar was rubbish. Is essentially a UK high street, but with sunny weather. Yeah, there's nothing there. It's just a little naval base the British still have down there. In Turkey, they mix bad moonshine in the drinks too. Also, it's like being in the desert down south. Yeah, that's one of the things that sadly have happened. A lot of people have died of alcohol poisoning because they mixed ethanol into it's ethanol into the drinks, so people will die from it. Well, that's why the travel agent is good. She has actually stayed in all these places, taken the airlines, trains, etc., so you don't have to make the wrong choice. But making the wrong choice is what gives you the great stories. Imagine what was the movie you talked about? Not you, someone else talked about Midnight Run, Midnight Hotel, whatever that movie is. If that guy had taken a travel agent, he would never have ended up in a Turkish prison wanking in front of a screen with his girlfriend. That's a story you can tell in your entire life. Brandon, you can be safe or you can have fun. You have to choose one. Or your wife will go to Paris or go to Rome. Oh yeah, if you stay anywhere in Europe, you're lucky. Well, down south they might have air condition, and up here we don't have. We do everything we can to make sure our houses can keep as much heat, so we don't have to pay as much to heat it. Remember, we have 2 days of summer a year. Right now, the sun is actually shining outside at 7 o'clock at night, and I'm sitting here yelling at you, but. We haven't had 3 days. I have a fence I need to paint, and they say you need 3 days of sun so it can dry out the wood. We haven't had 3 days of real sun this summer, so that's annoying. When I was just a young stallion running around with my mane flapping in the wind, different story. Yeah, that's when you go and you go down the streets in Prague, and someone say, "Hey, you want to come see big show, beautiful women. I make special price. You American, oh American, my friend, you American. I know a very special girl. I tell you, come this place. My cousin ride the taxi. I make sure your hotel. My cousin take you, and then you end up in some rundown warehouse with a stripper that has one leg and no teeth, and you end up paying triple the amount you would have paid if you just went to a club inside the town. If you come to the UK, better places to visit than London. North England. I've heard a lot of good things about Northern England. Special price and girl for you. Exactly. Oh, I would like to go to I would like to do the Stavanger. Is it Stavanger to what is the cruise up the west coast of Norway? I would like to do that one. You like Kierkegaard? I think he's overrated. Oh, you have to make a choice to be alive. If you don't choose, you're not a human. We get filled with him. Well, you can go show her some high-end stuff. Portugal would be perfect. I think Portugal, if you want to have sun, you want to have the opportunity to lounge. If you want to have the opportunity to go, well, you won't, but your wife want to go shopping. I think we're going back to the original. You're going to Portugal. Not Lisbon, but you're going. And the food, if you like seafood, it's a wonderful place. There's a lot of seafood down there. So the deal is Brandon is now taking his wife to Portugal, which is going to be amazing. It's going to be a lovely time. Love Wittgenstein. You would love to go to Japan. I've heard Japan there's a lot of cultural differences that you need to know. Need to hear my Scottish accent, but I can't do a Scottish accent. And every time people ask me, I can't do it. It's when I try to do me Irish accent, lassie, and it kind of comes up a bit. Is it Scottish? Is it Irish? Is it Welsh who's been shacking a sheep? You never know. That's the best I can do. Thank you, Iris. 20 months. You got my Scottish accent. To be sure, to be sure. No, that's Irish. Funny how that's not racist, but if I say, I want me some grits and some cowboy boots, that's apparently racist. I have the same every time I went to Baker College because we stayed, it was like 20 weeks or 40 weeks. We stayed in this city down by the border, and they speak a funny language down there. So I started, instead of saying hello, I still do it to this day, I just say moin, which is only that place of Denmark they say that. It means everything. It's kind of like aloha in Hawaii. It means, hey, bye, how you doing? It's just weird. Ba, 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 ba. Shh, shh. Your grandpa was Scottish and you could call me Lassie. Yeah, Lassie is it's a wee girl, I think. Moin. Har du lort i øjen? State Barcelona is Spain has gotten really crazy with tourist taxes. I don't know if Portugal is the same. Because they want to, we have too many tourists. You don't have anything else. You have stupid money the EU send you and tourists. That's what you live off of. We also make goat cheese. And no one eats that. So I don't know how bad the taxation is in Portugal. Madagascar. That's a long way. My daughter went on a school trip to Argentina. They at that school they had either South Africa or Argentina, and she was there an Argentina year. I was kind of glad because that was when there was a lot of trouble in South Africa. Portugal actually has I think they have quite a conservative government right now. But again, our most conservative party will probably be to the left of Bernie Sanders in America. Frankfurt. Yeah, could work. Köln or Cologne. Munich wouldn't go there. Austria is also a beautiful, kind of overlooked place. It's mostly for elderly people. I don't know. Moin, until you have eaten the first potato at the day. Oh. We're going to start with Portugal. Check the American hatred index and taxes. Oh yeah, Hungary under Orban is pretty conservative. Well, yeah. That's why the EU doesn't like him. You're almost 40 any month now. Not in. Oh, fuck. Oh, sorry. That's the wrong game. We don't want to play that one. there's quite a few months till you're 40 if you're turning 40 this year because you don't have your birthday till September. So maybe it's because you're getting old fella, but I know your birthday better than you do. I'm gonna jump off, make myself some food because I'm just talking and we have to be back in 30 minutes. Baker wants you all to visit Sweden. He can give you a tour if you ask him. If you're going to Sweden, there's a small island. I can't remember the name of it, so I can never go back there. But I was out walking one morning and I saw Victoria Silvstedt. Any man my age knows who she is. Apparently, she has a summer home on that island. And trust me, compared to all of these film stars who get their face ruined to try and look young, she is still as stunning as she was when she was top of the pop back then. Oh my God. Oh my God. Walking around in the morning with a little bit of a hangover, and then this Amazonian woman come walking past me. And you know, you do the, is that? And then you figure out that was that. Oh, ooh, oh. Hey everyone. Hope you all had a nice little lunchy poo and enjoyed playing the game, beating Sue, because that's what we do on this channel, harass Sue and Jamie. Come on, StreamYard, stop being stupid. What we kind of got from the hot mic, there could be one, maybe potentially two witnesses left. If they're gonna, it seemed like the next one they're calling is the sister of the defendant. And if they're gonna end with her, it's gonna be a tearjerker that they want to send the jury into the defense part of the case with some kind of raw emotion. Good tactic, good tactic. But was she there that night? Was she the female in the car? Who knows? Because I can't keep track. Everyone is called Tyler. If she's also called Tyler, I might just do my greatest hit rendition of E17. They didn't have that many bangers. And they always wore that the snow camo. Never understood why a British band would use snow camo. All right, everything's gonna be all right. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. Sometimes I do a lunch break where I cut off the stream, but because then YouTube doesn't like videos over 4 hours. But sometimes I let Sue get beaten in this game because she liked punishment.
All right, you may be seated. I just would like to address on the record, for purposes of the media, when we are in recess, there should be no videoing, and the recording should also be stopped as well. So just want to make sure that that's being adhered to. So thank you so much for that.
It would be mentioned.
All right, are we prepared with the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
So then I would at this time ask the clerk to bring the jurors in. Thank you.
I don't know. What about the Crystal Rogers trial? What about it? Yeah, and she's not on her phone right now, so I can just say bad things about her.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Council, please stipulate to the return of our jurors after lunch.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much.
I should
All right, at this
probably
point in
turn the
time,
audio
I
down.
would direct the state to call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Keenan Frasick to the stand.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please enter the witness stand. Please remain
I
standing.
can't see
And
if
my
it's
clerk
spelled
to my
like that.
right
I
is
can't.
going to put you to oath, okay? Thank you.
That's not his sister. The only thing I can see is that where's Crystal Rogers for 2 months ago? Someone who disappeared in 2015. That's. Can't see it's live anywhere.
Your Honor, please raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon.
No, the Crystal Rogers case is done. Stephen Lawson was found guilty in unsolved murder 3 weeks ago.
Perjury. If so, please say I do.
I do.
Please state your name, spelling your last name, and address.
Oh, he has a crooked finger.
Keenan Frasick, 16 Woodcrest Farrads Avenue, KTE, FRACZ.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Doesn't show up
Good
when I
afternoon.
Google it.
Keenan.
Good afternoon.
Can you just do us a favor, sit close to that microphone. The acoustics in here are pretty bad, so the jury needs to hear what you have to say, okay? Keenan, how old are you?
I am 20 years old.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to
Central
school?
Connecticut State University,
And what are you studying?
nursing.
And
Oh, if it's streamed on their website, I'm not going to stream from their website. They can strike me from that one.
are you working for the summer?
I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working part-time at Bass Pro Shops and doing lawn work.
Ooh, Bass Pro.
I do.
Why are you here today?
There's nothing.
To say my part in what happened
The only thing on court TV
leading
is
up
this.
to and after the event.
Are you nervous to be here today?
Sure am.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
16.
And did you go to school?
I did.
Where did you go to school?
St. Joseph High School.
And what year were you?
I was in my sophomore year.
So you're a rising junior?
Yes.
And are you
Who is
familiar
this
with an
guy? Sorry,
individual
I
by the
missed
name
it.
of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar
That's
with
another
Jack
kid.
Snyder?
Schoolmate.
At St. Joe's?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler De Silva?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Schoolmate at St. Joe's.
And are you familiar with an individual
Nothing
by
on
the
that
name
YouTube.
of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Schoolmate at St. Joe's.
Does he have a nickname?
He does.
And what is his nickname?
He was called Lito.
And
It must be someone who was with Lito and is there to testify about that.
is the defendant,
That's
is
what I was wondering.
Raul present in court today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
Blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendant in this case?
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Now, Keenan, I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, specifically Madigan Leifer's house. Can you tell us what was going on at Madigan Leifer's house that night and what time you got there?
There was a party going on. Couple of grades mixed within the St. Joseph school community. We were all hanging out, having a good time, obviously drinking some alcohol. And I believe I got there around, I'd say 9 o'clock.
And were you drinking?
I was.
How much were you drinking?
3 beers.
And when we say beers, what kind of beer? Remember?
Bush Light.
And 1, 2, 3. 3 beers. I trust this kid now.
Oh, yeah. It's a magic number.
And how long were you there? Well, withdrawing. At some point in time when you were at Madigan Leifer's house, did individuals show up that you were not familiar with? Or are you aware that individuals showed up that you're not familiar
I am aware.
but you didn't see them?
Did not see it.
Around what time would you say, how long were you at Madigan Leifer's house between the time you got there and the time that you became aware that these individuals showed up?
I can't put an exact time on it, but it was around 1 to 2 hours.
So at some point in time, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were exactly doing aside from drinking alcohol. What were you doing at the party at the Leifer house?
Socializing with my friends, maybe playing some drinking games like beer pong, something of those sorts.
Do you know whether or not when you were there, whether or not Jack Snyder was at that party?
Jack Snyder was present.
And was Tyler De Silva there?
He was.
And was the defendant there?
He was.
Now, at some point in time, were you inside the house or outside the house when you were at this party?
Inside for most of the time.
At some point in time, did you exit the house for some reason?
I did.
And why did you exit the house?
My buddy named Ryan, he said he wasn't feeling.
Jimmy, your favorite person in the whole world, Grant Doink the Clown. Breaking today at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, only on Towel Stream. I will reveal an exclusive text interview with Juror 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, Paula Prado. Paula answered 14 of my questions from recent days. Paula Prado answers, by the way, Paula didn't answer your questions. Paula had to sit through your show which was mostly about me. She took notes of a few points to address later, since she never received a proper interview request or even proper questions to respond to.
She said
I
that?
love this lady. I wish I was big enough that she would come on my channel, because not to talk about the trial, but just to shoot the shit. I think she's wonderful.
She was still
Well,
come on.
felt uneasy.
You're big
Said he had
enough.
to vomit. So I took him outside, went around the house into the back, and was tender.
Most likely not. It's going to be a big case. I already have great friends who have covered it. I tend not to try and sneak in and steal lightning when someone else has thunder. I will be looking at another case. Well, actually, it's going to be two cases, but it's involving the same person. We are trying to figure out if it's going to be televised, both of them. It's first, it's a CP case, and the other one is a unaliving case, which should run in July, maybe August, I think. I can't remember. But horrendous case, especially the CP case, is I read the charging document today. Lord Chippy was starting to growl.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's not that hard.
Or was with him while he was vomiting.
And when you were doing that, how long would you say you were out back with him for?
I'd say 20 minutes.
And after 20 minutes, did you return to the garage or driveway area of the home?
Well, then
I
you're
did.
going to
And when you did that,
Prague.
What, if anything, was occurring at that moment?
Nothing was occurring at that moment as we were driving, or I'd say walking around the house. We heard some shouting from a car from the driving past the road, and we're trying to figure out what was going on.
And did you in fact figure out what was going on?
We were informed.
Okay. And were you informed about a fight that had taken place?
We were informed.
You did not witness that fight?
Did not.
And at some point in time, shortly after that fight, did the party break up?
It did.
And can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the circumstances
I'm not a big
surrounding
name.
the party break?
I don't have that pull. I can't even
Could you
get
repeat
Jamie
that?
to
Well, in
show
other
up
words,
most days.
you got back, you heard about this fight. How long after did you hear about the fight that did the party break up?
Yeah, that's a industry term, Jamie. When you're a big channel and you have a lot of viewers, you have pull, which means you can pull people in to do interviews. Right now, I have two people I would really love, and I know I'm not big enough, and they hardly will never, probably will never hear about me. I would love to do Paula, not to sit here and say, well, what do you think about the case? But just to shoot the shit with her, because she seems amazing. And the one interview, because I've seen Janetti and Alessi do a few interviews now. The person I would really love to hear from, and that's because I'm a law nerd, I would love to talk to Liza Little.
That or Alan
To-
Jackson.
But I don't want
yes.
Alan Jackson. I want Liza Little because I want to hear about because we have all these good talkers, these flashy lawyers who are good on the mic and do all of that. But the way she was just sitting there with her notes, whenever Bev said, Miss, yeah, it's right here. Whenever Alessi needed a piece of fact, she just handed it. I would love to know how she sees a case like this, because I know what the lawyers do. They tell us, yeah, we argue this, we ask these questions. But I want to go into the engine room. That's where I find it fascinating, because I can tell what Jackson did. I saw the trial. I can tell what Janetti did. I saw the trial. And of course, you can ask about some strategy questions. But I really want to know what happened. And she probably can't talk a lot about it, but I just find that part of a trial fascinating. It's the part no one ever talks about. It's the mindset that you sit, because they changed the entire structure from trial 1 to trial 2, because they brought Alessi on, and you could tell he needed a lot of fact sheets and document, and she was just on it. She could just point in a book. That's the one I want to talk to. AJ and all of them, great interviews. Rongel, still the best one of them, I have to say. I think Melanie Little had them on yesterday, and AJ won't do interviews, but I think it could be really interesting to hear how you make the engine tick. I know a lot of people won't want to hear about that, but I'm the nerd. I want to go back there.
No, I
Within 20
agree.
minutes.
And how did the party break up? Did parents inform you the party was over? How did that happen?
Well, sadly, I'm trying to get Plevin back on. Marissa keeps yelling at me and say she is quitting if I try to force her to invite him. Unconfirmed rumor, probably not true. I saw it on the Twitter thread. Anything you read online is not true. Benjamin Franklin said that. I saw that in a GIF. Plevin is having Janetti and Alessi on. Most likely not true. I haven't seen it confirmed anywhere. But someone who is not an anti-Karen Reed put it on Twitter. That
Really?
was what they heard, that Plevin is going to have. And I can just, Jamie, do you want me to reenact how that interview is going to go?
Yes, please. Please do.
So today we're going to have two dishonest men on. They call themselves lawyers. One of them is Janetti, and the other one is Alessi, who lied a lot, both of them in Carrie's trial. So you all know them. Welcome, gentlemen. So when did you decide to contact Just Levy and conspire with him to get Karen Reed off? Well, that's quite an intro. I'm not sure that I can agree to. Sorry, I'm asking a question here. Can you please answer? At what time exactly did you contact your friend, Just Levy, and conspired? Well, they reached out to us because there were so many mistakes in this case. So I'm clearly not getting any answers here. I asked you, at what exact time did you conspire with the DOJ to conspire against justice? Hey, Bob, did you book us with a kid who has is this like a Make-A-Wish for mentally ill people?
This is a Make-A-Wish.
No, Janetti. Apparently he's written a book about it. Hey, I am in the room. Answer my question. Why did you always lie? About what? I have to end it here. I cannot get any straight answers. You two are a disgrace and should be debarred. Removed from channel. See, folks, Turtle Boy sent them over here, denying them the right to answer any question truthfully. This is why you watch the Yellow Cottage Cheese, where the truth is as thick as my hair. Please come back tomorrow, where I will be inviting Paula on and say, ¿Dónde está la conspiración, Paula? Because they speak Spanish in Brazil. Please super chat.
I don't believe it was the parents. The older sister was telling everybody to disperse and get out of the house. The party was over.
And so when the party was over, what, if anything, were you concerned about at that point in time?
Trying to get home.
And did you have a ride home at that point?
I did not.
And were you hanging out with anybody at the moment, at that moment, who also needed a ride home?
Yes.
And who was that?
Demetrios Arfanis and Wilson.
Had 4 hours.
And at some point in time, were you able to find a ride home?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, you recall seeing the defendant, Jack Snyder, at the house.
Yes. Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 53.
Can you identify the people in state 50?
I was just giving a brief introduction to the interview someone is alleging Plevin is going to have with Yannetti and Alessi. I was just imagining what would happen.
This person in the red.
Jack Snyder,
And how about this person here with the helmet on?
Raul Valle.
The defendant?
Yes,
At some point in time, you were able to find a ride from Lazy Brook?
I was.
And who offered you a ride?
Jack Snyder.
And was anybody else offered a ride at that point in time?
Yes, Demetrios Arfanis was. He was.
I don't think Liza is doing any interviews. AJ, I believe, has said he will only do radio. So I'm not gonna go try and pressure people. And Paula, she needs a little rest. She's been fighting idiots on Twitter the last week, and being horribly xenophobically shit talked. But I like her on Twitter, so who knows?
Planning from the beginning of the night to sleep over at my house after the party, and Will Sinchwald.
You need to get that cop.
At some point in time, did you get into
Sarah.
Jack's car?
Yes,
Show you states 30. You recognize state 30?
that was a vehicle.
That's Jack's car?
Yes,
And when you got into that vehicle, who else got into the vehicle with you?
Jack Snyder was driving his car. Tyler Da Silva, Lito Valle or Raul Valle, Demetrios, myself, Will Sinchwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Now, how do you know all those people?
We all went to school together at St. Joe's.
You're all St. Joe students?
Yes,
Now, when you left Lazy Brook in Jack's car, did you know where you were headed?
we were going to Trumbull High
Why were you going there?
to figure out where we were going to go after, whether it was a different party, hang out at somebody else's house. It was kind of just like a middle grounds almost to figure out where we were going to go next.
And did you, in fact, at some point get to Trumbull High School?
We did.
And when you got there, did you guys discuss what to do next?
Not really. When we got to Trumbull High, we met up with some other females that were at the party, and the whole group of people were split up, and
It's not mine.
Lito, Jack, and Tyler were talking amongst themselves, and I was talking to a different group of individuals, and so I had my own separate conversation.
So were you close enough where you could hear what the defendant was talking about with Jack and Tyler?
No,
How long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
I'd give it 20 minutes.
Okay. And when you were at Trumbull High School, did you have anything to drink between the time you left Lazy Brook and the time you got to Trumbull High School?
No.
Did you have anything to drink when you were at Trumbull High School?
I know I shouldn't talk about facial hair because I can't grow a beard. But why the hell are they getting the 70s cop mustache?
I don't know. I hate
And-
that look.
And when your mustache stops above your corner of your mouth, Walter White, well, not Walter White, but the guy who plays Walter White, he made the Walter White beard because when your mustache stops above the mouth, you look shady. You look weird. At least I do a Fu Manchu or something fun. You're what, 20 years old? I have rocked the Fu Manchu. It looks stupid. I did the Fu Manchu into sideburns and just trimmed all of this off. I looked stupid, but I had fun doing it. You shouldn't look like a failed accountant when you're 20.
Why?
No,
He works at Bass Pro.
Now, after
I
about
mean,
20 minutes, did you all get back into Jack's car?
we did.
But if you work at Bass Pro, get a, we call
I
them
feel like they all
motherfucker
look
beards.
like that at Bass Pro.
Well, you get a motherfucker beard. That's what we call it in Danish when you take off the chins and just have the toilet seat over your mouth. That's a motherfucker beard. You get that one. At least that gives you a little bit of credit. Or get like a high Fu Manchu so it's just down to here. Bass Pro isn't that for rocket outdoors men. It's not for people that Brandon meets every day he goes into the office. Or get some bushiness into it. We need some bush. These nope. You look like me when I started growing facial hair when I was 20 years old because I didn't really get facial hair till I was 20.
Why did you do that?
Because everything was wrapped up and thought we were going home.
You thought you were going home?
Yes,
And did you leave Trumbull High School?
we did.
And when you left Trumbull High School,
where did you, where were you headed? Did you think you were
I
going home?
believe, I thought we were heading home to my house with Demetrios.
At what point in time
No,
did you
he
realize
has a
you weren't
cool
heading
beard.
home?
So when we
Has
got out of
the-
Trumbull High, we took a right, and we were supposed to take a right, the next right, back into Trumbull, but we took a left into Shelton, and that's how I knew we were not going to my house.
And you, what town do you live in?
Trumbull.
So when you took,
No, I said every time you go to the office, you see people like this. This is the look of your accountant before he says, "Can I get the key to the loft or the roof? I'm just gonna go for a walk." Whee!
the left to go into Shelton, was there any talk about where you're going? Drop me home, anything like that?
I assumed that we were
Come on now, I'm a man.
dropping Mackenzie off because I knew she was from Shelton, but didn't know what part, didn't know where she lived.
At some point in time, did you pull up on a house in Shelton?
We did.
And do you recall what house that was?
The estate of Tyler Rich.
Show you states 9. Is that house
The
that you guys pulled up to?
estate. He
Yes.
said the estate.
No.
Tyler Rich.
Jamie, you have to get these young kids to fix it. He has an upturned.
There's too much skin showing.
But he has the ends is going up on the side. Look at this. It's like he want to do one of those tweaky ones, but he can't drink enough soy latte at Starbucks and call himself a barista, so he can't get a hipster beard.
No.
I thought hipster beards went out of style 10 years ago. And this kid says like, "Hey, I'm just going to have a..." Get them down. Get down.
Show you states
Pretty
49.
upset, guys.
Again, aerial view, is that the Tyler Rich house that you pulled up to?
Yes.
Can you tell us in states 49 where exactly you guys pulled up, if you can recall?
I can't exactly recall the road we came in on. I knew we were facing the direction of a cul-de-sac, and we were right in front of the driveway, and drove by, turned around at the cul-de-sac, and then went back towards the driveway.
And at some point in time, prior to arriving at
Tyler Rich's house, were you aware of a group chat that was going on between some of your friends and some of the Shelton High School kids?
After the fact, I know about it now. I was not a part of that group chat, and there was no talk about that group chat, so no, I was not informed.
At some point in time, when you pulled up to for Tyler Rich's house, did you witness anybody exit that house?
When we initially drove by,
Sure.
there were people outside.
And at some point in time, when you stopped in front of the house, did people approach the car?
After we turned around the cul-de-sac, and we got surrounded by people,
And how many people would you say were outside at any given time?
at least 20.
At least 20. And when they surrounded the car, can you tell us a little bit about how that interaction initially took place?
So initially, we got surrounded, and no, I believe they were on one side of the car, and
What side of the car were they on?
the driver's side, and everything was cordial at first, and then someone from the back shouted something, and then Jack Snyder replied back, and then things started getting out of hand, and the car got surrounded.
And when you say that things got out of hand, what kind of things were happening?
The tensions were escalating.
And when you say tensions, were people arguing?
They were.
At some point in time, did anything happen where was anything thrown at the car, or did anybody touch the car?
Yes, things were thrown, and the people were on the back of the car, bouncing on the rear bumpers. People were outside the passenger window, the backseat windows, banging on the windows.
And when that happened, what, if anything, happened next with regards to the car?
With regards to the car, things were just getting way too out of hand. I was pretty scared at the moment, and then I don't remember who shouted, but someone said go, and Jack Snyder hit the gas pedal, and we went.
And when you went, where did you go?
We went down the road, about 2-3 houses, but they were pretty spread out.
And in states 49, can you see where you went down the road?
Yes, towards the top of the image.
So somewhere in this area here,
Yes.
the record can reflect, I'm pointing on the left side of on the right side of the picture towards the top of Laurel Glen. We're just before the intersection of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when the car went up that way,
what, if anything, happened when you were up there?
The individuals inside of the car got out, including myself, and some Shelton kids ran up, and they were talking with Lito, Jack, and Tyler De Silva.
I'm so sorry, Plevin. It'll never happen again. I hope you have a great interviews.
And who, if you can recall, who exactly got out of the car?
What the?
I don't remember.
Did you get out of the car at some point?
I did get out of the car at some point.
Why did you get out of the car?
Really because nothing good was happening there. Kind of walked into a trap
God, stop
and wanted to escape.
And you said other people from down the street ran down.
Yes.
And did they speak to any of you guys down the road?
They did not speak to myself, Demetrios, Kenzie, or Will. We were sitting on the curb away from the car, and
Runkle is great.
they were talking to Tyler, Jack, and Lito.
And when they were talking to Tyler and Jack, what was the tone of the conversation? Not what they said, but what was the tone of the back and forth?
At first, everything was cordial, and then it escalated a little bit.
Was there any arguing going on?
Not really too much shouting. I would say it was pretty cordial at first.
At some point, well, let me ask you this. Did you witness the Shelton kids interacting with the defendant and Tyler and Jack?
Yes.
And did you witness any physical altercation down the road when the kids came down the road? Was there any fighting, physical fighting?
No.
How long would you say the interaction was between your group of friends and the Shelton kids?
I give it 5 minutes.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44.
This is one who came with the defendant and was in the car. He might be the guy who got pummeled. Read the name again. Of course, it's Plevin.
Yeah, it's not really him, guys. But it was funny.
Come back, you Ussies.
Now, have you seen that before?
I have.
You've seen that in my office?
Yes.
Now, do you know whether or not that part of the video happens before you get out of the car or after you get out of the car?
I believe it happened before.
So you're kind of still in the car, a couple people get out or three people get out, walk down the road, you're in the car, and at some point, does Jack turn the car around and come back? How does that happen? Let us know
How I got
if you
to
can
the curb
recall,
area.
what's that?
How I got to the curb area.
Yeah,
Is
how
what you're
that,
asking?
so based on that, if that happens before you get out of the car, help us understand when you get out of the car in relation to that exhibit.
That video was pretty much a blur. That's one part of the night.
Right.
It was new to me once you showed me that video. Didn't exactly remember or recall exactly how all those events went down. I can't say if I got out of the car before that happened or after that happened. But I know before the individuals went back, I was already out of the car with a couple of my friends who I arrived with sitting.
Sorry, I retract every statement I made about you, Plevin. The great and mighty Mindy Murphy, I couldn't handle her in court. I'm sorry.
That was
I retract
awful.
every statement. Plevin is the greatest author since Kierkegaard, and he has the mental capacities of a love trial between Oppenheimer and Einstein. Well, tell that woman, Mom, meatloaf.
On the curb.
So when you say the individuals went back, are you referring to the kids from the Shelton group?
Read the
No, I'm referring to Jack, Leo, and Tyler.
Oh, okay. So, well, let me ask you this. At some point, this is a small picture or small video of what happened down the road, right?
Mhm.
So at some point in time, you get out of the car with Will, Mackenzie, and Dimitri,
Yes.
and you sit on the curb.
Yes.
When you do that, is there an interaction between Tyler, Jack, and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you please explain what that interaction is like?
So the interaction was, first of all, it was agitated. The scene was tense. Lito was searching for a weapon in the car. He said, "Jack, where is your knife? Where the F is your knife?" And he was looking around in the glove box and the center console and did not find anything.
Sorry?
I did not see a knife.
This is his friend.
How was the defendant
Yeah.
reacting prior to looking for the knife?
He was on edge
Why was he on edge?
because he was upset from what happened to Jack's car.
And what kind of things was he saying to make you feel like he was upset? How was he acting?
It's going pretty insane. I'd say he was using vulgar language, cussing. Jack, look what the F they did to your car.
And after he said, "Look what the F they did to your car," that's when he asked Jack, "Where's the knife?"
Yes.
How long would you say that was going on for down the street?
That they were searching?
Well, that the defendant was acting in an aggressive manner and cursing and going insane because of what happened to the car, and then looking for the knife.
No more than 30 seconds.
And you indicated that you did not see a knife.
I did not.
Do you know whether or not the defendant ended up finding a knife?
After the fact,
Right, but at the moment,
I assume he found a knife, but in the moment, did not see a knife and believe for the rest of the night that he never found a knife because I never saw one.
Now, when you say that the three of them went back down the street, before they go back down the street, was there any talk about going back down the street by the defendant?
Yes.
What was he saying?
God, I hate his
I don't
hair
remember
so
the exact
much.
words they were saying, but there was conversation. I was too far away to hear the exact words, and they got back in and drove down.
Now, not telling us what either Jack or Tyler said, did any of those two individuals try to talk the defendant out of going back down the street?
Tyler did.
Now,
So this kid is throwing him under the bus.
Oh, big time.
He was looking for a knife already in the car, didn't find one, and then stepped out of the car and initiated the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna lose this case.
at some point in time, you indicate that the car leaves to go down the street.
Yes.
Do you see who gets in Jack's car before going down the street?
Yes. Jack was driving, and Lito and Tyler Silva.
And when the car goes down the street, how long would you say the car was down the street for before it returned?
No more than 5 minutes.
And when it was down the street, what if anything, did you hear when it was down the street?
So it went down the street, and the four of us were talking amongst ourselves, trying to really figure out what was going on and how we ended up in the situation. And they drove down. You can kind of hear the tire screech a little bit, and so you know the car is stopping. And you can't see it, but you could hear it. One, because we were far away. Two, because it was dark. Three, there might have been something obstructing our view. You hear a lot of yelling, but it wasn't high-pitched yelling, which came next. It was more of a rowdy yelling, shouting, and then eventually it turned into a very high-pitched scream.
And after about 5 minutes of the yelling and then high-pitched screaming, did you witness the car return?
Yes.
And when the car returned, were you able to witness what Tyler De Silva looked like?
Yes.
And what did he look like?
He was bleeding a lot, bruised everywhere. I asked him a simple question, and I didn't really get an answer, so he was just about unconscious.
And were you able to witness what the defendant looked like?
Yes.
And how did the defendant appear to you?
Shocked. He had like a shocked look on his face. Didn't look as battered as Tyler De Silva was, nowhere near. But I wasn't inspecting him.
Now, at some point in time, when you, Will, Dimitri, and Mackenzie were waiting down the road, were you able to make arrangements to get another ride home?
Yes.
So how did that come about?
So
This kid was in the car with Raul. He just stated that Raul was agitated looking for a knife, but he didn't see the knife. Then Raul and De Silva left the car and went over to the 1530 other kids where no one saw anyone else. And he's now talking when they came back from the fight, he heard screaming.
Once we were sitting on the curb, Carolyn, who was Will's girlfriend at the time, was picking him up. So Will was getting his ride home. And by the time the car returned from, or before I saw Tyler and Lito after what happened, Will was already gone. His girlfriend picked him up. So he was gone. It was just me, Demetrios, and Mackenzie. And Mackenzie asked us if we needed a ride and her sister could bring us home.
And did you in fact get into the car with Mackenzie?
We did.
Again, this is exhibit 44. I want to have you watch real quick.
Yeah.
Is that Jack's car taken off?
Yes.
These individuals in the road getting into the car here, that's you and
Myself, Mackenzie, and Demetrios.
that's at about 11:55 at night.
Sounds about right.
You hear the high-pitched screaming in the background? Did you hear that?
I did not hear it.
So when Jack's car took off, do you know who left in Jack's car with him?
Tyler.
And who got into Mackenzie's sister's car?
So it was myself and Demetrios and Mackenzie. And then I shut the door. And then after, Lito got in.
Lito got in, the defendant?
Yes.
And when he got in, where did he sit in the car? Do you remember?
Rear side or back right,
And where were you seated in the car?
right next to him,
In the middle?
in the middle.
And on the car ride from, withdrawn. When you guys left Laurel Glen, who was the first to get dropped off?
Myself and Demetrios.
And how long was the ride from Laurel Glen to your house?
Say 8 minutes?
And in that 8-minute ride, did the defendant say anything in the 8-minute ride over?
No.
In that 8-minute ride, were you able to observe whether or not he had any blood on him?
I did not see any.
Did it appear that he had been in a fight?
You can assume so.
But you didn't see, it didn't appear so?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frasek.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
We've never met before.
True.
Okay. You're nervous today.
Of course.
First time testifying in court.
It is.
Just going to go over with you some of your testimony, okay?
Sounds good.
Now, in this case, this isn't the first time that you've spoken about this particular matter, right?
No.
You mentioned you met with the state's attorney a few times, correct?
Correct.
He showed you some videos, correct?
Correct.
He showed you these 2 videos that we saw today, correct?
Correct.
Have you also seen another video of the fight that took place in the front of Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
You've never seen the fight where Tyler De Silva is down on the ground?
He wasn't at the scene, so he couldn't. Showing him this video would be editorializing his memories. You shouldn't be allowed to do that because he clearly stated he was down the road. He didn't see the fight. So if you show him a video saying, can you see this and this and this? You're trying to influence his memory. You're such a bad defense attorney.
No.
Are you aware that such a video exists?
I've heard chat about it.
And in your case, you spoke, you gave 2 statements.
Breaking huge Stoink news. It appears Stoink has made enough money to get a haircut. Unfortunately, it looks like his mom cut it after a morning of heavy drinking. He should probably get a refund.
Oh my gosh, stop it, Lefty.
Right, you spoke with Detective Giannotti and Nugent on May 16th,
Oh my god.
Sounds right.
and again with Detective Bengo and McPadden on September 1st, correct?
Yes.
You were telling us about being at 5 Lazy Brook Road earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were invited to that party by whom?
I don't recall whom, but friends.
Did you see Austin Leifer there?
I did.
And what was Austin Leifer doing while you were there?
Drinking like everybody else.
And you told us that you had gone outside with somebody that was ill and throwing up. Do you remember that?
I do.
Was that Austin Leifer?
No.
Did you see Austin Leifer while you were outside?
No.
And you told us that you were there around 1 to 2 hours before these other kids who you said were uninvited arrived, correct?
Sounds about right.
And you were there for 1 to 2 hours, as well as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva?
We were there roughly the same amount of time.
You didn't see anybody try to kick them out of that party?
Please rephrase that.
So you didn't see anybody try to tell them to leave that party while you were there for that 1 to 2 hours, did you?
You're talking about the defendant?
Yes, and Mr.
No.
Snyder and Mr. De Silva.
Well, once the party ended, that's when everybody in a hole was asked to leave.
Everybody was kicked out at that point.
Yes. Yes.
But before that,
No.
You didn't see anybody tell them that they had to leave.
No.
And you saw a photograph earlier. That states exhibit 53. You see that? Can you see that on your screen there?
No,
No.
that's your justice.
No, it's hurting. Technical difficulties. Okay, you can see it now.
I do.
Is that photograph taken at the Leifer's house?
I believe so, yes.
Appears to be.
Yes.
Can you identify either of these two folks in the background?
Cannot.
But to the best of your knowledge, that was taken down there in the basement because you recognize the basement where you were, correct?
If it's from the same night, I assume it's the basement.
Well, do you recall these outfits being the clothes that they were wearing?
Yes.
And did you see Mr. Valle that evening wearing some sort of neck pillow around his neck?
I don't recall seeing that now.
Do you recall seeing him wearing this motorcycle helmet?
No.
Does this banner on the back wall, does that look familiar to you?
I didn't pay too much attention to the decor.
Anything about that look to you like it's the basement where you were hanging out for 1 to 2 hours?
It's safe to say it is.
Okay. So you were there for 1 to 2 hours. This photograph you think was taken there in that basement. That's Mr. Valle and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall anybody telling them, hey, you're not invited, you got to get out of here.
That never happened.
And while you were there, you were drinking Busch Light, you told us.
Yes.
You had 3 beers.
3.
And you said at some point you became aware that 3 uninvited individuals showed up. Did you actually see them show up?
No.
You were outside at that point.
My buddy was vomiting.
And what was your buddy's name again?
Ryan.
Ryan?
Ryan.
Was he also?
Jamie, have I ever said anything negative about Sue?
All the time.
Sorry, Jamie's internet got a heat stroke. What Jamie said, you couldn't hear her, said, never. Baker loves Sue. He never says anything bad. He's the nicest person ever. Sue, you must have been getting a heat stroke or something. Oh, welcome
Is
back.
that
Kitty.
my laugh? According to you. That made me sound
I'm not
Oh,
saying you
God.
sound like a Canadian laugh therapist.
And you didn't see the fight that occurred in
Oh.
front of 5 Lazy Brook?
Did not.
Okay. But when you got back to the driveway, you said you saw a car go driving by and you heard some shouting coming from that car.
There was shouting.
What was the shouting?
F you.
No, this kid actually said that the defendant was looking for a fight and looking for a knife before he got into the fight. Brandon, you're on Gabby's side. Always spreading lies.
And then some vulgar language.
Some vulgar language. Okay. Did that appear to be directed at anyone?
The people in the driveway.
And in the driveway, did that still include Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, Mr. Valle?
I can't recall if they were in the driveway still or who was out there. I would assume so.
And at that point, you told us you were concerned about trying to get home, right?
Yes.
And you had with you Demetrios Orphanis, who had been planning to sleep over at your house that night,
Yes.
and Will Sinchwald, right?
I don't know if Will was supposed to sleep at my house. Can't recall what our plans with Will were, but if he needed someplace to sleep, it would have been my house.
Okay, he was
I
front
used
of
to
yours.
be a
He was.
politician.
And the 3 of you were offered a ride by Jack Snyder.
Yes.
Had you ever ridden with Jack Snyder before?
Not to my knowledge.
Was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
Tyler De Silva, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
And Raul Valle, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
When you say in school, what does that mean exactly?
Like we wouldn't go out of our ways to hang out with each other outside of school.
But on this night, at least, you happened to be at the same party.
Yes, we'd see each other at numerous parties before.
And so when you got into Jack's car, it was yourself, Jack Snyder, Tyler De Silva, Raul Valle, correct?
Yes.
Demetrios, Will Senjwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Sounds right.
And so there were 7 of you in that pilot. Is that fair to
Sounds
say?
right. Yep.
Anybody else?
No.
And when you were in the car, what did it sound like in the car?
There was no music played.
No music playing?
No.
So you could hear everybody talking?
No.
Okay. Where were you seated?
In the back.
In the back as far as the trunk area, or in the back as far as the row
Not
of
in the trunk
seats?
area.
Okay. So the
In-
row of
in the
seats
seat.
directly behind
seat.
the passenger and the driver.
Yes.
And which end of that seat were you on?
Ask him if he is in the trunk.
I don't remember.
Were you by a door?
I don't remember. I was in the back row seats.
Who were you sitting beside?
I don't remember. I just remember Jack was driving and the 6 other individuals, including myself, were in the car.
He said he didn't
Do you
see
remember
it.
Demetrios being in the trunk area?
That I do remember
Okay, why do you remember that in particular?
because when we were surrounded outside the rich house, I looked back to him and said, we have to get out of here.
Was he the only one that was in the trunk area?
Will Sinjwald could have been, but he was in the car.
And you were shown a photograph showing you State's Exhibit 30. I'm trying to show you State's Exhibit 30. There we go. And you identified that as the vehicle that you were riding in, correct?
It was a Honda Pilot.
And I'm trying to show you State's Exhibit 30. There we go. And you identified.
He's wearing a fucking skull ring. I told you, Jamie, it's a skull ring.
Aw, how
What?
cool is that?
In the
Look at him.
hipster hell is this guy? It's a
He's
skull
also
ring.
fun. I mean, he looks like the kind of guy that would wear
Yeah.
a skull ring.
He's the kind of guy who will meet you at a bar and say, "Oh, I forgot my wallet at home. Do you mind? I'll pay next time." Yeah, I'm with a spree flex. Smack my hiney.
Smack
Ah.
my hiney. Oh my lord, Baker.
No, he doesn't ride a Harley. He has like a moped, but with one of those chopper handles, and he calls everyone bro, even his women friends. He's like, "Hey, bro, yeah, I was just riding on my hawk, you know, and I really like it. I let my hair down. I like it when it flows in the wind. It's just it's not just a ride. It's more like an experience, you know." And I might be upgrading to a Kawasaki soon because you know those crotch rocket ladies love him, man. Have you seen my new merch? I have a skull ring. I had a Superman ring once.
Superman ring.
I bought it at Six Flags and then I lost it in the barracks when we were playing music there. It was a pinky ring. Yes, I was hopelessly unfashionable in the 90s.
As the vehicle that you were riding in, correct?
It was a Honda Pilot.
And when you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this shattered windshield, did it?
When I initially got in,
When you initially got it.
it did not.
And you told us that you went over
been
to
to
Trumbull
Austria.
High School at that point, right?
We did.
And you met up with some girls there, you said.
Yes.
Were those also girls from the party that you had just been at?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know to meet up with them there at Trumbull High School?
Outside the Lifer household, everybody was piling into cars to try to find rides home. And we ended up mutually going to Trumbull High.
Okay. Was that a sort of known
I
meetup
should
spot?
get a pinky ring.
No.
You saw 2 other folks there that night too, right? Not just the girls. There was a car with 2 gentlemen in it, right?
Yes.
Do you remember who they were?
Yes.
Who was that?
But he still have the big chopper handle on it. Me.
I know one of them was in there. Shane.
Shane.
Coach.
Coach. And was one of them Mike Bagley?
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Okay. And they were in a white BMW?
Yes.
And how do you know those 2 individuals?
I grew up with them.
Were they also students at St. Joe's?
They were students at Trumbull High School.
Okay, they were students at Trumbull High. The other 2 girls, though, they were students at St. Joe's.
Which girls are you referring to?
The 2 girls that you met at Trumbull High School.
I believe so, yes.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you tell us that everybody got out of the car?
Mostly everybody.
Are they called ape hangers We just called them chopper handles. They are illegal in Denmark, but a lot of people drove around with them on their little moped. Meh. But that was like in the early 80s.
Get out of the car. Can't exactly remember how it all happened, but people were scattered.
And how long did the ride from 5 Lazy Brook to Trumbull High School take?
A few minutes,
3 or 4, 5 or 6?
5 or 6.
5 or 6 minutes. No drinking in the car on the way there?
No.
Was there alcohol in the car?
There could have been. I don't recall.
You didn't see anybody drinking?
No.
You didn't drink yourself?
No.
And you said you stayed there for about 20 minutes, right?
Sounds about right. Yes.
And then you got back into Jack's car and you thought that you were going home to your house, right?
Yes.
Because Jack had told you that he was going to be your ride home, right?
Because my ride, when I got to the Lifer household, left. So I didn't have a ride. Jack said he could bring me home.
And everybody got back into the car at that point, right?
The 7 individuals that were in the car leaving the Lifer household got back in the car.
Okay. And nobody said where you were going at that point. You just told us you assumed that you were going home, right?
I assumed I was going home with Demetrios and Will, or maybe Will was getting dropped off after. My house, compared to everybody else, is the closest to Trumbull High. So I assumed I was going home first.
Gotcha. Nobody said, hey, we're going somewhere else, right?
Not that I remember.
And I think you told us that while you were there, well, who were you talking to while you were outside of the car at Trumbull High School?
I can't recall everybody I talked to or even who I talked to. It just wasn't, I wasn't talking to Lito, Jack, and Tyler.
Okay. So you said they were somewhere among themselves.
That sounds right.
Did you see them or you just assumed that?
It was safe to assume.
Okay. So you didn't see them.
I saw that they weren't with me. So that means they have to be together.
Okay. But you didn't actually see them together is what I'm asking.
I wasn't focusing my attention on them.
I understand that. You were talking to other people.
Yes.
I'm just saying you assumed that they were somewhere together, but you didn't actually see them somewhere together, did you?
They were at the car.
Oh, you saw them at the car?
Yeah.
Where were they at the car?
I can't recall if they were inside or outside, but I was not near the car, so I wasn't with them.
So you don't have a clear recollection of seeing them together at the car, right?
Yes.
That's yes, you don't have a clear recollection, right?
Please repeat that.
You said yes, and it was either you do have a clear recollection of them being at the car, or you don't have a clear recollection.
Yes, I have a clear recollection. They were at the car.
You have a clear recollection
And I
of
was not
seeing
with
them at the car.
Yes.
You just said that they could have been in the car, they could have been out of the car.
They
Were
could
they in
have
the
been.
car or out of the
It's,
car?
it's been 3 years.
I'm sorry?
It's been 3 years.
I understand that, sir. I'm just asking you what your recollection is. You said they could have been in the car, they could have been out of the car. Now you're telling me you have a clear recollection. Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
I guess my recollection's not clear enough. They were around the car.
And do you recall what they were doing when they were around the car?
Most likely chatting.
Not what were they most likely doing, sir? What do you recall them doing when you told us now that they were around the car?
Chatting.
You saw them chatting?
Yes.
What did you see in their hands?
I don't recall seeing anything in their hands.
You sure you're not assuming that they must have been there because you don't recall seeing them with your groups of friends that you were talking to?
I'm gonna object based on it's a little argumentative.
I'm going to overrule it.
I'm going to ask you to repeat that, please.
Are you sure that you're not assuming that they must have been by the car because you don't recall seeing them with the groups of friends that you were with?
So where we were near the baseball field at Trumbull High. The car was parked maybe 20 feet away. We were sitting near a curb or talking to a car near the curb. So they were in our point of view. So yes, I saw.
Okay, so you did see them at the car.
Yes.
You saw them inside the car?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow the follow-up. There's been some confusion. Go ahead.
They were in the car.
Not outside the car.
They were in the car.
They were in the car.
They were in the car.
Windows up or windows down?
I don't recall.
And when you left the parking lot at Trumbull High School, you said you knew that you weren't going to your house because the car took a left to Shelton, right?
Yes.
And you live in Trumbull.
I do.
And at that point, you said you assumed that they were going to drop off Mackenzie because you knew she lived in Shelton, right?
Yes.
And nobody said, hey, we're leaving right now and we're going somewhere, correct?
No, nobody said that.
The car just started following this direction, right?
Yes, I assumed I was going home.
And there was another car following you, right? The white BMW?
There was.
And that was Shane Cocher and Mike Bagley's car?
They don't share a car. I believe it was Shane's car.
Okay. It was Shane's car. Mike Bagley was with him.
Yes.
And you saw them following you?
They were going to follow me.
And how long was the ride from Trumbull High School to Tyler Rich's house?
More than 5 minutes.
More than 5 minutes? Less than 10?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was more than 5 minutes.
Had you been there before?
I have not.
And you said that initially the car came up to 43 Laurel Glen, but drove by it, right?
Yes.
When you drove by, you could see that there were people already outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
How many people?
I can't put an exact number on it, but it was less than the amount of people that surrounded the car once we turned around.
Okay, and you said that was at least 20 people, right?
Yes.
Could have been as many as 30?
Could have been.
And so when you drove by the house the first time, was it 10 people in the yard, 15 people in the yard?
I can't put an exact number on it.
Was it 5 people in the yard?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You drove by, you saw these people in the yard, and then the car turned around at the cul-de-sac. Was that down at Farmhouse Lane where the car stopped later on?
I'd have to look at a map, but we drove by the Rich house and turned around.
Mr. Frasick, I don't mean to surprise you, but I'm going to come around you now and show you what is on the easel. State's Exhibit 1. And see if that can help us a little bit, okay? You got a pointer right there beside you. All right, do you see the red dot? Yes. Does that look like 43 Laurel Glen that we saw in the other pictures?
It does.
And did the car that you were riding in come up Adams Drive and turn left onto Laurel Glen?
I don't recall the exact route we took in.
Okay. But at some point you went past 43 Laurel Glen, right?
We were in front of Laurel Glen and then turned around at the cul-de-sac.
And when you say turned around at the cul-de-sac, which cul-de-sac are you describing using that Exhibit 1 in front of you?
There's only one up there?
Okay. So you went down to the end of Adams Drive and turned around.
Yes.
And that is different than the other end of the street where you have the intersection with Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes.
So you were in the vehicle and it drives past, you can see.
Did everyone else not say they were here on Laurel Glen Drive? This is where the kid who said he talked to the defendant after he got pepper sprayed. He said he didn't walk up to the car. The car was somewhere here. But he was talking to him about being sprayed in the face here. And now
Yeah.
he says they went this way. So did they come back and go this way? I'm confused yet.
I have no idea.
People in the yard go up to the end of Adams Drive, car turns around, right?
Yes.
And at that point, where did the vehicle go?
After we turned around?
Yes.
It was back out in front of the Rich house.
And when you say back out in front of the Rich house,
In front of the driveway.
blocking the driveway so the cars couldn't get out?
I don't believe it was blocking the driveway,
I'm gonna
but
show you-
it was in the road.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 49. Can you see that up on your screen?
Yes.
And can you describe for us using this picture where that car parked?
Oh, that's
where
another
the driveway
one.
meets the road, but in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road?
It was not in the driveway.
Not in the driveway?
Yes.
Closer?
So far in this picture, the car, now it's here. The first kid had it here. We have a kid who said it was here. Here. I think the guy going out looking for Nuggies said it was here. I'm confused.
I know. It is.
To the other side of the street or closer to the driveway?
I can't recall.
And then at that point, the car stopped, correct?
Yes.
And you said that at least 20 people surrounded the car, right?
Not at first.
Okay.
They were on the driver's side.
Okay. How many people were there at first on the driver's side?
Under 20.
Under 20.
Yes.
More than 10?
Yes.
And you said at first they were only on the driver's side and that at first it was peaceful.
Yes.
What was peaceful about it? Can you describe what was happening?
There wasn't any shouting. I would say that's peaceful.
Okay. Were people talking?
Yes.
Were the windows rolled down?
Mine was not. I believe the only window rolled down was the driver's side window.
When you say yours was not, where were you?
In the back.
And you were near a window? You were up against a door?
I don't recall, but I was in the back seat, and the nearest window would have been one of those two windows in the back.
Was there any music on inside the car as you drove there?
I can't recall.
And you said people were talking, correct?
Amongst themselves.
When you say amongst themselves, is that within the vehicle itself or between the two groups?
When we were surrounded,
Yes.
or when they're on the driver's side, like that time.
When they're on the driver's side and you've described it as being peaceful and people were talking.
Yep.
Who was talking? Was that within the car or was that between the two
It was
groups?
between the two groups.
Okay. Did you hear any threats being made?
At first, no.
Did you see any weapons?
No.
And then you said things started getting out.
No one is telling the same story. No one. This kid is the first one who have said, "Well, I saw or I heard him looking for a knife, but I never saw one."
Mhm.
Then we had another kid who said, down 5 minutes before the stabulation, he saw the knife, but he just walked away and went back and say, "Hey, let's go back drinking." No one was fighting. No one wanted to fight. No one talked to anyone other than that kid had pulled his hood down or his t-shirt down. No one saw anyone. Was Johnny there? I don't know. Is that Johnny in the picture? Yep. But you didn't see him. Not till you showed me the video. Who's that? That's me. You're standing right next to him. We had a case once where a guy, there was a group of people who did a lot of robberies. We had a surveillance video of this guy coming into like a supermarket, stealing money and cigarettes. And they ask, "Who's that?" "That's me." "Who's that next to you?" "I can't see anyone next to me." You're looking at the video? Yeah. You can see the guy who's holding the trash bag you're putting cigarettes into. No, I can't see it. So you don't notice that there was anyone there with you? No, I did it alone. But this guy, you're pointing and he goes down and gets something in the store. No, I never did that. Look at the video. I can't see anything. In court. And you're just sitting there looking at it thinking, come on, bro. If you're going to lie, at least lie a little bit more convincingly. Talking about lying. Hey, Farrell, how are you doing?
Out of hand, right?
Sounds right.
You described tensions were escalating, right?
Sounds right.
And was Mr. Valle uttering threats at that point?
I can't recall Mr. Valle talking at that point.
Which
You
means
don't
beer
recall Mr.
number
Valle
4
talking
has
to any of the
been
people
opened.
outside the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Fair.
And do you recall where Ms. Trafficante was?
Can't recall. She was in the car.
She was in the car.
She was.
Was she sitting on Mr. Valle's lap?
I can't exactly recall.
Your attention was directed to the people outside the vehicle that were becoming more aggressive. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you've described that things were being thrown at the vehicle.
Things were thrown.
Do you know what was being thrown?
Objects.
What kind of objects?
Hard objects.
Hard objects. Do you know, can you describe any of those objects?
I can't.
How did you know they were hard objects?
Because they made a loud sound.
As they hit the car?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
I did not.
You said that people were on the back of the car,
Yes.
like on the bumper,
On the bumper.
standing on it,
Standing on the bumper.
bouncing up and down.
Bouncing up and down.
You could feel that inside the vehicle.
If someone's bouncing on the bumper, the car bounces. So
How
yes.
many people were on the back?
I can't put a number on it.
More than one?
I can't remember.
I'll allow.
You can't put a number on.
No.
There were people on the passenger side as well at this point.
Once things got out of hand, yes.
Once things got out of hand, as you described it, in fact, the car was completely surrounded by people on all sides.
Yes.
At least 20 people at that point.
Yes.
Could have been more.
Could have.
And you said you were pretty scared.
I was.
What do you think those people were going to do to the car?
Reaction culture speculation.
Sustained.
What was scary about that to you?
You're 7 people trapped inside a car. People banging on it, throwing things at it, bouncing the car.
You weren't driving the car, right?
No.
You had no ability to make that car move, did you?
Did not.
Why didn't you just get out the door and walk away from the vehicle at that point?
Because there was an individual right outside my window,
And what was that individual right outside your window doing?
banging on the car.
Banging on the door?
Yes.
How many people were on the passenger side at that point?
More than I could count.
People in front of the vehicle as well?
Yes.
And could you hear a rumbling sound of fists and feet kicking and punching the vehicle?
I wouldn't call it rumbling. I can't remember the exact sound, but you could definitely hear the car being hit.
Did anybody get on the front of the car and bounce up and down like they did on the back?
I don't believe so.
Did you see anybody reach into the driver's side of the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody put their body into the driver's side of the vehicle?
I don't recall seeing any of that.
Do you recall any sort of struggle between the driver, Jack Snyder, and anybody from the group?
I believe
No, I was
one
too
guy
focused on
said
what
it
was
was
going on around me.
a big good
I
knife.
didn't have enough time or the attention to look in front of me.
You said at that point, you're pretty scared and someone said go, right?
Someone within the car did.
Someone in the car said go.
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell them to go.
I'm sorry?
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell Jack Snyder to go.
Somebody outside the car would not tell Jack Snyder to go.
Yes, it would not make sense.
So somebody in the car said go, you felt the gas be hit and the car starts going down the road, right?
Yes.
Did you have a sense of relief at that point?
I don't remember how I was feeling, but I was not happy.
Still scared?
Yes.
Terrified?
It's a good way to put it.
And you said towards the top of the photo you were shown, which showed the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane, the vehicle stopped, right?
It did.
And you saw on the ring video people chasing the vehicle down there, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Do you recall that?
I can't recall it. That's just a blank.
Just a blank.
Yes.
So you don't recall while the car was going down towards Farmhouse Lane that things were being thrown at the car?
I don't remember any of that.
You don't recall being chased?
I must have been in some sort of shock where that part is just a blur. All I remember is getting back on the curb.
The good old
Was that-
shock defense.
Could you identify yourself as one of those people who got out of the car there and sat on the curb?
Oh my
I was
Lord.
within the 4 people that sat on the curb.
So you say you were within the 4 people. You saw in that video that some people get out of the car, but the car itself continued to move, correct?
That's what the video looked like, yes.
Did you get out of the car before it continued to move?
I can't recall that.
So you don't know if you were one of those people that initially got out before it moved?
No.
And when you got out of the car and you went and sat on the curb, where were you as far as using Exhibit 1 there behind you? Can you show us where you sat? If you still have the pointer there, that might be helpful.
I believe we were around this area.
Can the record reflect, Your Honor, that the
Oh, now he's there.
witness is pointing to the area just in front of what has been identified before as 36 Laurel Glen?
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And which side of the road did you sit on?
After driving away from the Rich household, I was on the right side of the road.
You were on the right side of the road. So you were closest to that house, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, as opposed to the other side of the road?
Yes, I can't put a number on the house, but I remember there was a house behind us.
Okay, and you were on the side where the house was, right?
Yes.
I DM'd the expert like 4 days ago. Yeah, he's probably gonna send me a link to Friday Night Live and say, "Oh, you texted me. I didn't see that." Always go through the White Rabbit. Well, I can't do that anymore after I gave her the cough.
And who was there with you when you were there by that house?
Mackenzie, Demetrios, and Will.
So there's 4 of you there. How close are you to one another?
Pretty close.
As like you could reach out and touch all of them?
I probably could have.
And when you were there, where did the car go, the Pilot that was driven by Jack Snyder?
It went back towards the Rich household.
I'm sorry?
It went back towards the Rich household.
So immediately after you got out, the car turned around and went back?
The car was stationary.
So the car was stationary. Where was it when you were sitting on the curb?
I can't recall how far away it was, but it was within view.
It was within view?
Yes, it was.
Can you point out on Exhibit 1 there where that car was?
I cannot.
You can't?
No.
Do you see the intersection there on Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
I did.
Was it at the intersection?
I can't recall.
So you don't know if it was beyond that intersection?
I can't recall.
You can't recall how far away that car was?
No.
And while you were sitting on the curb, you told us that the cars moved some distance away, but you can't tell us how far away it was. But you did see some Shelton High kids come running up from the direction of 43 Laurel Glen. You recall that?
Yes.
How many kids were coming running up?
Can't put an exact number on it. I'd say less than 5.
Less than 5. Did you stay in this tight group of 4 throughout the course of while you were in front of that house, or did people split up a little bit?
I can't recall. They might have split up.
You told us before that you felt like you'd walked into a trap.
Sounds right.
And you said that you were sitting on the curb away from the car and you couldn't hear what was being said between the Shelton High kids and the other kids from St. Joe's, right?
I couldn't hear the exact words. You can obviously hear that they're talking. Can't make out the words. But yes, they were talking.
You said at first everything was cordial, right?
It was.
And then it escalated.
It did.
But you couldn't hear what was being said.
No.
That's
and
common
the car
call
was still
math.
stationary at that point.
It was.
You don't know how far away it was.
Nope.
You didn't see any fighting going on between those groups.
I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle over, if you're looking at Exhibit 1, just before the house where you've described yourself as sitting? You see there's an area where there are some woods or some bushes there?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle in that area?
If you don't mind, are you talking about this area over here?
No, sir. Remember where you described yourself as being?
Only if
Look, you
Gabby
were just,
isn't there.
before that house, on the same side where you described yourself as sitting. Sorry, just that. There we go. See that area of bushes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle over there?
No.
Because he was down some direction away from that by the car, according to your recollection, right?
Yes.
You never saw anybody spray Mr. Valle in the face with anything?
No.
You never saw a can of PD blaster being thrown?
No.
And you think that that lasted about 5 minutes down there, correct?
Yes, it was pretty cordial.
It was pretty cordial, but then you said it escalated.
It did.
What was the nature of the escalation?
I believe it was between Mr. Rich and Ty Da Silva. It turned into louder shouting, and then it almost looks like one's trying to calm another down.
I can hear. Can anyone else hear?
I hear fine. What are you asking?
It's because Slidey Pie said the sound.
Oh, it sounds fine. I don't know.
Maybe we lost the connection to the Wumple. I don't know.
It looks like Tyler was trying to calm down Tyler Rich, who was pretty hot.
So now you can tell us that in fact you could identify two of those people that you saw down there as being Tyler Rich and Tyler De Silva.
I know it was those two people.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
I know his name from social media, I'd say.
If you can hear it, everyone.
And Tyler
can
Rich
hear
was
it.
one of the as many as 5 kids from Shelton High that you saw down there.
He was among them.
Could you identify any of the other kids that were down there from Shelton High?
I could not.
Did you see Mr. Valle
Maybe
interacting with Mr. Rich?
F5 update.
Maybe they were chatting, but I can't put a definite on that.
Okay, so you couldn't tell
But
us that you saw Mr. Valle chatting
Mr.
with
Valle,
Rich.
Mr. De Silva, and Jack Snyder were together.
They were together. Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
I can't recall which way.
Did you see brake lights or did you see headlights?
I don't know.
Were the doors open or closed?
I don't know.
Works every time.
You saw Mr. Valle, Mr. De Silva, and Mr.
But
Snyder
thank you for
all outside of the
noticing.
car together.
Tell me.
All three of them
Could be
outside
a
the car.
problem.
Which side of the car were they on?
I can't tell you that.
Were they moving around from place to place?
I don't remember.
The vehicle stayed down further away from you in this stationary position, correct?
Yes.
Until at some point you saw 3 people get back into it and the vehicle drove back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, 3 individuals got in the car and drove back to Laurel Glen.
And you, Mackenzie, and Demetrius, and Will were still on the curb in that same spot.
We were still on the curb.
Did you ever get up and move around to get closer to see what was going on down there?
When they went back,
No, when this was going on, what you described down as the intersection with the Shelton High kids and the,
I can't recall. I believe we were on the curb.
you think you were just sitting on the curb?
Yes.
And then you said you heard Mr. Valle say to Jack Snyder, "Where's your knife? Where the fuck is your knife?" Right?
That did happen.
That's the only thing that you heard while you were seeing this interaction go on that you told us you could not see or hear what else was going on?
No, you actually asked. You didn't ask me when I heard about the knife.
Okay.
It was. Can't put an exact time frame on it, but it was when I was either in the car, or just outside the car. But it happened before the 3 of them went back, and it happened after the 7 of us arrived initially on Laurel Glen.
Sometime between the time that you first got there and were surrounded
Yes.
and the time that they went back to the house.
Yeah, we're gonna have a mod meeting later, and Brandon will have to tell Jamie this is the last time she finds a repetitive case like this.
Excuse me.
Jamie, I wanted to take the week off.
No, you didn't.
Yes.
That's as close as you can tell us when you claim to have heard this.
Yes.
Again, I don't who with any.
So you could have been in the vehicle when you heard this, or you could have been on the curb when you heard this.
I don't think I was on the curb because I saw with my eyes he was looking in the glove compartment and the center console.
Mr. Valle was seated in the back seat.
I don't know.
Well, sir, who was driving the car?
Jack Snyder.
And Tyler De Silva was the front passenger, was he not?
He could have been. I don't remember.
But if Lito Valle was seated in the back seat,
Check,
your recollection is that he was in the
the
glove
special
box looking for a knife.
HR group.
If he happened to be in the back seat, I think it's within an arm's reach the center console and the glove compartment. But
Yeah,
I do not know if he was in the shotgun seat
I wanted the
or
week
in
off
back.
back then too.
This Honda Pilot, do you recall it being, the interior being somehow different than the typical car where the glove box is right in front of the passenger?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was there something different about this Honda Pilot that the glove box was not directly in front of the passenger?
I don't believe so. I believe it was a normal car.
But your recollection is that Mr. Valle was able to reach into the glove box and was tearing the whole place apart trying to get it.
The glove box and the center console were being rummaged through.
And you said that he was on edge and he was looking for the knife because he was upset from what happened to Jack Snyder's car, right?
I don't know exactly why he was looking for it, but he was searching for it.
Well, you told us he was in the glove box, he was on edge, he was upset from what had happened to Jack Snyder's car.
He
You
was
remember telling us
upset.
that?
He was upset.
So this must have occurred after you had already gotten there and the car had been surrounded, right?
Sounds right.
So did it happen as the car was driving from in front of 43 Laurel Glen to down where you got out of the vehicle?
Sounds about right.
you might have to fight Sue over it, but yeah, I think they talk so slowly. So
Okay, so now you can tell us. Oh, actually, you know what? That is what happened. It was while we drove from 43 Laurel Glen down to 36.
No, that's you narrowing it down, and it sounds right.
It sounds right. Are you just agreeing with me to agree with me, or do you have a
No, he wouldn't
recollection?
be rummaging through a glove box if there was nothing going on. Like when we were just approaching, he would not be rummaging through a glove box.
Do you recall the vehicle moving while he was, as you put it, rummaging through the glove box?
Cannot recall.
Do you recall him leaning up into the glove box area?
I cannot recall.
But you recall him being in the glove box.
The glove box was opened, and the center console was opened.
You saw those things happen.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Snyder pull the knife out of the console?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Snyder with the knife?
No, I never saw a knife.
Never saw the knife.
Never saw a knife.
Of Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, and Mr. Valle, who did you know best?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. They were all friends.
They were all friends?
Yes.
How long had you
By
known
break.
Mr. Snyder?
Since freshman year.
Was
How
he
long
not
had you
their
known Mr. De
friend?
Silva?
Freshman year.
And how long had you known Mr. Valle?
Freshman year.
All since freshman year?
Yes.
You were a sophomore at this point.
Yes.
So you'd only known them for about 2 school years?
Sounds right.
Never knew them before that?
No.
And you're certain that this occurred while you were in the vehicle,
I said in or around.
in or around?
Yes, I could have been just outside the vehicle, but I was able to see it.
So when you say in or around, you mean you might have been in the vehicle and you saw him going into the glove box, or you might have been outside the vehicle on the curb and you saw him go in the glove box?
No,
Okay.
I was not on the curb when this occurred.
You're sure of that now?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say around the vehicle?
Within 2 feet outside the car.
So you were outside the car possibly,
I said I could not recall whether I was inside or outside.
and you were within 2 feet. You couldn't tell us how far away that car was before. But now you're saying that when this happened, you were either in the car or you were outside of it, but only within 2 feet of it.
I didn't, the knife, looking for the knife or a knife did not happen when I was on the curb.
Well, when did it happen?
When I was either in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Either when you were in the car would imply that there's an or, and you've told us before, or when you were outside of the car, right?
Possibly could have been once we drove away and we all started to get out of the car.
You don't know
Then I
now
went and sat on the
then.
curb. But it was before I sat on the curb, before they went back, and it happened after we arrived.
So you can't be certain of where you were when this happened. Is that fair to say?
I can be certain that I saw it with my 2 eyes.
You can't be certain of where you were when you saw it with your 2 eyes. Is that fair to say?
I was within 2 feet of the car, if not in the car.
When you're down in front of that house, was the car?
So I
only
was
2 feet away from
either
you?
When we're where?
out of the
When you were down
car or in
front
the
of
car.
house where you
Like,
described
that's-
getting out on the curb,
come
was
on.
the car only 2 feet away from you now?
When I was on the curb?
Yes.
I told you I couldn't put a number on the exact feet I was from the car, but it was further than 2 feet.
Further than 2 feet, right? So
Yes.
far away that you couldn't hear what was going on down there, you told us.
That's what I said, yes.
But you think that you could see the glove box rummaging going on.
Like I said before, it did not happen when I was on the curb. When I was on the curb, that's when Tyler Rich and everybody came over.
someone said, where was it? I like this defense attorney based on a few witnesses I saw earlier. Has he gone downhill? He keeps repeating the same 5 questions for 2 hours. He gets the same answers, and then he just states they said something different. He went to the Hank Brennan School of Questionings. It's infuriating how many times he asked questions where he clearly was told something different. This kid said they were rummaging through the center console and the glove box while they were driving. Now he's saying it happened while the kid was sitting outside, and the kid is like, no. you don't want no's when you ask questions. What exactly would you say, yeah, do here? Me? I don't do anything. I just show up and touch the buttons. Is there witnesses?
No.
No. If they are just calling kids, I won't be bail. Well, we had that hot mic that said one, maybe two. So the next one should, if the next one is the sister of the defendant or the lady who was in the car with them, we should be done with the state's case.
Yeah, it's not much longer. You will live, Brandon. Just relax.
I'm not sure. I have to say I slept 4 hours last night and I was covering that the nerve, and I am struggling. Those Hershey kisses I was sent by Marissa that I don't like. I've been talking into them.
And they were talking. So it happened before I went
What?
down the curve.
It happened either when you were in the car, right? Or when you were outside of the car, right?
I don't
Not
like
on the
them.
curve, though.
Cheap
But
chocolate.
you can't tell us.
I
Which
said
of
I
those
was
two it
within
was?
2 feet.
And in fact, you told us you never saw a knife that night, right?
Never saw him.
But you heard about it afterwards, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you told us afterwards you came to learn that there was a claim of a knife being involved, right?
When the police contacted me, yes.
Ah, so the police told you, hey, there was a knife involved.
Ah,
Sustained.
You learned from the police that they thought there was a knife involved, right?
Objection to.
Sustained.
That's when I got clarification.
see, that's fishy to me.
Was it
Then
Jemima
you
who
told
sent me
us
Hershey
the
kisses?
four of you, that being Mackenzie,
I don't like them.
Trafficante,
It's
Will
too cheap.
Sandoval, Demetrius Arfanos, you were talking amongst yourself down there, right? The vehicle left.
Yes.
You could not see the car, but you could hear some yelling going on, correct?
Correct.
You heard a high-pitched scream, you told us, correct?
Hey,
Correct.
Angie.
And then the car returned, right?
It did.
And at that point, you were how far away from the vehicle?
We got up and approached the vehicle.
Okay. And so you were close enough that you could see that Tyler DeSilva was bleeding, right?
Yes.
Bleeding a lot, you said, right?
Profusely.
Bruised everywhere, right?
Sounds right.
And I think you described him as being just about unconscious, right?
That's what I said.
And you said you could also see Mr. Valle?
I could see him. I
Where
was
was
not. I was not inspecting him
Where was he?
in the car.
Where?
I can't tell you exactly.
You don't know if he was in the passenger side or in the back seat?
I know Tyler DeSilva was in the back seat.
Tyler DeSilva was in the back seat.
Yes.
You don't know where you saw Mr. Valle?
No.
Could have been in the back seat?
Could have.
Could have been in the passenger seat?
He could have.
Could have been driving?
No.
No. Who was driving?
Jack Snyder.
The whole time, right?
I did not go down there and see what happened, but it's safe to assume so. Yes.
You didn't see anybody else drive that vehicle that night, right?
No.
That was Jack Snyder's car, right?
It was.
And you said that Mr. Valle looked shocked, correct?
Yes.
You said he did not look as battered as Mr. DeSilva,
I did say that.
but he looked battered.
It didn't. He didn't look as bad as Mr. DeSilva, but it also looks like he didn't. Like nothing happened to him. Like he looked like he was in a fight.
Looked like he was in a fight. Looked like he'd been punched in the face.
I can't tell if he was punched in the face. I was not inspecting him like that.
When you say he looked like he'd been in a fight, what do you mean?
Shocked, exhausted, could have been bruising. But my attention was more towards Mr. DeSilva.
You heard Mr. Valle say that he was on his back.
I did.
That he'd been on the
I
ground.
object. That's calls for hearsay. It's a late objection, but that's what the defendant said.
This is what Mr. DeSilva said. It's
No, Your Honor, this is what Mr. Valle
Mr.
said.
Valle said.
It's hearsay.
It is hearsay. It's,
This
That's
is
like
a statement of the defendants.
it's your client's statement. It's not opposition. I'll sustain the objection based on the hearsay.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the
not
district
party
record.
opponent.
Court will strike it from the record.
Your Honor, may we have sidebar?
Certainly.
Nope.
let me just take a moment to clarify. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court did strike the last response from the record. And again, the attorney's question is not to be considered evidence. Thank you.
You described him as being not as battered as Mr. De Silva, but you admit you weren't inspecting him, so to speak.
Yes.
At that point, Mr. Sinjwald got a ride from Carolyn Takis,
Yes.
and Madison Traficante came to pick you up, correct?
Yes, simultaneously.
It was about an 8-minute ride to your home, right?
Sounds about right, yes.
And you were sitting right beside Mr. Valle, correct?
I was.
Were you inspecting him at that point?
No.
Was there any music on in the car at that point?
I believe so, yes.
Loud music?
I don't know.
Do you recall when you spoke to officers about this before, telling them that you did not hear any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
Please repeat.
Do you recall telling officers when you spoke to them on September 1st that you do not recall hearing any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
I'm not too sure what you're talking about.
Do you ever tell the cops?
Nothing further. Thank you.
I have the exact same tie.
Dean, counsel just asked you a little bit about when the car goes down the street, people are getting out. There's this moment where you say you get out of the car and then you go sit by the curb. So I just want us to make sure that we're all on the same page. Car goes down the street. At what moment when the car goes down the street after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, do you hear the defendant ask, Jack, where's the knife? Let me get the knife.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Well, this is redirect, so overruled.
Can you repeat that, please?
At what point do you hear in the timeline, right? To the
Yep.
best of your recollection, when you drive down the street
Well, you haven't
towards
met my ex-wife.
Farmhouse Road.
Oh, I shouldn't say stuff like
So
that.
you get out of the car at some point and then you're close to the car and you sit on the curb. But do you hear the defendant ask for the knife as you're getting out of the car and then you go sit at the curb, or do you go sit at the curb and then come back closer to the car and hear the defendant ask for the knife?
It was before I sat on the curb.
So when you drive down the street, there's a conversation between the defendant and Jack Snyder where the defendant asks him for the knife prior to you getting out, or just as you're getting out of the car.
Yes, it was prior.
And when you get out of the car, after you hear that, when do you observe him looking inside the car for the knife?
It was prior to myself and others sitting on the curb.
And at some point after you witness him looking for the knife in the car, is that when you go sit by the curb?
Yes, it was after.
And when you're sitting by the curb,
Smacking his lips to stop it.
I think you indicated you were sitting on the curb on the, if I may approach your honor. Did you indicate you were sitting on the curb? This is stage one, in front of what has been referred to as 36 Laurel Glen. You were somewhere in this area here after that conversation occurred.
I don't know what my something is, but you can get hooked on it any day. Jamie, stop me. Now my lovely wife works. What she doesn't do is withhold nearly enough taxes. Did you tell her this is going to cause me to stroke out, Jamie? Fess up.
Did you tell me? Well,
Are you Brandon's wife's CPA?
it might be.
Yeah, you can deduct that Hermes dress. Are you sure? My husband says, no, it's tax deductible. Why? Well, you need to get dressed, right? Yeah, but is it okay? I never use it for work. It's a work keeping that man in your house, so it's okay. Just deduct everything.
Getting a lot of overtime from her. So thanks, Brandon.
Between the defendant and Jack Snyder?
Yes, I believe so.
So if the record can reflect, I'm referring to the area in front of 36 Laurel Glen on the right side of the road.
Record can reflect.
So at some point in time, you're seated on the
Thank
curb.
you for
Does
that.
the car move away from where you were seated on the curb?
The car does move away.
How far away does it move?
Well, it eventually went back. And
Okay. So when the car is in that area where you're seated, is it facing Farmhouse Road at this point, or is it facing Laurel Glen? I mean, facing Adams?
I can't exactly recall which way it was facing.
But at some point, the car
Turned around. It must have turned
the
around.
defendant, Jack, and Tyler get in that car, turns around and maybe goes back to 43 Laurel Glen.
They did go back.
So to the best of your recollection, the defendant asking for the knife happens after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, but before they go back to 43 Laurel Glen.
And 43 Laurel Glen is the Rich household, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Nothing.
So the next thing I think you said on cross-examination that when counsel asked you, when did Lito ask for the knife? You said it happened before I went and sat on the curb and before Tyler Rich came over to talk. Is that right? Do you recall when the series of events?
Yes.
That's when it happened, before Tyler Rich came down the street? Before there was
No,
that?
it was before they went back and after the car got surrounded.
Okay.
Outside the Rich household.
That's the best you can recall.
That is the best I can work with.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further by the defense?
Oh.
You were seated on the curb and you claim you saw my client reaching into the glove box.
Not when I was on the curb.
Not when you were on the curb.
I just explained I wasn't on the curb.
You were in the car when you saw him reaching in the glove box.
I was within 2 feet, if not in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
You're either 2 feet or in the car. You can't be.
You weren't in the car.
I could have been in the car.
You could have been in the car. You could have been out of the car.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes and heard it.
Okay, if you saw it, where were you at then? I'm getting mad.
Brandon is married to the famous OnlyFans lady called Amaranth. So he has a lot of spare time.
Yeah.
His job is just to make her happy.
What did you see with your own 2 eyes?
The glove box and center console opened and rummaged through.
They all look the same.
Was the defendant in the car or out of the car?
In the car.
Where was he seated?
I told you I don't remember.
He is
The vehicle dropped you
Cornucopia.
off by the curb.
You don't remember
she
a
was-
lot.
I
You
got
said
out, I
remember
got out of
that.
the car and sat on the curb.
You didn't walk a long distance from where you got out of the car.
I can't recall that.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, you're all set. Thank you. Watch your step as you exit the witness box. All right, we'll take our afternoon recess.
Oh, could you just rest this case already? Every witness is making me more angry.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, I
Exchanges
thought
and
because he was a friend of the defendant, he would come in and not instantly turn into defense dementia. But nope, let's just keep forgetting everything. I was in the maybe at around the car. So what? Who?
I was either 2 feet or I was in the car when I saw him.
Jamie,
What? Like, what are you talking about? You're either in the car or you're out of the car.
Jamie, you know I love stupid people. Janet Gardner, without a doubt, I can now say it's so obvious the motivation for these jurors was to get on the jury to free Karen Reed. They were followers of the Free Karen Reed movement. They wanted to become Karen's heroes, become the FKR heroes. They wanted the attention, the media interviews. Well, congratulations to them all. They got what they wanted. Hope they enjoy these glory days while they last. In the end, no one will care about them, especially Karen. No one in the Free Karen Reed movement. The only ones who remember them are the O'Keefe family who were denied justice for John. Us who know and have advocated for the truth in this case, may they someday face the consequences, legally or mentally, of not following the oath they gave to the court. Because the foreperson says he wants the FBI to reopen. Court TV is running a headline today about the foreperson saw Karen Reed as innocent from the start. Andy Bev said to the jury, your job as jurors are to be impartial and live up to the presumption of innocence. Why are they this stupid? And if everyone got on the jury as a planned, Hank Brennan must be the worst person because both sides did voir dire. Both sides did background checks on all the jurors.
Yeah.
And they didn't catch that everyone went to that secret meeting we have with the special hand signal at Aiden's basement.
Exactly.
For those of you, if you're not a streamer, you wouldn't have seen, but me and Jamie had to show up in Massachusetts every Sunday afternoon, go into Aiden's basement, do this hand signal, then we would be allowed into the room where we would all wear a hood made out of blue velvet, and the back it said FKR, and we were sitting at a big round table in the middle. Karen and Aiden were sitting and yelling at us what we had to say. It was kind of weird sitting next to Emily D. Baker, and everyone was joking, saying, "Broken Baker and Emily D. Baker, are you related?" But we were all sitting there, and we couldn't say anything. We just had to sit there. It's normally an hour and a half, pretty long trip for nothing much, and we had to sit there in the basement every single Sunday and was told, next week we're gonna say this in court. You have to emphasize this. We was given a folder prepared by a secret cabal of minions that was imported from a small Malayan village that just typed it up, and we had to eat every binder. That's the, after we did the hand signal and went in. The first thing we had to do was show them that we had the last week's manuscript, and then we had to eat it in front of Karen, and she would yell, "Diddy Mao! Diddy Mao!" like in Deer Hunter. Weird experience, but hey, I got 2 million to do it, so I'm happy.
Oh my God.
This is going to be clipped and put on Grant's channel tomorrow.
For sure. That's just bonkers. And
Yeah.
he thought she was innocent from the beginning.
Because that's what they're told.
You're innocent until proven guilty, and he said it in the interview too, that he saw her as an innocent woman until they proved her guilt, and he never saw them prove her guilt.
Yeah.
So he stayed that way. What is wrong with that? That's what we're supposed to do.
Oh, you were in the adjacent room. Did you have the same hand signal? I thought it was weird that we did the fox with one hand and the stupid, hey, my toupee is too loose with the other hand. But apparently that's what Aiden wanted. Who am I to say no? Again, as you all know, everyone who covered the case and was pro Karen Reed was paid money. I'm a small channel. I only got 2 million. Rumors has it some of the bigger channels, $100, $200 million was paid. Of course.
Oh, according to Grant, Karen and her team, Karen made about $40 to $50 million for all of her everything. So he said those words, and I was like, "Sir, are you serious?"
Normally they'll take a 15-minute break. That's in 5 minutes. Yeah, well, co-hosts had another job as well. And I can't wait till someone clips that and say, I told you. I knew it happened.
Yeah. He said that the investigation should be opened up again because they didn't find the killer. Duh.
Yeah.
Yes, Grant said it. I was just bopping around yesterday. Was it yesterday or something like that? I don't
Yeah,
remember.
while I was streaming, you were sitting and watching Grant while commenting.
I was not sitting there watching him.
You were commenting while I was streaming, trying to read a script with 500 people in chat, and you were just like, "Hey, have you all heard Grant? He's cray-cray." And my Discord was just bing, 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 bing. And Jemima was, "Oh, I think Grant is quite a hottie. And I heard he smelled like patchouli oil. Oh, I like that in a man." I
Oh my
was like,
God.
well,
stop it.
he couldn't get it on with the fake victim, so maybe Jemima can take his V card. You shouldn't do
Well,
that.
I was refreshing something and his live popped up and I had to click because I just was curious. And he had this awful woman on who I don't even know what she was talking about. And then he said those words himself. He said, I know that Karen made about 40 to 50 million. I'm like, because she wanted to become an aristocrat, just like she's always wanted. And I'm like, oh my lord.
All ask the Aussies how you become an aristocrat. You bang a Danish prince, and then you become queen of Denmark.
He said aristocrat. I was like, what? Anyways.
I don't know who Deanna Lorraine is, but Deanna for Congress. She's apparently running for Congress somewhere against Nancy Pelosi. Again, politics, I don't do it. There were reports from several reporters inside the courtroom that this particular juror was the only one who never took notes the whole trial and sat through the trial with his arms crossed. Now we know why he never took any notes. He was never even paying attention to any of the trial. He is free Karen Reed, who lied so he could get on the jury and had his mind made up beforehand to ensure that she would come out with a not guilty verdict. Imagine one person have all this power. What about the 11 others? Same as the other jurors who immediately went on media tours right after leaving the courthouse. Sophisticated and sociopathic, not sophisticated, sociopathic and bankrupt. This is a heroic miscarriage of justice, and these jurors need to be investigated and charged immediately. What a travesty for John O'Keefe and his family, who never stood a chance against the rigged jury and corrupt defense team.
Listen, seriously, these people, I swear to God. That Paula lady was on Turtle Boy. Yeah, she was on Turtle Boy. I think that's where I heard it.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
asked her that. He asked her about, well, it was weird that the foreman didn't take any notes, like whatever. She even said herself that he had more details of what happened in the trial than the people who wrote notebooks full of notes.
Yeah.
He knew every detail. He knew everything going on. So some people don't have to do that. It doesn't mean anything. If you don't have to write it down.
Do you want to make
Here.
a test? Let's make a Karen Reed trial test, and you'll put me and Mo up there. Mo took, what was it, 8 notepads full of notes. I think I took notes the first day, and then I just, fuck it, I don't want to do that. And I still believe, I can do about as good as she can on it, because I have this weird brain that just hides information in there somewhere. I don't know why. Let's all go watch Doink with Jamie later, Baker. Well, see you later, Lefty. Dissension in the ranks. I got
think
Lefty.
the only thing what? Sorry.
I got Lefty his 500 subs, and now he's big timing me.
I know he thinks he's a big shot now. I think the only thing with me I would have had to write down, I think, would be probably the time frames that they were talking about, like the Commonwealth, just to kind of put it all together and be like, okay,
Yeah,
they
maybe
said this
try and
time,
draw
blah, blah, blah.
a timeline. Was it 1231? Was it 1232:58? Was it 12? Yeah, maybe put that down.
But other than that, like everything else was clear as day. You don't need to write copious amounts of notes. So.
Sounds good. I accept the challenge against Moa Baker for the Karen Reed trial challenge. So it's going to be
Some
me,
people like that,
Volstorm,
though.
and Mo. How are we going to do it? Is it going to be a Thunderdome thing? Is someone making questions? If you were to cross the train tracks and walk a mile or two or throw a beer at a car, you would look like the Swiss cheese baker at Oz. Yeah.
Swiss cheese baker adores? What?
I don't. specifically like Swiss cheese. I like pepper
Oh
jacks
my
and,
God,
and
of
stuff like
course
that.
I don't like Swiss cheese.
The Swiss cheese is just cheese. They have Gouda and stuff like
Delicious.
that. I like a pepper jack.
A pepper
I
jack
had
is good
some.
though.
I had some. I can't remember what it was called. It had chili in it. Oh, that was good. You should try that, Jamie. I don't know what the name is, but you should find it.
Should pile it on the meat bucket that I got. Some spicy cheese. I should have made something to eat. Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, the loser will be painted blue and be hit by a Lexus doing 24 miles per hour.
Yes. I would love to see that.
What was it? It was maybe. I think it was either some type of pepper jack or no. Was it a Gouda? I think it was a Gouda because that's a kind of fatty cheese, and then with the chili, so you got that buttery thing, and then you just got a little bit of heat. It wasn't a killer heat. It was just a little bit, just to enough to tinkle your taste buds, or as we call it in Denmark, taste onions.
We'll get the jury. Thank you.
Oh, nothing worse than that. Yeah, you know, a little. You can just feel the Mexican fairy dancing on the back of your throat. No cheesecake. I think there's two.
Diane. Sorry.
Yeah, that's how he gets 150 people to watch that. We can only have 120 in here. That's amazing.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Council, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
We'll stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Stipulates, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Lauren, I'll ask the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would call Demetrius Arfanis to the stand.
Thank you.
Dimitri, who?
And the way Grant does his screen drives me absolutely bonkers. It's so much going on. But anyways.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, that's what it
Please
looks
step up
like
to the witness
inside
box,
the expert's
remain
brain.
standing. The clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand, sir. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please
It's the
say-
same.
I did.
Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record, sir.
Demetrius Arfanis, Arfanis, 40
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Yeah, he was the guy driving the pilot, I believe.
Demetrius, do us a favor, just sit close to the microphone, speak loudly. These ladies and gentlemen need to hear you, okay?
All right.
Is it Demetrios or Dimitri?
The full name is Demetrius, but I go by Dimitri.
Do you mind if I call you Dimitri?
That's fine, yeah.
Dimitri, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
Clemson in
And what
South
year-
Carolina.
And what year are you?
Go
going into
Big
my junior
Orange.
year.
And do you know
No,
why you're here
Clemson
today?
Tigers.
I
Go
do.
Tigers.
Why are you here today?
I know that
Talk
name.
about what happened back in
Oh,
May
you got it right.
2022.
Look at you.
And have you and I met before?
We have.
But they are
Concerning this
orange.
case?
Yeah.
Now, directing your attention
Molstorm
to May
is a big fan
14th
of them.
2022,
He always
how old
dresses
were
in
you back
orange.
then?
I was 17.
And were you in school?
I was
What school were you in?
St. Joseph's High School
And where's St. Joseph's located?
in Trumbull.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
We went to the same school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler De Silva?
See,
I am.
And how are you
he
familiar
loves
We also went to the same
Clemson
school.
Tigers.
with him? And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Went to the same school.
Is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
He is
And what is he wearing?
a blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case.
Record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Now, Dimitri, does the defendant have a nickname that he goes by?
We called him Lito.
And I want to direct your attention to that day, May 14th, 2022. Sometime earlier in the night, did you attend a party at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
I did.
Can you please tell us the circumstances surrounding you attending that party?
I went to have a good night with my friends.
And were you invited there?
Yeah, I believe so.
Who invited you?
The lifer, Austin lifer.
And when you got there, what time of day do you think it was?
It was probably like 9 o'clock.
So it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And when you got there, what kinds of things were happening at the Lifer household?
People were just drinking, having a good time, talking, catching up.
When you say drinking and having a good time,
Is he having a speech impairment?
I mean, no, it just sounds like he's got that bro talk. I don't know.
what were the things that people were drinking?
Beer, alcohol.
And were you drinking that night?
I was.
How much did
They're
you
like,
have to
yeah,
drink?
bro,
Not that
yeah.
much. A few drinks.
What were you drinking?
Beer, I'd say.
So you had about 2 beers, maybe?
It's a character from South Park that smokes weed. That's why he's a towel, and the towel reporter is John DePetro. And I think everyone over there are towelies or something.
And at some point in time, did you become aware of individuals from
I have a Nebraska
Shelton High
hat
School
right
that-
behind
that
me.
arrived at the Lifer household?
Still need
I found out after the fact. I
the
never saw
Ohio
him.
State.
So
t-shirt.
tell me the circumstances surrounding
Get out of here.
when you were there, what was going on, and then after the fact, when you found out something had happened.
So I was just in the basement and I found out that some kids had gotten in a fight, but I didn't see it or anything.
Where were you when the fight happened?
I was in the basement.
And do you know who the fight was between?
Not sure now.
Not sure. Okay. I'm going to show you this exhibit. Why don't you tell me if
Actually,
you
my
recognize
football team
anybody.
has
It's
a
exhibit
tiger
53. Do you recognize
as
anybody in this
a
photo?
mascot.
Yeah.
Who do you recognize?
Jack Snyder and Lito Valle
Okay, which one is Jack Snyder
in the red hoodie
and which one's Lito?
and the blue Ole Miss t-shirt.
And you recall seeing the defendant dressed like this on May 14th of 2022?
I do.
And was he dressed like this the entire time he was at Lazy Brook?
The helmet wasn't always on, but for the most part, yeah.
So he was there with Jack?
Yeah.
Was Tyler DeSilva also there?
Yes.
Now, tell us about how long were you there at Lazy Brook before you left?
Like an hour.
You were there for like an hour? And why did you leave Lazy Brook?
The mom kicked everyone out.
Okay. And when did you become aware that a fight had occurred at Lazy Brook?
Towards the end.
Towards the end?
Yeah.
Do you recall who told you?
No.
Do you
Jamie, did you know Dolph Lundgren is a Clemson Tiger alumni?
Is he?
Yeah,
He's a really smart guy.
he is. He has an MIT as well. So,
Okay, isn't he
but
some
he's
kind
a
of
he's a
scientist or
Clemson
something?
Tiger. I
Oh.
understand why Wallstrom likes them.
Well, everybody that was at that party that night.
No.
Is it safe to say they were all St. Joe's students?
Yeah.
Now, at some point in time, well, let me ask you this. How did you get to Lazy Brook?
My other friend drove me, but he left.
Which friend was that?
My friend Mickey.
Mickey?
Yeah.
Was he also Keenan's ride home?
Yes.
And why was he going to bring you and Keenan home?
Because we didn't want to drive and he offered to drive us.
Were you supposed to go straight home that night?
Yeah.
Now,
Back to Keenan's.
I'm
I was
sorry?
sleeping at Keenan's that night.
okay. And so Mickey left?
Yes.
When did Mickey leave? Do you recall?
Right when we got there. He didn't go in the house.
Okay. And he never came back to pick you up?
No.
And when the party got broken up that night,
Dirty Dutch Mantell is an alumni from Clemson. Jamie, why didn't you tell me that?
Tell you
There's a
what.
lot of cool people.
uh,
That Dutch Mantell is also a Clemson Tiger.
did you have a ride home when they kicked you out?
No.
So what did you do for a ride home?
Keenan told me that Jack had offered to drive us home.
So did you go, in fact, get into Jack's car?
Excuse me?
Did you go with Jack that night?
Yes.
What kind of car was Jack driving that night?
A Honda Pilot.
Showing you State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack's car?
It is.
And did you get into Jack's car with other people?
I did.
Who else was in the car with you when you were getting ready to leave Lazy Brook?
It was Jack, Tyler, Will, Keenan, Lito, Mackenzie, and myself.
Now you say Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie
It was Lito's girlfriend
at the time?
at the time, yeah.
And you know her how?
It's just same school. We just mutual people.
And you say Will. Will who?
Will Sinjwald.
And how do you know Will?
Again, we went to the same school.
So it was you, Keenan, Lito, Tyler, Jack, Mackenzie, and Will. Right? That's it, Will twice?
Correct. I think so. Will twice.
All right. So when you left Lazy Brook, what's wrong? Prior to leaving Lazy Brook, did you become aware of a group chat that had started concerning the fight that happened at Lazy Brook?
No.
Now are you aware there was a group chat that had happened that night?
I was aware when we were at Trumbull High, but not at Lazy Brook.
Okay. So at some point in time, when you left Lazy Brook, where did you go?
To Trumbull High.
And why did you guys go to Trumbull High School?
We were trying to find like another place to go to just to continue our night, and that was kind of like the closest spot.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you meet anybody there?
There was one other car there, yeah.
And who was there? Do you recall?
I don't know them.
Do you recall if they were girls or boys?
Girls.
Girls. And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you get out of Jack's car?
We did.
And when you got out of Jack's car, where did you go?
We just went to a fence or the bathroom.
Okay. Oh, you walked away from the car?
Yeah,
And when you were walking away from the car, were there people that stayed at the car?
I'd imagine, yeah.
Were you with anybody when you walked away from the car?
Yeah, I don't remember who though.
Okay. How long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
Like 20 minutes, not that long.
Sometimes towels go on heads, and then someone will yell, "God is most great," and then celebrate with sparklers and flying beer cans. I helped empty a city, well, a village, of those types of towels when I was deployed. Trust me, they know how to party. Loud noises and things flying through the air. And a few goats that got. That was an interesting day at work.
After 20 minutes had come and gone, did you leave Trumbull High School?
We did.
Why did you leave Trumbull High School?
I guess Jack and Tyler were talking to these kids and they were driving to their house.
So when you were leaving Trumbull High School, you were aware that the car was headed towards another house?
Yes,
Do you know what purpose that was for?
I did. Yeah, they were having an issue with these other kids.
And when they were going to the house, do you know why they were going to the house?
To like go talk to them,
And why did they want? Do you know why they wanted to talk to them
to settle like the dispute or the issue that occurred prior.
at Lazy Brook?
Yeah.
So when you were headed over, did you in fact leave Trumbull High School and head over to that house?
Yes.
Do you recall whose house that was or where it was?
No, I was in the trunk.
You were in the trunk?
Yeah, so
So-
I didn't see any like where we were going or anything.
Could you, so it was dark out, you couldn't see where you were going?
Yeah.
So who was driving the car when you left Trumbull High School?
Jack Snyder,
Do you recall who was in the front passenger seat?
Howard De Silva.
And who was in the back seat?
Behind the driver was Lito and Mackenzie was on his lap. And then it was Will in the middle and Keenan behind the passenger seat, and I was in the way back.
So you were in the way back, so in the way back of this exhibit here, you were seated in that trunk area. Okay. So do you recall, I'm going to show you stage 49, do you recall if this is the house that you pulled up to when after you left Trumbull High School?
Yeah.
And there's a States Exhibit 1 behind you. Do you recall how you arrived at that house? The red mark is 43 Laurel Glen. Do you recall how you came into the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Can you show us?
We went down the road and did like a U-turn and came back to be facing Farmhouse Lane.
Okay, and did you stop in front of the house? Where did you stop?
Well, we did the U-turn, then we stopped in front of the house.
Okay, can you show us on States 49 where you stopped? Can you describe it?
We stopped like right before the driveway starts,
Okay.
a little farther from the curb.
So would you have been on the right side of the road or the left side of the road? Looking at States 49.
Closer to the middle, I'd say.
So, and you said before the driveway would be on the lower portion of 49 or the upper portion?
The lower.
So you were somewhere, if I put my finger here, is this about where you recall stopping the car?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect, Your Honor, on States 49, my finger is pointed to the middle of Laurel Glen, just to the left of where the trees are, from the house across the street from 43 Laurel Glen, just above the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect.
And when you stopped there, did you notice if anybody was outside at 43 Laurel Glen?
There was a few kids.
Jamie, did you know Bianca Belair was a gamecock? I learn a lot.
I don't know who that
I don't
is.
like her. She's a wrestler who has a long ponytail that she whips people with. I think it's a bad
Oh.
gimmick, but she's a gamecock. I found 2 wrestlers now.
Outside?
Few kids?
Oh.
Did you know any of those kids?
Wait.
No,
At the time, did you know whose house this was?
no.
And when you stopped,
When number 8 on your famous 100 alumni list is a WWE wrestler. I'm not saying the Gamecocks isn't a great team, but
there, do you Were you
Oh,
aware
boy.
as to whether or not people from your car were
Fight word.
communicating with people from?
She's higher than Kyle Carpenter. Jeepers Christ. He should be number one. He's a badass. Do you know who he is, Jamie?
Carpenter? Mm-mm.
Kyle Carpenter. He's the youngest ever recipient of the Medal of Honor. He got
No.
beat to crap in Hellman. And yeah, he is a badass.
From that house through the group chat.
I knew they were texting. Yeah.
Hey,
And do you
Laura.
know the things that were
You
being
didn't
texted?
miss anything.
Do you recall whether or not anybody indicated that you had arrived at the house?
I'm sure. Yeah.
And at some point in time, did people come out of the house?
They were already out when we got there.
But did more people
Linian Garcia, who was the ring announcer in WWE, is a Gamecock. I like the Gamecocks.
come out?
Yeah, they kept flowing in.
And when people came out of the house, tell us what happened when they came out of the house.
They just started talking with Jack and Tyler.
So they approached the car?
Yeah,
How many people approached the car, do you think, at that point?
like 8, 9.
Okay. And Jack rolled down his window?
Yeah.
And they were talking with Jack
Yeah, and Tyler.
and Tyler?
Yeah, they were all talking.
So on the other side of the vehicle also?
I'm not sure about that, but they were talking.
Or
like-
talking through the?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. How would you describe, not what was said, but how would you describe the conversation between Jack, Tyler, and the people outside the car?
It was pretty peaceful at first, just talking.
And at some point, did it become not peaceful?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Somebody said something, I don't know what, and then Jack said something back. Again, I don't remember exactly the words. And then people started like hitting the car, throwing stuff at the car, and like I was in the trunk, so I saw some kid jumping on the back of the car, up and down, shaking it. And then Jack drove off, and they were still like throwing stuff at the car.
Okay. And when Jack drove off, where did he drive to?
Down the street near farmhouse.
And when he got towards, so down towards farmhouse, where can you show us on stage one where did he stop the car?
Yes.
Where did he stop the car? Show me.
Like a few houses down.
Okay. So if I can approach the witness, show her. Point to them. Can you point to where you believe the car stopped?
Like about here.
And when the car stopped there, what happened when the car stopped?
At first, some like kids approached the car from the house, and they were talking with like with Tyler and Lito again. And I think we drove off more. And then everybody got out of the car, and we like looked around the car.
Well, she's famous for being a Gamecock.
So you go down the street, you have 44. You go down the street. Do people get out of the car initially?
I
Yeah.
think
Who gets out
they
of the
went
car
to the
initially?
prom shop.
Tyler and Lito.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then they were talking with some kids again. And then we drive farther down the street. And then everybody gets out the car and looks at the car.
Okay. And I'm going to show you state 44. Just play the, do you remember this? Is this when people initially got out of the car?
Yeah.
The person that got out of the front passenger seat, do you know who that was?
No,
You don't know who that was?
I just can't tell now.
You can't tell from the video, but who was sitting in the front passenger seat when you drove down
Tyler.
Tyler De
Yeah.
Silva? And when he got out of the car, do you recall what he did when he got out of the car?
No.
No. So again, states 44, does this fairly depict what happened when you initially went down the road?
Yes.
And at some point in time, some kids come down the road? Tell us about what happens when the kids come down the road.
I don't know. I didn't see that.
You didn't see
I
that?
saw it, but I didn't like hear what was going on.
So you were still in the car when
Yes.
the car took off a little
Yeah.
bit further? At some point in time, did you get out of the car?
I did, yes.
When you got out of the car, were there still kids from the Shelton house down the street?
No.
So between the time you were in the car and the time you got out, did you observe any interactions that were going on between the Shelton kids and Tyler and the defendant?
No.
Okay. So you can't tell us if they were peaceful or argumentative?
No.
Can you tell us if there was any physical fight that happened down the street?
Not that I saw, no.
Do you recall whether or not seeing anybody from the Shelton kids from the time you were in front of 43 Laurel Glen to the time the car went down the street, did any of them brandish any weapons?
No.
And when you got down the street, eventually everybody got out of the car
Yes.
and they were inspecting the car?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What was going on when people were inspecting the car?
So we all get out the car. We look and see that there was some dents and stuff and scratches from how they were hitting it and throwing stuff. and then the defendant asked for a knife.
So tell me about that. When did that happen in relation to looking at the car?
That like right when he saw the car.
And how was the defendant reacting when he was inspecting the car?
Pretty upset.
How upset? Explain. Describe it to me.
He like was like yelling.
What was he yelling?
I don't remember the exact words.
Was he cursing?
I don't remember.
Did he act like he was peaceful?
No.
Did he act more upset than Jack and Tyler?
Yes, in the moment.
Based on the way the defendant was reacting, did it appear that how did it appear? Did he want to go and talk to those kids?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did the defendant say anything with regards to wanting to go back and talk to those kids?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I don't remember the exact words, but it was like, let's go back.
And did it appear that he was acting in an aggressive manner?
Yes.
How did he appear? How was he acting?
He was mad. He was like yelling and stuff. I don't remember the exact words that he was saying.
And at what point did he ask for the knife?
Right after we went out the car and inspected it, the damage.
Do you recall who he asked for the knife?
I think it was Jack.
And do you recall whether or not a knife was given to him or found?
No.
Did you ever see a knife that night?
No.
There were 7 kids in the car, so someone had to be in the trunk.
After the defendant asked for the knife, how long was this inspection and asking for the knife going on for?
2 minutes.
2 minutes? At some point in time after the defendant asks for the knife, what happens after that?
The defendant, Jack and Tyler, get back in the car and drive back down to the house.
And at this point in time, it's just the 3 of them in the car?
Yes.
So where are you, Will, Keenan, and Mackenzie?
We're still on the side of the curb by the other house I just pointed out.
So are you on the curb? So I point to the states one here. This has been previously identified as 36 Laurel Glen. Are you on the side of the curb here somewhere? Or are you on this side of the road? Do you recall what side of the road you're on?
We're on this side of the road, like around here.
Okay. And you waited there?
Yes.
Why did you wait there?
Because I don't want to go back.
Why didn't you want to go back?
Because I don't want to get in a fight with these kids that I don't know.
So at some point in time, the car leaves.
Yes.
Do you hear what goes on down the other end of the street?
All I heard was some people screaming.
And how long do you think the car was down the other end of the street?
Not that long, like 5 minutes.
And when we're talking about the other end of the street, are we talking about going back towards 43 Laurel Glen? Or are we talking going the other way when you say go down the street?
They go back down to the house that we were at.
So so this states 49. They go back to this house.
Yes.
Did you see the car stop in front of the house from where you were seated?
No.
How do you know that they were down there?
I assume so.
Okay. And they were down there for 5 minutes, you said? And you heard screaming?
Yes.
Now, when you were waiting down the other end near Farmhouse Road or down the other end of Laurel Glen, did you have a ride home at that point?
No.
Did you have an idea of how you were going to get home at that point?
No.
At some point in time, after 5 minutes passes, does the car return?
Yes.
And when the car returns, tell me about that. What happens?
The car returned and we didn't have a ride and we were about to get back in the car to leave. And I see Tyler all beat up and bloody. He could like barely form words. And at the same moment, Mackenzie she'd called her sister previously and her sister drove up and Mackenzie told us to get in her car.
So did you get in Mackenzie's car?
Yes.
And who else got in Mackenzie's car?
At first, only me and Keenan. And then Lito also got in the car.
And when Lito got in the car, did you have an opportunity to observe him?
Not really, no.
And on the ride home, who got dropped off first?
Me and Keenan.
And
They were talking about someone's sister, so the bailiff was wrong. We're probably going to get one more witness, probably Mackenzie, to tell us he didn't see anything and he talked about a knife.
on the ride home, after you got dropped off, were you made aware of what had happened down the street at some point in time?
A lot later, yeah.
And when you were made aware later of what had happened, did the police contact you?
Not right away, no. It was a few days after.
A few days after? And did you in fact go to speak to the police?
I did.
Do you remember if you spoke to them on more than one occasion?
I did.
And when you spoke to the police, did you tell them exactly what you told us here today?
I did.
have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Smith.
This guy has got no burrows, just FYI.
Good
Everybody's
afternoon, Mr.
calling him.
Alphanis.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
We have not.
We've never discussed this case before.
We have not.
Did you say that you are going to Clemson University
I am.
in South Carolina?
I am.
That's where Sue lives. She must be a
Um,
Clemson fan.
You were telling us about this evening, and I want to ask you a few questions about that, okay?
You're going to ask him 45
You
questions, but
started off
it's all
the
the
evening
same.
at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
And you were invited there by Austin Leifer.
Correct.
Did you see Austin there that night?
I did.
Did you see him ill, throwing up outside?
I did not.
When you saw him, did he appear to be ill?
He was drunk, yeah.
Anybody else appear to be drunk there that night?
I assume most people were drinking. I wouldn't say anybody was out of the ordinary.
He said people were drinking, having a good time. There was beer and some alcohol. You didn't have that much to drink yourself,
Did not.
but you had arranged to have a ride home because you didn't want to be drinking and driving. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yeah.
You never saw these other kids that arrived and the fight went down
Never,
with.
no.
But you did see Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva there, right?
I did.
You didn't see them fight with anybody there.
I did not.
You were there for about an hour, you told us.
Correct.
And then Mama Leifer kicked everybody out.
She did.
And you told us you were driven there by Mickey?
Correct.
Is his name Mickey or Michael? Is Mickey a nickname?
Mickey, yeah.
And you were supposed to go straight to Keenan's, right?
After, yeah.
Because that's where you're going to spend the
That's
night,
where I
right?
was sleeping, correct.
And the plan was that you were going to stay at the 5 Lazy Brook Road party, and that was going to last until the end of the night. And then at the end of the night, you were going to go home to Keenan's.
Correct.
Okay. And so now you've been left in the lurch because the party has ended before it was supposed to, right?
Yes,
But you get a ride from Jack Snyder.
I do.
Okay? And you hop into that car with 6 other people, right?
Jamie, you know how she
It's
is.
you, Jack, Tyler De Silva, Will Sinjwald, Raul Valle,
What?
Mackenzie Traficante, and Keenan
Stop.
Frasick, right?
Correct, yeah.
And as far as
Bad-mouthing
the
Jamie,
positions in
Sue.
the car, you told us Jack Snyder was driving,
Mhm.
Tyler De Silva was the front passenger.
Yes.
In the back seat on behind the driver was Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
In his lap was Mackenzie Traficante, right?
Correct.
Beside him was Will Sinjwald, correct?
Correct.
And to the right, farthest, behind the passenger, close to the door, that was Keenan Frasick, right?
Yes,
And you got stuck in the back in the trunk, right?
I did.
Was there anything back there with you in the trunk, or was it just you?
It was some stuff. I don't remember what. It was like some bats.
Some bats.
Like for softball, I think he had a sister.
Okay. Did those stay in the car the whole time?
They did.
And because the night had ended earlier than expected, you guys went to Trumbull High School, right?
Correct.
In order to try and figure out if there was something else that you could do that night.
Yes.
This is absolutely boring. This defense lawyer will now spend probably twice as long as the state asking the same question over and over again, misstate the answer, and then go back and ask the same question again, and end up fizzling out like a wet fart in church.
And when you got there, there were some girls there. Do you recall that there was also another car there, a BMW, a white BMW with maybe 2 other guys in it?
Not really, no.
You don't recall that?
I just remember the one car.
I'm sorry?
The one car because they were parked right next to us.
Parked right next to you. And when you got out of the car, you said you went to use the bathroom?
I did.
Were you?
Yeah, he has
after you used the bathroom,
middle-aged
another 20 minutes or so?
desperation beats.
I'd say so, yeah.
were you with Keenan the whole time?
Well, I was with everyone, not just Keenan.
You, Keenan, Will,
Lito, Jack, Tyler, Mackenzie.
all in a group together?
Yeah.
You don't recall splitting up and some people go in one place, some people go in another?
No.
Did you see Keenan drinking that night?
I don't remember him specifically drinking, but I knew he was just from, being at a party with him.
Okay. And it was Keenan who told you that Jack Snyder had offered the ride, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Were you
he
concerned at
played
all getting in
hacky
that
sack
car with Jack
when
Snyder?
court's on break.
No.
Were you concerned getting in that car that Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle were in there?
No.
You said his nickname is Lito. Do you know what that nickname means?
No.
Little Raul.
That's not a nickname that he had been given by you or other kids at the school.
No, that's what I was introduced to him as freshman year.
I know it means little Raul.
And you said
Like
while you
Raul
were
Jr.
at Trumbull High School, you became aware of this group chat that was going on, right?
Yeah.
You weren't a part of that group chat?
No.
How did you become aware of the group chat?
Just from them talking about it.
When you say them talking about it, Jack Snyder?
Jack and Tyler, yeah.
Jack and Tyler. And you were in the back in the trunk.
Correct.
So you could hear what Jack and Tyler were talking about up in the front of the car?
Parts and pieces, yeah. Not like I knew they were talking in this group chat. I couldn't really get a grasp of like exactly what they were talking about though.
Was this talking that you're describing, was this going on in the car or was this while you were at Trumbull High School in the parking lot?
In the car at Trumbull High.
Okay. But when you were there at Trumbull High, you all got out of the car at some point.
I don't know if everyone got out. I got out.
You got out. Did you get out of the car? Everybody stayed in the car and then you came back to the vehicle?
It wasn't just me getting out the car. Like multiple people got out the car. I just don't remember exactly who.
Okay. Ultimately, you weren't able to find another place to go as far as you knew, right?
Yeah.
And did you think when you got back into the vehicle, ultimately to leave Trumbull High School, that you were going to go to Keenan Brasick's house at that point?
I don't remember.
At some point, though, you told us you became aware that,
We go
in
to
fact, you were not going to Keenan Brasick's house, right?
Yeah.
And you thought that you were going to, Jack was driving this vehicle because Jack and Tyler were talking with these other kids and wanted to go talk to them to settle a
I
dispute.
think it's because he has a Russian name.
And so how long did that drive take to get from Trumbull High School to where you've described the car ultimately stopping at Laurel Glen Drive?
Like 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Not for sure though.
Any drinking going on in the car while that's happening?
I don't remember.
Loud music being played in the car?
I'd imagine, yeah.
You'd imagine or you remember it? I don't want you to imagine anything.
When we would drive, we'd have music on, so I don't know why it'd be any different.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not there was loud music being played?
Yeah.
Loud enough that you couldn't hear what was going on up in the front of the car?
Yeah, I wasn't talking to anyone.
Okay, you were just sitting in the back?
Yeah.
Did you see the vehicle being followed by a white BMW?
I don't remember that now.
And then I think you described on Exhibit 1 there, if you look behind you, can you see Exhibit 1?
I can.
Okay, and the vehicle came down Adams Drive and went up to the end of the cul-de-sac and turned around?
That's not how I remember. I remember
How do you-
like driving down past the house in Laurel Glen and then doing a U-turn.
Okay, can you use the pointer there and show us what you recall?
I think that we went down here and did like a U-turn around here and came back down that way.
Okay, and ultimately the car came to a stop initially in front of Tyler Rich's house, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And you said when the car came to a stop, or let's back up just a second. As you drove by the first time before taking the U-turn, did you look into the yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And you could already see people out there, right?
No, but you're not a Russian. This kid is Russian, and they chucked him in the trunk.
Yeah.
Did it seem like they were waiting and expecting you to come?
Yeah. They knew we were coming.
They knew you were coming.
Uh-huh.
How many people did you see?
That's speculative. That's not to be
Sustained.
stricken.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the response to the question that was
They
asked
heard it.
that they knew that they were coming. Okay, so please strike that from the evidence. Thank you.
You could see the people in the yard?
I could.
From their demeanor, did they appear to be surprised to you that the car was there?
No.
And how many people did you see in the yard?
Like 8 or 9.
Could it have been more?
It could have, yeah. People kept flowing in afterwards too, so more people came out after we got there.
Did the crowd quickly grow?
Yeah.
And how many people ultimately would you say were there?
I couldn't give you like a number, but it was more than 8 or 9 at the end.
And they started to swarm the car, right?
Initially, not aggressively. They just came up to the car to talk.
Okay, that was the initial 8 or 9 or more than that?
The initial like 8 or 9.
And when they came up to the car to talk, they came up as a group?
They did, yeah.
And were they all on one side of the car or did they surround the car?
I think it was surrounded, yeah.
Okay. And where was your attention focused at that point?
I was looking like towards the house through like the little window in the back.
All right. So not through the very rear window you're saying, but through a side window that was looking at the house.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you were watching that, you saw this initial group approach the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you were watching and you could see more people coming behind, correct?
Yes.
And those people were also coming at the car, correct?
Yes.
And you said that some of those people started talking with Jack Snyder and Tyler De Silva, right?
Correct.
Do you know who those people were?
No, never met him.
These people were all strangers to you that were at the 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah, all of them.
And you described that the conversation was peaceful at first.
It was.
Could you hear what was being said?
Not really, no, but I know it was in an aggressive manner.
Were the windows in the vehicle up or down?
Jax was definitely down. I don't know about the rest.
Did any of the people in the back seat just in front of you, did any of them get out of the car?
No, not
Were-
in the beginning. When we drove down afterwards.
Okay, let's focus on where we are right now, just in front of the house,
All
okay? None of them got out of the vehicle at that
No-
point?
Nobody know.
And you described that eventually the conversation was peaceful at first, but then it became less peaceful, shall we say?
Yeah.
And that was because the folks that came out of 43 Laurel Glen said something, you're not sure what,
I'm not.
and then Jack said something back, you said.
Yeah.
Do you know what Jack said back?
No.
Was Tyler saying anything back?
At that point, they both started.
I'm not going to talk
talking
about
back
your
and forth more
disgusting
aggressively with the people
crotchal
outside.
area.
I don't remember exact words.
I think
Was
that's
Mr. Valle
too
talking
much.
with anybody outside the car?
Not really.
What?
Will Sinjwal talking with anybody?
She says that the weather in I don't know where she is, Pensacola, turned it into tuna clams. That sounds disgusting, Jamie. And I won't abide by this. This is a good Christian channel. We don't talk about lady parts that way. Apparently, you will also have a tuna clam if you are in Tennessee today. La Lata de Tuna has arrived.
Anybody else outside the car?
No.
Keenan Prasic talking to
No.
anybody outside the car? At this point, were there people on all sides of the vehicle?
Yeah.
And people started hitting the car?
Yes.
People started throwing stuff at the car?
Yes.
Could you hear things shatter or smash?
Yes.
You saw a kid on the back of the car.
Yes. Jumping up and down.
How he was just on the other side of where you were seated in the trunk?
Yeah.
Just one kid, a few kids?
And panties.
Just one.
How long did that go on for?
Like a minute, and then Jack drove off.
How did you feel back there?
Wasn't a fun experience.
You're scared,
Yeah.
terrified.
Sure.
And eventually the car drove off, you told us.
It did.
And that vehicle is this vehicle that we see here in State's Exhibit 30, right?
Correct.
And when you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this defect on the front windshield, did it?
It did not.
Did you ever see anybody reach into the driver's side window?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody lean in their upper half of their body into the driver's side window and struggle with Jack Snyder?
I did not know.
Are you certain that people were surrounding the car and jumping on it?
Yes.
The car drove off and stopped I think you've described it as being just a little bit before 36 Laurel Glen Drive there. Can you point it out to us? Do you have the pointer there?
Like right here.
In that area, okay. And that's what we saw on the video that was played for you, Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And there were 3 people that we saw get out of the vehicle at that point, right?
I thought it was just 2, but
Did you see one person get out and walk ahead of the vehicle and then 2 people remain behind the vehicle, sort of?
I saw 2 people for sure. I don't remember a third now.
Okay. There were only 7 of you in the car though, right?
Correct. Yeah.
You didn't pick anybody else up at any other point?
No.
None of the folks from Trumbull High School got in your car and rode with you?
No.
Okay. And
No. We have had how many eyewitnesses now? 12? 10?
About.
And none of them have given the exact same answer to any question, other than they were drinking 2 beers. That's why I'm sitting here holding on to the last piece of my sanity. I had 4 hours of sleep last night. Jamie wouldn't let me sleep, and I was just begging her, do you know how late it's going to be tomorrow and how boring? I don't care. I want to talk. So talk about what? I just got a feeling that we're going to see a guy who has a spider infestation under his foreskin on his head. And I said, Jamie,
stop it.
that's not what foreskin is. That's gross, Jamie. And she said, no, I can feel it in my bones. I'm tingling. And then we had a guy who had a spider egg under his skin. Really gross.
when those
Guys,
people got out,
you hear
you were
him?
still in the trunk area?
Correct.
And you saw in the video that people came chasing down the street, right?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing
One
them
guy
do
said
that while
3
you were in the
beers.
car?
Sorry, yeah. And one guy said, I was hoping for chicken
And do you
nuggets.
recall things being thrown at the vehicle while that happened?
Yes.
Could you hear what was being shouted from inside
Yeah,
the
I can't
car?
wait till Friday.
And when that car got out and we saw that on the video in 44, you think that was Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle who got out of the vehicle?
Correct.
Do you think there was another person who also got out of the vehicle?
I only remember 2 people getting out.
Okay. Those people got out and then the car continued on down the road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when that vehicle stopped there where you showed us before and those people got out, can you point to that again for us?
Like right here.
Okay. And then the car, you remained in the vehicle and it drove forward.
Correct.
It came to a stop again.
It did.
Can you show us where it came to a stop again?
Probably like around here. Not that far down.
Not that far down, but in front of that house there.
Yeah.
And then you've described yourself as getting out of the car at that point.
Yes.
You went and sat where?
By the curb, like along this curb here.
Close on the side of that house again?
Yes, on this side of the, not this side.
And where did the vehicle stop at that point?
Same spot. Like
Same spot?
Yeah.
In front of that house?
Correct.
But we don't see it on that video when it does that.
What do you mean?
That you just watched, Exhibit 44, the video where the people get out of the vehicle.
Yes.
And we didn't see that vehicle come to a stop and you get out. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I did not get out then.
Those folks that had chased the car, did they continue to follow it as it went down the road with you still in it?
No.
Where did they go?
They went back to the house.
Okay. They didn't ever come down and talk to any of the people that were down there?
No. They, like I said, they came up to talk to Tyler and Lito. They did not come back when I got out the car, though. They were nowhere near me.
Okay. So when you're sitting on the curb and the vehicle is stopped by the intersection of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, you're sitting over there with Keenan, Frasick, Wilson, Jwald, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Correct.
And the 4 of you are sitting close together, right?
Yes.
How far away was the vehicle from you at that point?
2 steps.
Just a few steps.
Yeah, not far at all.
It didn't move from that position?
No.
Oh my.
And this
I could eat
conversation that you've
piece of
described as being
connect
had
with
between the
cheese
Shelton High
on it.
kids and Mr. Valle and Mr. De
I've been
Silva,
eating bad Hershey's
that had
chocolate.
already occurred at that
Ugh.
point before you got out of the vehicle yourself.
Yeah.
And you
Food fairy.
say that those kids all went back to the house. You didn't see them anymore.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Baker listed off all the things he hates today. You missed it.
I didn't know such things. There's a lot more things I hate.
So Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, at least, and maybe one other person that we saw in the video who you're not sure it is,
Crackers with
they had
the
already gotten out of
shrimp
the
cheese
car
on is
before
good.
you got out of the car.
Correct.
And before
Oh,
Mackenzie and
God.
before Will and before Keenan got out of the car, correct?
Yes.
But Jack
That's
was
your
still driving the
buttocks.
vehicle at that point.
Yeah.
So Jack drove up and parked the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Valle and Mr. Silva came walking down to the vehicle?
Yeah.
And you could see all of these people?
Mhm.
Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
Still facing down this way, like it was facing that way.
It was facing towards Farmhouse Lane.
Yeah.
You were looking at the rear of the vehicle where you had previously been sitting.
Yeah.
How did you get out of the vehicle? Through the rear hatch, or did you
No,
climb over
I
the seat?
climbed over.
And you said that you saw Mr. De Silva, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Valle inspecting the car.
We all were, not just them. Like me, Keenan, and Will too.
So you got up off of the curb and went over to look at the car?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you are not just sitting on the curb with Mr. Frasick and Ms. Trafficanti and Mr. Sensual. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You actually got up and went over to the car with those two folks.
Yeah, and we checked it out.
Okay. And you saw some dents and some scratches.
Yeah,
And you claim you heard Mr. Valle ask for a knife.
he did. Yeah,
Where were you standing when that happened?
near the rear of the car.
Near the rear of the car. Where was Mr. Valle when that happened?
Also, like in the same area.
Near the rear of the car.
Yeah,
Where was
See you,
Mr.
Helen.
Frasick when that
Sleep
happened?
well.
next to me.
Next to you.
Yeah,
And where was Mr.
Hi,
Sensual?
Helen.
also next to me.
Okay. And then you saw Mr. Valle go tearing through the glove box, right?
I never saw that. No,
You saw him go tearing through the console, right?
I never saw that. No,
You didn't see Mr. Valle go tearing through the glove box in the console?
He just said
Looking for a
that.
knife?
Sustained.
Again, why?
Mr. Frasick was right beside you?
correct.
And you said Mr. Valle was more upset than Jack.
Yeah,
Had you seen at any point in that evening Mr. Snyder with a knife?
I did not know.
And you can't remember Mr. Valle's exact words, but you said he was mad and he was yelling.
Yeah,
What was Mr. Snyder doing?
he was also very upset that his car had dents and scratches on it.
And what was Mr. De Silva doing?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see a knife at any point?
No,
And you said you were down there for a few minutes.
yeah,
Did you go back and sit on the curb?
yeah.
How soon after you claimed to have heard Mr. Valle ask for the knife did you go sit on the curb?
After he asked, they went back and I sat there to wait.
And so you're sitting on the side of the curb when you see Mr. De Silva, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Valle get back into the vehicle.
Correct. Yeah,
It's still facing down towards Farmhouse Lane at that point.
yeah,
Mr. Snyder got in the driver's side.
correct.
Mr. De Silva got in the front passenger side.
I don't remember where you sat at that point.
Do you remember where Mr. Valle got into the car?
No,
And did Mr. Frasick go back and sit down on the curb with you at that point?
yeah,
So Mr. Frasick wasn't sitting on the curb the entire time. He came with you to where the car was to inspect it, and then he went back and he sat down on the curb.
we were all like around the car. Yes, then we sat down.
And you said you couldn't see where the car went, but it headed off in the direction of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yeah,
And that eventually the car returned, and you could see that Mr. De Silva was all beat up, right?
correct. Yeah,
He was bloody.
yes,
And you said he could barely form words.
yeah.
Could you see injuries to his body or his face?
His face was definitely swollen.
Any other injuries that you could see that were apparent,
No.
but just blood?
Yeah.
And you also told officers on May 16th that you could see a cut on Mr. Valley's head, correct?
I don't remember saying that now.
Do you recall in Madison's car seeing a cut on Mr. Valley's head?
I don't know.
You don't recall that?
I do not know.
You don't deny that you said that, you just don't recall it.
Yeah, right now I don't recall a cut on his face.
And you've told us here that you heard Lito asking if there was a
One person have seen a knife, but that was 5 minutes before the stipulations.
knife. Do you recall telling officers when you were interviewed that you think somebody was asking for it? You think that was Lito?
No.
You're certain that that was him?
Yeah, for sure.
Then you told us that Mr. Valle got in the car with you into Madison Traficante's car, right?
Yeah.
And where was Mr. Valle sitting?
Behind the passenger seat,
And where were you sitting?
behind the driver's seat.
Okay, so you were sitting on opposite sides of the vehicle.
Correct.
And who was sitting in between you, if anyone?
Keenan
And where was Mackenzie?
in the passenger seat.
So in the back seat, it's you, Keenan, and then Mr. Valle.
Correct.
Did you get a good view of Mr. Valle?
Not really. It was dark.
Could you see
Frankie
when
Valle?
he got into the car whether or not he had any injuries?
No, he looked fine to me.
He looked fine to you.
Yeah.
Didn't appear to be bleeding.
No.
Didn't appear to be maybe
that's
not
not
as
Frankie Valle song.
battered as Mr. De Silva.
He was not. He was not like Tyler at all.
Blame Jamie. She was the one who wanted to see it. I have been advocating finding a new
And-
one since we started.
On the way home, was it quiet in the car?
Yeah.
Nobody was talking?
Keenan just asked Lito what happened, and that's it.
Mr. Valle didn't respond.
He said,
Objection calls for hearsay.
Yeah.
What the defendant said?
Yes, self-serving.
It's a statement of a party opponent, counsel.
What the
What
defendant
Mr.
said.
Valle said?
Of the counsel, it's his lawyer.
What Mr. Valle said?
What the defendant said.
What the defendant said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Overruled.
so it's self-serving at this point.
Right.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. Thank you.
You heard talking in the car.
yeah.
Oh my fucking God, you're so slow. This is like talking to Lefty.
You never saw a knife that evening, correct?
I did not know.
Asked and answered.
But you claim that you heard.
No, it's not. It's not illegal to have a defense, but there are rules. You can't have someone else testify what your client is saying. If it's the prosecution that asks, they can ask. He can just put his client on the stand and tell everyone what he said. He's trying to elicit a comment made by his client without putting his client on the stand. You can't do that.
Mr. Valle asking for a knife.
Yes.
Who was he asking for a knife?
Jack.
Did you see Jack Snyder with a knife?
I did not.
Nothing further. Thank you.
These Hershey kisses are horrible.
Can you redraft?
Why do you keep eating them then?
Because I'm tired. I need some energy.
That's it for the list. Thank you.
State, rest, state, rest,
All right,
state.
ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we are going to be adjourning in just a moment. Again, I'm going to remind you to abide by the rules of.
There we go.
that
It's
I've
over.
repeatedly
Okay.
gone through with you and described to at the beginning of the trial and at the end of our listed evidence. I just want to let you know that tomorrow we intend to have a half day of evidence, so you will come at your normal time, and we would be adjourning by 1 o'clock tomorrow. Okay?
Half day,
Most likely
Jamie.
more than
That
by
bigger.
1. So that would allow you to at least take a look at your schedules. And I told you I would continue to keep you apprised of any changes in our schedule. So there you have it, half day evidence tomorrow.
You know what
Have a good night. We'll see
is
you tomorrow.
amazing?
Thank you.
Tomorrow
Court stand-
evening at 7, I am joining. I need to figure out what the channel name is. I am joining. Where the hell is the? I said yes. I'm tired, Jamie. It's 10:45.
Yeah.
No. Where is?
You're gonna make me choke.
Here it is.
I don't even know who I'm going on.
Tomorrow I will be joining Lazy Jane for an interview or a talk, whatever it's going to be. She asked me if I wanted the questions. I said, I can't read. So I don't know what we're going to talk about. But that'll be tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. So it's perfect. We're having a half day because then I can get to sleep a couple of hours before I have to join this show. Keep your ears out for this one because I will be there tomorrow at 7 p.m. PM. Vi elsker vores børn, brune krøller eller ej. Vi elsker jeres børn. En ting er givet. Vi håber alle på, at de må få det, at de ønsker sig. Om de 4 eller 60 har krøller eller ej. Tommy Sebak, Eurovision, if you want to go. You don't know her. I saw her on LV Cups TV, you know, the Las Vegas Cups, when they did their farewell show Friday, Sun in the weekend. I'm a little tired. And she reached out and said, hey, you want to come on, talk a bit about something? And I said, sure, ma'am. I'm a good Southern gentleman. We always say yes, ma'am. And
Oh my God.
that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'll need some sleep before tomorrow.
He will. Because he's losing his mind, guys.
I don't need sleep.
Yes, you do. But you never
Yeah.
get it. And don't let him fool you. He's up all night because I need to talk. He's up all night just because he's lurking around the webs. Doing his
I'm
baker stuff.
literally like this in my bed. Bing, 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 bing.
Whatever.
Bing, 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 bing. Hey, Baker, my dog just barked. Bing, 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 bing. Hey, Jemima, did you hear my dog bark? I sent you a clip. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, that's the cutest bark ever. Marissa. Oh, I have 45 dogs. You want one? Brandon got a beagle. Bing, 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 bing. And that's all night long. You could put it on silent. I tried. She hacked my phone and took it off silent.
This is insanity.
Did you know you were French bean from the South and all? I have Polish ancestry, I think, before it became Poland or something. Ja, under stjernerne på himlen. Under stjernerne på himlen. Du på vej. La da la da di da da da. Duk nu. I can't remember it. Yeah. Yes, AJ don't want me to redirect to her. She says, I'm a bad influence on Gabby. I don't know what that means. So she makes her streams start so late, I can't redirect to them. I think it's Gabby who's a bad influence on me. But sadly, I can't send you over there. But go look. She is watching a lady who unalived her husband, ex-husband, and his girlfriend, mistress, something. Even though she was getting a whole ton of money, she wanted more. And she has the most beautiful hair. And then she had it. What do you call it when they have it blonded? You don't dye it. When you make it blonde instead of brown or whatever it is.
Frosting, aren't you? Like frosting.
No,
but
she had it. She had the peroxide, and
yeah,
bleached. Let's call it bleached. Sadly, it might have been a little too cheap, so she has pea-colored hair.
Oh yeah,
You know,
the yellow tint where they don't tone it and it's yellow, pea yellow.
yeah, it's pea-colored, just like a peacock. John DePetro is live, 349 watching. He has Cafe Daffy on.
Oh, ew. God, that's got to be just a disgusting stream. Are you working on it?
Classy, he's articulate, he is very smart. He writes masterfully. He, in very succinctly, actually, gets his point across. And to your point, again, there is only one person responsible, according to the facts, according to the investigation, according to the FBI, according to what his findings were. And that's just reality.
What is she? Who is she talking about?
Karen Reed, of course, because this.
But the FBI never determined anything. Why is she saying that?
Hey. She used to work for the FBI. Did you know she single-handedly, with the help of Shaun of the Gulf, took down Escobar? Not many people know this. She took down Lee Harvey Oswald.
She's a lying sack. And the FBI proved otherwise, let's be clear. And the Commonwealth said, we don't care what they have to say. We're going to spend all of the taxpayers' money to prosecute this woman.
You have more people watching now that this goddamn persecution ended. No, we lost 30 people again.
They're like, oh, thank God, this is over. I'm out of here.
Yeah, why were I here to begin with? When Diva first saw her, she said she looked like she's possessed by a demon. I don't know what her look is.
Diva
I bet
wrong.
she is probably a wonderful, sane woman. Don't go watch my video after this where I talk about how she's lost her marbles. But the way her eyes are, that's how I look when I've had 5 beers. My eyes will start. My sister always comes up to me and say, "Oh, you've been drinking." I said, "No," and my eyes are just falling down, and I can't feel it. She just looks like, yeah. But sitting here after the trial has ended, claiming, "Well, everyone knows that that Karen did it." No, we actually have a jury who decided, no, that's not what happened.
Mhm. That's exactly what happened. They said, you did not prove Jack. And
Yeah.
let's be clear, a lot of them said, hey, we think she's completely innocent because you had such a terrible case.
Yeah. But no, let's just all go and just pretend that we didn't have 3 months of court, that 2 juries now, plus alternates in this jury, which is something like 35 people, have all looked at this case, and no one who looked at the facts have come out and said, I believe Jennifer Caffey Daffy is right. Everyone is saying, what the F is going on here? That's the problem.
Yep.
I sincerely hope that some lawsuits will be going on, but I don't think so. It's do you just want to go out, get away from here? I probably would. I would just say I've been doing this for 3 years of my life now. I just need this civil suit to go away, and then I can rest my weary head, move out of the Boston area, and start my life over, start living a bit again. But Jamie, we're going to do this again tomorrow because you forced me to it. I don't want to do it, but sadly, luckily for me, it's only half a day.
Half a day works.
Thank you, Mike Baumeister. I will be signing off now because I need some sleep. And remember, half day tomorrow. We still start at 10. We'll go to 1. Then I will be on another show at 7 p.m. helping out a new. I don't know her content. It's probably way better than mine. So come check her out and help me entertain, because I'll be a little bit tired at that time as well, because it's 1 a.m. my time when we're doing it. Jamie will be watching Grant as always.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right, 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love.
Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.